close to the average of national poverty lines in the global south. So what would happen if we were to measure global poverty at this more accurate level? We would see that about 4.2 billion people live in poverty today. 164. That's more than 4 times what the World Bank would have us believe, and more than 60% of humanity. And the number has risen sharply since 1980, with nearly 1 billion people added to the ranks of the poor over the past 35 years. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, launched in September, are set to use the $1.90 line to measure poverty. Why do they persist with this implausibly low threshold? Because it's the only one that shows any meaningful progress against poverty, and therefore lends a kind of happy justification to the existing economic order. 13. This means that the effective use of market solutions and financial measures to address the problem of poverty, unemployment, and deprivation is limited and can often be misleading. This orientation simply continues to injure global society in the long run, regardless of minimal gains, distracting from the underlying economic problems inherent in the system itself. This issue becomes clearer when we consider economically rooted environmental problems. Proposed solutions to resolve pollution, biodiversity loss, and resource overshoot have only recently brought the issue of capital accumulation and economic growth into question. Today, particularly with respect to climate change, the idea that capitalism in and of itself just might be detrimental to earthly sustainability is slowly entering the conversation, and inevitably so. However, all it has generated is confusion and cognitive dissonance, since any talk of grand revisions to the economic system is still taboo. Society has persisted with the Malthusian view that our ecological problems are mostly inevitable, and only a proportional decline in human population or standards of living can result. Hence, survival of the fittest is deemed justified, and the fortunate can go to bed at night thinking they did what they had to do, and this is just the way it is. Once again, it is the poor who disproportionately suffer from environmental problems, making the issue less about green activism specifically and more about social justice itself. The fact of the matter is that the current state of ecological affairs is far from natural, with industrial inefficiency and the deliberate, system-specific creation of unnecessary waste to blame. As will be argued in Chapter 5, Capitalism's Industrial Orientation, meaning how the actual processes of production and 165 distribution are conducted, is arguably the most inefficient mode of economic behavior one could come up with in light of modern possibilities. It basically favors the opposite of what is needed to ensure environmental sustainability, perpetuating extremely inefficient resource allocation across the global population. Classical market economics teaches us that supply and demand power the world. Yet it ignores the fact that constant supply and demand is actually required. Structurally, the market can basically be reduced to interaction between consumers and producers. The wheels of economic growth only turn when people produce, sell, and buy at an increasing rate. That is the root mechanism powering our economic survival, like a vehicle's gas pedal. The more people produce, sell, and buy, the better the health of the economy and supposedly the population. This means that in order for people to get work, they must be needed, according to existing demand. Where demand is low, there is no need to employ, and those who are unemployed cannot help the economy by spending money back into it, fueling it, since they have no income to spend. So, the market economy is based on cyclical consumption, and it really doesn't matter what is being produced, how it is being produced, or why. If demand or production slows, so too does the movement of money, and when this happens, the economy contracts, systemically reducing the standard of living for many. Ecologically, this means capitalism is structurally oblivious to humanity's existence on a finite planet. The system wants to produce, not conserve. In fact, if you think about it, you will discover an interesting paradox to market logic: the fact that capitalism is a scarcity-based economic system that actually seeks infinite consumption. In other words, it favors a threshold of goods scarcity to secure competitive profits, theorized as a model to properly manage scarcity, optimizing resource use and distribution. Yet, at the same time, the system demands more and more human dissatisfaction and want in order to function and grow. It rewards consumption, with no inherent incentive to conserve anything. The consequence is an economic system that is environmentally unsustainable, increasingly leading to ecological problems and consequential social problems. Any attempt to slow industrial behavior, hence slowing economic growth, will be met with dramatic pushback by almost 166. All economic actors, regardless of their sincere interest in seeing conditions improve. The quest to slow climate change, stop biodiversity loss, reverse resource overshoot, and the like are all being fought, advertently or inadvertently, by business interests trying to simply stay profitable. The working logic of market behavior is that the planet is nothing more than an inventory to be extracted from and exploited for financial turnover. That is all it knows. It has never been about coexistence with nature, but rather the exploitation of it. As such, what we have is a schizophrenic reality where problem-solving amounts to putting a round peg into a square hole. Or, perhaps as better put by Abraham Maslow, if the only tool you have is a hammer, you treat everything as if it were a nail. 14. For example, what has the global community actually done to combat climate change and carbon dioxide, CO2, emissions, a problem of possibly near-apocalyptic outcomes? Has there been a deliberate, well-organized, industry-specific shift of economic behavior, including perhaps a moratorium on hydrocarbon production where feasible, initiating a step-by-step, regulated move into renewable energies? Has industrial agriculture, also a major source of greenhouse gas emissions, been approached to initiate large-scale redesigns of its processes, shifting to lower footprint, soil-less methods or other proven sustainable means? Has the idea of subsidizing this kind of important transition by repurposing money from other expenditures, such as the world's vast military spending, that serve a lesser social role been given thought? Have any of these and other tangible prospects been realistically considered in mainstream circles? No. Procedural solutions to directly redesign and alter human industrial activity haven't been discussed at all, because that kind of thinking is antithetical to market logic and economic freedom. Instead, programs such as carbon trading have been applied. This financialization of the problem is quite interesting, for it actually turns the act of polluting into a tradable market asset. It fits market logic well, serving to create a new mechanism for profit, while masquerading as some kind of effective regulation of carbon emissions. Also known as cap and trade, carbon trading allows companies to buy and sell carbon permits. In short, governments set an annual limit on emissions. They then create permits to pollute that can be traded between companies. 167. Like commodities. The logic is that a company will work to be innovative and reduce emissions, never reaching its annual limits and not needing to spend its store of pollution permits. It can then sell its surplus permits to other companies that need more credits, knowing they will exceed their limits. In other words, they can buy these permits to pollute from companies that don't need them. The idea is that as long as the cap is respected, it doesn't matter who is polluting and who is innovating. Amusingly, folks at Enron and Goldman Sachs developed this system. Enron, whose executives were later famously prosecuted for vast corporate fraud, could perhaps only be topped by Goldman Sachs, which was pivotal in the subprime mortgage scheme that helped trigger the Great Recession. These shrewd companies have made a fortune off cap and trade, while the value of the carbon permits, determined by demand in the carbon market, move with little truth as to how they actually affect emissions. Beyond the obvious absurdity, there are also widely recognized loopholes, false reporting methods, and general hidden fraud throughout the entire system. 15. In other words, business as usual. Mostly utilized in Europe, cap and trade has shown only weak and ambiguous long-term effects in helping reduce carbon emissions. As reported by the Wall Street Journal. According to European Commission figures, emissions from the 27 member states increased by 1.9% in the first 3 years of the regime. Following criticism, the caps for the period to 2012 were reduced for the majority of member states, but only to a little lower than actual emissions in 2005, and the evidence is that the recession is having a much more direct impact on emissions than the trading scheme. Despite the system's questionable results, the costs are considerable. 16. Since initiation of the Kyoto Protocol in 2005, with the stated objective being the stabilization of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere at a level that would stop dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system, there has been only nominal progress. 17. The Kyoto Protocol excluded pivotal, large polluting nations such as China. 168. And India, and the US never ratified it, making what little progress was achieved virtually moot given the vast amount of greenhouse gas pollution coming from the excluded nations. China and the United States are by far the largest polluters on the planet. 18. While legally binding in theory, the Kyoto Protocol could be opted out of. In 2011, Canada simply quit after its emissions doubled. Rather than paying the $14 billion in penalties, the government simply withdrew, saying it needed to favor its economy and oil production over environmental concerns. 19. In 2015, a seemingly more promising meeting was held in Paris, known as 21 Colombian pesos. The $200 million, 2-week event, attended by 40,000 participants representing 200 countries, sent positive publicity and shockwaves of hope across the world. Yet, when the dust settled, one wondered what exactly was accomplished. Not only was the global agreement reached non-binding and full of promises with no real basis of enforcement, but there was also a near-complete lack of industry-specific technical goals. As Tom Switzer reports, the 196 nations only agreed to volunteer their carbon-cutting promises to the IPCC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change every 5 years. They don't have to set ambitious goals, not least because there are no common standards for measuring improvement. Nor are they required to meet their targets, largely because there is no penalty for non-compliance. Unlike 1997's Kyoto Protocol, Paris isn't a legally binding treaty. Nations can provide excuses for failure and pledge to do better next time. That hardly bodes well for verifiable and enforceable action to slash greenhouse gas emissions. 20. As far as the issue of biodiversity loss goes, in 2002 representatives from 192 countries gathered at the Convention on Biological Diversity, making a public commitment to significantly reduce the loss of biodiversity and increase habitat preservation by the target date of 2010. 8 years later their results were published, stating, none of the 21 sub-targets accompanying the overall target of significantly reducing the rate of biodiversity loss by 2010 can be said definitively to have been achieved globally. 21. It continued. 169. There has been insufficient integration of biodiversity issues into broader policies, strategies, and programs, and the underlying drivers of biodiversity loss have not been addressed significantly. Actions to promote the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity receive a tiny fraction of funding compared to activities aimed at promoting infrastructure and industrial developments. Emphasis added. Moreover, biodiversity considerations are often ignored when such developments are designed, and opportunities to plan in ways that minimize unnecessary negative impacts on biodiversity are missed. Actions to address the underlying drivers of biodiversity loss, including demographic, economic, technological, socio-political and cultural pressures, in meaningful ways, have also been limited. Most future scenarios project continuing high levels of extinctions and loss of habitats throughout this century, with associated decline of some ecosystem services important to human well-being. 22. Should we be surprised by any of this? Again, the entire ethic of conservation, efficiency, and, in effect, sustainability itself, moves against the structural nature of market economics. No matter what the long-term threat may be, people's most immediate sense of security comes from ensuring their next paycheck or next business opportunity. There will always be a seemingly rational justification to disregard larger order eco-social factors. In other words, market logic has everyone backed into a corner, forcing short-term preservation at the cost of long-term destruction. Of course, this isn't to argue that some improvements have not been made. For example, the Montreal Protocol, a global effort to stop ozone layer depletion by reducing chlorofluorocarbon, CFC, emissions, is an example of a successful initiative. However, the financial pain that solution required of business pales in comparison to what is needed today. Today, unlike any other period in history, the ecological crises at hand present the greatest technical and existential problem humanity has ever faced. Much like during the CFC crisis, the case for human-generated climate change and the need for action are also being opposed by a highly funded public relations and faux science campaign working to diminish. 170. The argument. This is yet another level of the competitive self-preservation inherent to market logic, deeply distorting motivation and honesty. A study by Drexel University in 2013 traced the financial roots of what it terms the climate change counter-movement, CCCM. 23 It found that 91 CCCM organizations, consisting of think tanks, advocacy groups, and other industry-associated organizations, were funded by 140 different conservative foundations, the vast majority of which could be tied to vested corporate interests. Through lobbying, media campaigns, and political contributions, billions are spent to persuade the public that the science behind man-made climate change is wrong and that oil and other suspect industries should continue business as usual. The study says, the CCCM efforts focus on maintaining a field frame that justifies unlimited use of fossil fuels by attempting to delegitimate the science that supports the necessity of mandatory limits on carbon emissions. To accomplish this goal in the face of massive scientific evidence of anthropogenic climate change has meant the development of an active campaign to manipulate and mislead the public over the nature of climate science and the threat posed by climate change. This counter-movement involves a large number of organizations, including conservative think tanks, advocacy groups, trade associations, and conservative foundations, with strong links to sympathetic media outlets and conservative politicians. 24. That noted, what makes this whole environmental situation even worse is that given the current rate of problems and this business-as-usual approach to problem solving, the poor developing nations have very little hope of ever pulling themselves out of destitution before near irreversible, high-impact ecological problems truly surface. This isn't to say it can't happen, it means that established industrial and economic means are too archaic and destructive. For example, China has based its entire growth model on the early United States, meaning the use of fossil fuels and belligerent consumption to lift all boats. In this process, with high growth and low environmental protections, China now has 16 out of 20 of the world's most polluted cities. 25 In the words of sociology professor 171. Walden Bellow, this leads us to the dilemma of the South. Before the full extent of the ecological destabilization brought about by capitalism, the South was expected to simply follow the stages of growth of the North. But now, the South can't do so without bringing about ecological Armageddon. Yet the elite of China as well as those of India and other rapidly developing countries are intent on reproducing the American type over consumption-driven capitalism. 26 Based on current methods it would take literally numerous Earths and something of a giant pollution-removing vacuum cleaner to make the whole world a first world. The truth is that it is going to require a radically new form of orchestrated economic activity to alter these trends to increase standards of living without the extreme negative externalities. Green capitalism, as much as people enjoy its appeal, is a contradiction in terms. Dr. Leanne Broadhead, professor of political science at Cape Breton University, puts it well. Economic growth in the organization of international society around the goals of efficient capital mobility and the profit margin its controllers seek are inherently anti-ecological. Any way it is looked at, the extraction of raw materials for the manufacturing of goods, the demand for which in many cases has been artificially created, does not lead to an ecologically sound existence. No amount of masking the reality with talk of environmentally friendly technologies will offset the destructiveness of the growth ethic when the resounding failure of the technological fix is taken into consideration. 27. Consumerism. Broadhead's preceding quote, regarding resource use and production to meet demand, which in many cases has been artificially created, provides a good segue into the second issue I wish to address here: consumerism. I honestly used to think this term was a pejorative. I had no idea that economists of the past actually considered it a viable theory of economic behavior, idealizing a world of overt consumption, and the more the better. This is a truly stunning historical fact given its obvious 172. Irrationality with respect to a species living on a finite planet. In short, the ethic of consumerism is a public health threat. To frame this issue properly, it is important to understand that what separates our economic condition today from that of the past is that we simply didn't have the technological capacity to exploit and pollute in the past at the rate we do now. 200 years ago, market behavior was simply incapable of approaching the limits of environmental sustainability. Back then, people could try all they might to produce, sell, and pollute repeatedly, and it wouldn't have made a dent in the long run because the economic means were too low-tech, slow, and arduous. All that changed after the Industrial Revolution. While we can now produce exponentially faster than before, expanding the economy and elevating standards of living, we can also destroy, pollute, and use up resources just as fast because our methods and incentives are mostly wrong. Like the rise of financialization as an outcome of capitalism's maturity through time, our current predicament of grotesque material production and consumption, along with the mammoth amount of pollution and waste generated, is also a realization of the market's true character. Like a dormant cancer waiting for the right conditions to flourish and kill its host, the true face of the system is being revealed as our advanced technological capacity is enabling accelerated economic turnover to satisfy the market's need for constant economic growth, clashing with natural planetary limits. Overall, the crux of the issue is centered between two incompatible processes, business and industry. In his famous work The Engineers and the Price System, 28 Thorstein Veblen, first referenced in Chapter 2, was perhaps the first to really express the root difference between these two orientations. In short, business and industry have contradictory views of what efficiency means. Business employs market efficiency, which is about maximizing extraction, production, distribution, turnover, and labor employment. Industry employs technical efficiency, which is about sustainable design, conservation, reduced turnover, per case labor employment, optimization of resource use, reduced waste, and effectively being economical in the truest sense of the term. Historically, the assumption has been that these two processes were complementary. It was assumed that money saved meant resources saved, and money earned or spent meant resources efficiently utilized. This is 173. Far from reality, a reality that has become more evident given the rapid rise in productivity over the past 200 years. What we find is that business efficiency disdains industrial efficiency. Being truly economical, accomplishing more with less, maximizing longevity, and facilitating conservation is not what works for business. Rather, it needs technical inefficiency to ensure repeat purchases and a dissatisfied, generally unhappy culture that has endless, neurotic material desires. 29. Inefficiency and its partner, planned obsolescence, now largely drive economic growth in the 21st century, coming in the form of consumerism. Even more, since business is confined to money and trade only, the abundance, capacity, and benefits of modern industry only extends to those regions and classes where purchasing power exists. This fact explains why, in a world able to achieve such vast productivity, poverty is still rampant. How did we get to this place? In the 1920s, increased industrial productivity translated into a loss of consumer demand in America and Europe. Extended periods of goods surpluses drove exchange values down. This resulted in diminished profits, slowing job and economic growth. This slowdown created pressure to find ways to increase consumer demand and get cyclical consumption moving faster. While the Protestant, puritanical ethic of American culture has been argued as favorable to capitalist development, a view famously promoted by sociologist Max Weber, the same ethic meant that flagrant, conspicuous consumption was not a virtue. 30 As such, commercial leaders and government knew something had to be done to change people's values. The Great Depression brought into global question not only the U.S. economy, but the very integrity of capitalism itself. Yet even before this, the effects of mass production on a relatively conservative culture were a mounting concern. In 1927, Paul Mazur of Lehman Brothers famously wrote in the Harvard Business Review, "We must shift America from a needs to a desires culture. People must be trained to desire, to want new things even before the old have been entirely consumed. We must shape a new mentality in America. Man's desires must overshadow his needs." 31 Charles F. Kettering, the head of research at General Motors for almost 3 decades, wrote an article in the Nation's Business magazine in 1929 titled, "Keep the Consumer Dissatisfied." In this, he argued for the merit of consumer dissatisfaction as a force of social progress, stating, 174. Change, to a research engineer, is improvement. People though don't seem to think of it in that manner. When a change is suggested they hold back and say, what we have is all right, it does the work. We, as manufacturers, must offer those improvements after they have been found to be capable improvements. The public buys and disposes of what it has. If everyone were satisfied, no one would buy the new thing because no one would want it. The ore wouldn't be mined, timber wouldn't be cut. Almost immediately hard times would be upon us. You must accept this reasonable dissatisfaction with what you have and buy the new thing, or accept hard times. You can have your choice. 32. Kettering's view became largely accepted after World War II, as consumerism was perceived as literally an obligation of the citizenry, something that would help defeat the communists and fuel the American dream. Harvard historian Elizabeth Cohen, author of A Consumer's Republic, makes it clear that there was a highly concerted effort to guide the public toward seeking endless consumption. After World War II, the social climate in America was weary of the exceptional acceleration of material production. Why should people feel the need to alter their lifestyle if they were satisfied? Also, given the general relativity of what is or is not a respectable standard of living after certain core needs are met, it is clear that consumerism and materialism are contrived sociological phenomena. While some have argued that a culture of infinite wants is simply human nature, anthropological evidence shows otherwise. Many Native American cultures, for example, have or had a very deep value for balance with the environment, seeking to avoid material acquisition in favor of a spiritual sense of connection and responsibility. 33 Therefore, at least among some cultures and clearly in the U.S., the requisite insatiable values needed to be programmed in, manipulating our social nature so that we represent ourselves through what we own, rather than what we actually think and do. With great effort, social engineers accomplished this task through emotionally fueled advertising and various levels of marketing. Edward Bernays, who was mentioned in Chapter 2, was a highly pivotal figure in this transition. Cohen states, 175. If encouraging a mass consumer economy seemed to make good economic sense for the nation, it still required extensive efforts to get Americans to cooperate. Beginning during the war and with great fervor after it, business leaders, labor unions, government agencies, the mass media, advertisers, and many other purveyors of the new post-war order conveyed the message that mass consumption was not a personal indulgence. Rather, it was a civic responsibility designed to improve the living standards of all Americans. 34. The persuasion was multidimensional. For example, This large influx of productivity and goods driven by technology was touted as evidence that capitalism was on pace toward a more egalitarian and democratic society, with politicians using the fruits of mass industrial production as psychological warfare to further condemn competing communist nations. This was the dawn of the elusive American dream. However, what people forget about the vast destruction of World War II is that most major powers outside the US lay in shambles. The United States still had its infrastructure intact. Hence, once the economic machine resumed post-war, the US had all the advantages to eclipse the economic capacity of other nations, not to mention having just terrorized the world with its power play of dropping atomic bombs on Japan. Cohen continues. Wherever one looked in the aftermath of war, one found a vision of post-war America where the general good was best served not by frugality or even moderation, but by individuals pursuing personal wants in a flourishing mass consumption marketplace. Private consumption and public benefit, it was widely argued, went hand in hand. And what made this strategy all the more attractive was the way it promised a socially progressive end of social equality without requiring politically progressive means of redistributing existing wealth. 35. This is a very convenient disposition for those in positions of political and commercial power, since it implies that any lack of fortitude in working and consuming on the part of the public is the problem, not 176. The power establishment or even the social system. Meanwhile, the profit obtained by commercial interests was elevated, and the capitalist, free market system of social control could remain ideologically sound in public perception. In the end, this poverty of the spirit, manifested in the form of mindless consumerism, has led not only America but also the world to embrace what is a profoundly unsustainable and dehumanizing ethic. It distracts society from the source of true happiness and satisfaction, which is cultivated through social bonds, task accomplishment, and the increase of knowledge and wisdom. It is no wonder that modern social research suggests that developed countries with the highest levels of wealth and ultimately consumerism are also often unhappy and stressed out. 36. Today, this grand conformity to the will of market dynamics, pushing cyclical consumption by way of constant human dissatisfaction and insecurity, illustrates the incredible susceptibility humans have to the demands of the social structure in which they find themselves. The system requirements of market economics have now been encoded into culture, if you will, turning human beings into mere cogs in the wheel of capitalism. From that pivotal point in the mid-20th century, when the theory of consumerism really took hold, the complementary practices of vast credit expansion, higher tolerances of debt, increased work hours, and new variations of classism, racism, and sexism were set in motion. The blending of needs and wants, making them effectively the same thing, conformed human values to the utilitarian abstraction of market logic. Today, this growing social pathology, central to the needs of the economic system, continues to further morph and expand. With the predictable erosion of Keynesian economics and the rise of neoliberalism, consumerism is now not only global, but the marketization of basically everything has also taken hold, with very little deemed sacred anymore. In his text What Money Can't Buy, The Moral Limits of Markets, author Michael Sandel highlights the profound spiritual impoverishment that the practice of putting dollar signs on everything has fostered. What we see is a growing commodification of life itself, from paying children to read for school, to purchasing the right to hunt endangered animals, to simply buying acceptance into prestigious universities. 37 People are also being paid to rent out ad space on their foreheads, to be human guinea. 177. Pigs in experimental tests, to stand in line for others, to fight in wars as private contractors, and even to lose weight. I think even the most hardened free market advocate would find something profoundly wrong when everyday life turns into a mere goods market. Yet this is the current trend, with money becoming the measure of value and incentive of human existence and action. Sandel states, without quite realizing it, over the past 3 decades, we have drifted from having a market economy to becoming a market society, a society where just about everything is up for sale. 38 He adds, Today, the logic of buying and selling no longer applies to material goods alone but increasingly governs the whole of life. It is time to ask whether we want to live this way. 39. Public health. Naturally, a socially just and sustainable society must have a culture with socially just and sustainable values. When we realize that the dominant values common today have been molded and reinforced by the social system, it follows that we must then design a socially just and sustainable social system if we expect such cultural change. The prior sections of this chapter have focused on the value system disorder fueled by society's current framework, a framework that is very much opposed to social justice and sustainability. When you further consider the caustic sociology created, you realize that this market-biased mentality is not only problematic, it is dangerous. This means our normative social psychology, our mainstream values, are really public health threats in and of themselves. To better understand this, let's now review the general concept of public health in detail. Public health is generally defined as the science dealing with the protection and improvement of community health by organized effort. 40. It is usually associated with government policies that promote community health. This includes preventing disease and accidents, providing physical and mental health care, conducting research, educational, and social programs, and even improving infrastructure such as sewage treatment, sanitation, and water treatment. However, in its broadest form, public health is really a category of socially oriented cause and effect. In 178 other words, you can refer to a condition as a public health concern, such as the repeated occurrence of cancer in a community. Or you can refer to preconditions that create such an effect, like a water supply that has been polluted, causing cancer in a community. It is a population-level phenomenon, where societal actions, or lack thereof, systemically lead to outcomes that affect significant numbers of people. A notable modern example is diarrheal disease, a leading cause of death in children under 5 years old. Common to the Global South, diarrheal disease is fostered by poor water quality and improper sanitation, killing roughly 2,200 children each day. 41. From a public health standpoint, the question becomes, what are the environmental, social, or economic factors creating this, and how can they be altered or removed? The same goes for other statistically recurring social phenomena, including suicide. Suicide, something our intuition would peg as a very personal, detached act of free will, is very much a public health problem because of its population-level predictability in reaction to certain social preconditions. While it is often difficult to determine why a given individual commits suicide, the socio-economic correlations are undeniable. For example, suicides can be directly correlated with inevitable outcomes of the boom and bust cycle of economic growth and recession. As referenced earlier, a study produced by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and University of Oxford, using data from Canada, the US, and 24 EU nations, found that an additional 10,000 suicides were linked to the global recession between 2008 and 2010. 42. The study found the biggest risk factors were job loss, home repossession, and debt. Co-author David Stuckler stated, with respect to the economic correlation, suicides are just the tip of the iceberg. These data reveal a looming mental health crisis in Europe and North America. In these hard economic times, this research suggests it is critical to look for ways of protecting those who are likely to be hardest hit. 43. This data is corroborated by a more dramatic 2015 study, also aforementioned, which found that about 46,000 suicides across 63 countries were associated with unemployment in 2008 alone, also due to the global financial crisis. 44. Then there is behavioral violence. Also one of the more difficult areas to contextualize in terms of public health, since it means one must factor in social preconditions rather than free will individual actions. 179. Behavioral violence is slowly being understood as a systemic problem. Dr. James Gilligan, a lifelong prison psychologist and former director of the Center for the Study of Violence at Harvard Medical School, has been at the forefront of describing violence as a public health problem rather than a moral or legal one. While acknowledging the complexity of the issue, his research has concluded that socially specific negative emotions operate like pathogens, leading to behavioral violence in the same way a biological agent leads to general disease. He writes, "A consensus on the causes and prevention of violence has been emerging over the past few decades among investigators of this subject from virtually every branch of the behavioral sciences. All specialties, independent of each other, have identified a pathogen that seems to be necessary but not sufficient cause of violent behavior, just as specifically as exposure to the tubercle bacillus is necessary but not sufficient for the development of tuberculosis. The difference is that in the case of violence, the pathogen is an emotion, not a microbe, namely, the experience of overwhelming shame and humiliation. And just as people's vulnerability to tuberculosis is influenced by the state of their body's defense mechanisms, so their vulnerability to violence is influenced by the state of their psychological defense mechanisms." 45. This is a radical departure from the free will orientation of human agency common today, particularly in judicial practice. Once we view behavioral violence as a problem in public health, the entire social system becomes suspect. Gilligan makes it very clear what the most powerful generator of shame and humiliation is in human culture, according to his extensive study. As corroborated by others in epidemiological research, socioeconomic inequality appears to be the greatest driver of behavioral violence in general. Gilligan states, worldwide, the most powerful predictor of the murder rate is the size of the gap in income and wealth between the rich and the poor. The most powerful predictor of the rate of national or collective violence, war, civil insurrection, and terrorism is the size of the gap between income and wealth between the rich and poor nations. 46. This is a troubling finding as wealth inequity 180 is a textbook characteristic of capitalism, effectively making capitalism itself a precondition for war and violence. Such correlations between population level, statistically consistent negative health outcomes, and various socio-economic preconditions are abundant. In the work The Spirit Level Why Equality is Better for Everyone by Wilkinson and Pickett, a large amount of epidemiological data is explored and correlated. As will be revisited later in this chapter, what is found is that many public health and social problems are correlated to economic inequality. By comparing developed nations specifically, we can see clearly that the more equal a society is in terms of income, the more stable, healthy, and happy that society will be. On the other hand, societies with large income gaps, such as the United States, suffer disproportionately across a range of problems, including higher incidences of heart disease, obesity, infant mortality, homicides, imprisonment, teen birth, mental illness, poor education, and more. Socioeconomic inequality is also correlated to a gradient of health and well-being such that those with higher socioeconomic status have better health than those with lower status. While this may seem like common sense due to differing lifestyle options, researchers have recently found that a critical component is actually stress. Both general survival insecurity and psychosocial stress have been found to take a powerful toll on people's health in the lower classes, in addition to their lifestyle choices regarding food, smoking, and the like. The stress of simply feeling poor and inferior, a direct socioeconomic consequence given how personal success is currently measured in material and class terms, has emerged as just as relevant a health detriment as a poor diet or polluted environment. In effect, social stratification is a mechanism of structural violence, as will be explored throughout the rest of this chapter. Structural violence. As defined in Chapter 1, structural violence is about preventable violence, death, and suffering resulting from human institutions. The body of research on this complex idea has grown over the past few decades. In 1976, Gernot Kohler and Norman Alcock produced a defining paper. 181. Titled, An Empirical Table of Structural Violence. Building on related ideas by Yuan Galtung, they refined a model of the idea that is just as viable today as it was then. They state, Whenever persons are harmed, maimed, or killed by poverty and unjust social, political, and economic institutions, systems, or structures, we speak of structural violence. Structural violence, like armed violence, can have two effects: it either kills its victims or it harms them in various ways short of killing. 47 Gilligan refines the definition to home in on its root socio-economic relationship. While structural violence can theoretically occur in a purely political and social arrangement without economic influence, its main manifestation comes from social class by way of economic inequality. In fact, general economic factors actually precede socio-political ones, once again putting the nature of the economy at the very root of societal organization. Gilligan says, increased rates of death and disability are suffered by those who occupy the bottom rungs of society, as contrasted with the relatively lower death rates experienced by those who are above them. Those excess deaths are a function of class structure, and that structure is a product of society's collective human choices, concerning how to distribute the collective wealth of society. 48. Gilligan's notion of excess deaths has to do with deciding what degree of suffering and death is avoidable or not. If it is plausibly avoidable, it is violence. Yuan Galtung, in his original treatment on structural violence, stated that the difference rests between what could have been and what is. Thus, if a person died of tuberculosis in the 18th century, it would be hard to conceive of this as violence, since it might have been quite unavoidable, but if he dies from it today, despite all the medical resources in the world, then violence is present according to our definition. 49. Put another way, imagine a person pulls out of a gun and kills a 30-year-old person. Given the modern average life expectancy of 84, 54 years can be assumed to have been taken from that person. This is certainly violence, as everyone would agree. Now imagine 182. The same person born into the toxic condition of poverty, in the midst of an overall affluent, abundant society, dying at the age of 30 from a disease linked to poverty. Is that also considered violence? It hasn't been until recent times that inequality has been seen as an umbrella condition for many public health problems. Generally, we sense that inequality is socially corrosive and detrimental to those in abject poverty, but the true depth of that violence has gone widely ignored. Gilligan's expression, increased rates of death and disability, conveys the general idea that poverty is a kind of violence, but that violence is expressed in countless ways, often too subtle to see. In fact, it is difficult for me to think about the issue without associating it with a unique period of my childhood. My mother was a social worker in rural North Carolina for almost 30 years, an occupation that is a direct response to structural violence by way of socio-economic class. Returning home each evening, she would often comment to me about her cases. Working in perhaps one of the most unpleasant jobs possible, she had to decide whether children should be taken away from their families to be placed in foster care. Given that even the most dysfunctional and abusive families still form deep bonds, the idea of government coming in and intervening in such sensitive affairs is quite controversial. Yet some of her cases involved neglect, sexual abuse, child prostitution, addiction, extreme criminality, incest, and various extremes of perversion that would convince even the most steadfast family preservationist to intervene. Around the time of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, she changed jurisdictions to an already poor region that was being hit with increased job losses. NAFTA, promoted as a free market liberator between Canada, Mexico, and the United States, had the effect of job flight from the U.S., increased inequality, and human displacement. 50. In my mother's jurisdiction, the already low-wage factory and farming jobs dissolved as plants closed or moved, producing a sea of even poorer families with less opportunity. In this climate, social services did what they could. Still, she would be the first to tell you that most victories were small. A child taken from one abusive or neglectful family very often ended up in only a slightly better home. Foster care itself was incentivized by money, sought by already poor families in the same general region. The dark cloud of poverty and its violence was ever present. 183. Though, not all of her cases were of an extreme nature. Many were slowly unfolding tragedies of well-meaning people who really tried, but lacked the means ever to gain traction or stability. This relentless stress often leads to despair, along with self-medication through alcohol and drugs. While we may look at a drug-addicted mother as being a terrible person, sacrificing the welfare of her child for her habit, we miss the backstory of how she got to where she is. This is not to absolve people of responsibility, but to uncover the complexity. Humans can be frail creatures, and enough stress and pain can break just about anyone. Oftentimes my mother would be alerted by schools reporting something wrong. For example, children would come to school filthy, beaten, without shoes, or emaciated. Social services would investigate on such grounds, finding consistent patterns. A snowball effect was often clear, wherein already disadvantaged poor people, often with little education, end up with children they can't financially support. In many cases of assumed neglect, the circumstance was really not malicious. Parents were working long hours at low-wage jobs, unable to pay for daycare, so child supervision simply wasn't possible. This resulted in accidents, such as children playing with their parents' guns, and also misguidance through a lack of familial presence and support. It isn't difficult to understand how such lack of structure, coupled with the dynamics of poverty in general, can mold a child in negative ways, or difficult to see how those influences extend into adulthood. These habits were repeated when those adults had their own children, often in the same poor conditions, creating feedback loops of human distortion. In the mid-1990s, I had a personal experience in which the abstraction of this world I had been passively hearing about through my mother's stories became a reality. Due to financial limitations and her need to work close to home, my mother moved into the very conditions that she so often tried to combat in her work. It was an area of rural white poverty consisting of an array of dilapidated mobile homes sprawled about in a generally wooded area. Old cars and industrial debris peppered the terrain. Attending school in the city where my father was, I visited during summers and weekends. The area and culture was in mild contrast to my father's neighborhood, which, while also poor, was instead urban and mostly occupied by non-white minorities. 184. In one of my first visits, after befriending some local children, I was guided to a parking lot up the street. Here I saw a couple of dozen teenagers and a few adults intently gathered in a semicircle. The focus was on two 14-year-old boys fighting. While young teens fighting is nothing new, what made this circumstance unique, as I came to learn, was that the fathers of the two boys were the ones enforcing the fight. It appeared the kids had gotten into a scuffle at school, and the fathers took it upon themselves to teach their kids a lesson by having them fist fight in a public display. One kid was pummeled and humiliated by the other in front of his peers, and he ended the fight in a fetal position, crying in the back of a pickup truck. I glanced around to notice the primitive reactions of the locals as they praised the dominant figure and yelled obscenities at the defeated one. It appears this was how some adults in the community dealt with adolescent conflict. Needless to say, even at my young age, I was troubled by the situation, wondering how anything positive could have possibly come from such a scene. What does this teach impressionable kids about conflict resolution? What does it teach about parenting? This was a hint of the spectrum of social disorder inherent in this community, fomented by poverty. Over the course of visiting, making friends, and getting to know other families, I found my sense of destabilization growing more visceral, an unnerving sense that anything could happen at any moment. As years went on, I came to recognize that the children my age who had been born and raised in those conditions really had little hope of breaking the cycle of racism, illiteracy, privation, violence, and drug addiction that surrounded them. They only knew what their cultural condition presented to them, compounded by the complex stress of limited options. In truth, they were victims. They were victims along with their parents before them, who, more often than not, were born into the same basic deprived socio-economic condition. They were victims of socio-economic circumstances that created feedback loops of negative stress and limitation. The loss of opportunity, lack of education, absence of status, and echoes of prior generations' bigotry and derangement are all outcomes of poverty and inequality itself, forming chain reactions and cycles that perpetuate a never-ending human tragedy. 185. From one acquaintance who was beaten by a gang to near permanent disability, to the next-door neighbor who would crossbow stray dogs in his front yard, to the boy up the street who one day put a shotgun in his ex-girlfriend's vagina and pulled the trigger, this was a breeding ground of crime, violence, anger, and bigotry. While my experience was of an American variety, the correlation between poverty and this vast array of what are effectively public health problems can be found in every country and across every culture. It is a pivotal example of the systemic, corrosive nature of inequality. These people were not authors of their own poverty, they were consequences of the structural violence resulting from the economic imbalance generated by the social system itself. With that in mind, let's step back and consider the idea of economically driven structural violence in abstract principle. Imagine an island with 100 inhabitants. One person has managed to acquire, through customary trade methods, 99% of the resources of the island. The other 99 are poor, sharing only 1% of the resources, and they are consequently suffering physically and psychologically. They are getting sick, fighting among themselves, and dying off prematurely for lack of economic means. The one wealthy person has more than enough to provide for everyone on the island without suffering any real loss of well-being, but chooses not to help. While intending no harm to anyone, the wealthy person simply thinks everyone gets what they deserve, however unfortunate their plight. Is this a condition of violence? When systemic social mechanisms result in a highly disproportionate benefit to one group while preventing another from meeting basic needs, logic demands the acknowledgement that the effect is, indeed, one of violence. While most recognize violence as a direct result of one person's or group's doing deliberate, clear harm to another, our society also recognizes the need for personal responsibility for public safety. When a person kills a pedestrian by accident while driving drunk, we view this incompetence and lack of external concern with contempt. While the harm was not intentional, it was unnecessarily consequential to poor judgment and hence inadvertently violent. Likewise, if a restaurant doesn't properly process its food, creating toxins that then poison and kill patrons, society also reacts in contempt since. 186. The harm done was caused by unnecessary neglect. There was no direct intent to do harm, it was consequential to other behavior or lack thereof. It is in this context of social responsibility and the avoidance of neglect that structural violence can be framed. The question is, to what extent are any or all of us responsible for the unnecessary suffering of others? As discussed in the previous chapter regarding structural bigotry, the architecture of the market economy is such that no matter what the public does, economic inequality is going to occur, leading to social injustice. It can expand and contract, but it will never go away. That precondition of inequality then translates into structural violence when it results in harm that is provably unnecessary. Yet, due to society's localized perception, such harm goes unregistered as actual violence since people haven't been taught to see the connection. Hence they feel no sense of responsibility. This is further compounded by the individualistic value disorder inherent in the system's social psychology, which effectively locks most people into assuming everyone gets what they deserve, compounding the problem even further. Such has been the common perception for a long time. In the words of Nancy Shepherd Hughes, structural violence erases the history and consciousness of the social origins of poverty, sickness, hunger, and premature death, so that they are simply taken for granted and naturalized so that no one is held accountable except, perhaps, the poor themselves. 51. It has only been through modern statistical research in public health that the depth of structural violence and its systemic roots has come to light. Given this, I repeat the question, to what extent are any or all of us responsible for the unnecessary suffering of others? I assert that the same sense of social responsibility that obligates us to help protect public safety, whether it's driving safely and unimpaired by alcohol, properly preparing restaurant food, or protecting the environment from our pollutants, applies to our participation in and tolerance of socio-economic inequality. As mentioned earlier, the distinction to be made involves what suffering is necessary and what suffering is not. Is it necessary for almost 1 billion people to effectively starve during an age of advanced technology and mathematical proof that we can feed everyone? 52. Is it necessary to create a world where the top 25 billionaires could end world hunger, while millions of families like those I experienced in rural North? 187. Carolina must endure debilitating poverty, leading to a vast spectrum of social disorder? 53. Is it necessary that sub-Saharan Africa alone has 69% of all the people with HIV, and 70% of all the deaths, when the global north has been preventing and treating the disease effectively for many years now? 54. Such questions can go on and on, as there are endless contexts, both macro and micro, both cause and effect, that to some degree probably wouldn't exist if proper structural changes were made. These problems include, but are far from limited to, psychological and physiological disease, the cultivation of racism and bigotry, underground economies such as drug trafficking and prostitution, gang violence, all forms of slavery and exploitation, suicide, behavioral violence, addiction, general crime, destructive elitism, debilitating inefficiency, child abuse, spousal abuse, terrorism, social destabilization, animal abuse, environmental pollution, biodiversity loss, and even war. Put another way, structural violence is the mother of all negative economic externalities. If we define negative externalities as outcomes of economic behavior that lead to social harm, directly or indirectly, the proactive question again becomes, are they preventable? In an astounding number of cases, when we trace them back to their deepest origins within the dynamics of capitalism, we realize that the very social system is emanating such outcomes as a natural consequence of its basic functionality. And the overall outcome is devastating. In the earlier mentioned work Empirical Table of Structural Violence, authors Kohler and Alcock conclude that up to 18 million unnecessary deaths occur annually, a number they obtain by comparing lifespans across different countries. 95% of those deaths occurred in the global south, showing the incredible disparity between the two hemispheres. In a sense, this makes structural violence the leading cause of death in the world. 56. But then we have to ask, what is creating the structural violence? And that leads us to answer, inequality. If we then ask what the greatest driver of inequality is, we are led to the very foundation of market economics, as expressed in the prior chapter. Hence, it follows that market economics, in its now formal state of capitalism, is the world's leading cause of unnecessary death. As bluntly framed by Dr. James Gilligan, every single year, 2 to 3 times as many people die from poverty throughout the world as were 188 killed by the Nazi genocide of the Jews over a 6-year period. This is, in effect, the equivalent of an ongoing, unending, in fact accelerating, thermonuclear war, or genocide, perpetuated on the weak and poor every year of every decade, throughout the world. 57. Of course, critics are quick to argue that Kohler and Alcock do not provide evidence that the world is technically able to bring everyone to the ideal life expectancy, implying Malthusian deficiencies in resources and means. As Chapter 5 will investigate further, this is wildly false, especially in the 21st century. It is only through the highly inefficient distribution mechanism of markets that the current circumstances prevail, appearing normal. Even if we were to ignore actual technical potentials, thinking about things only in terms of money and purchasing power, the lost potential of financial reallocation alone translates into millions of deaths. There are about 1,800 billionaires in the world as of 2015, with more than $7 trillion between them. 58. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, calculated that it would take roughly $30 billion a year to solve world hunger through mostly agricultural development in poor regions. These billionaires could provide this direct aid for 200 years and still have about $550 million each, on average. A fraction of U.S. annual military spending alone would also suffice. In fact, since the FAO estimate was based on long-term development and not merely periodic aid, much less would be required over time as those poor regions' infrastructure improved. Recognizing this deeply impoverished value disorder, FAO Director Jacques Diouf said, "Against that backdrop, how can we explain to people of good sense and good faith that it was not possible to find $30 billion a year to enable 862 million hungry people to enjoy the most fundamental of human rights, the right to food and thus the right to life?" 59 Such comparisons of what we are doing and what we could be doing with a portion of this wealth if properly allocated are more than enough to highlight the violence inherent in the system and the culture it has created. In fact, Yuan Galtung, one of the first to investigate structural violence in the 1960s, expanded the idea 20 years later to include what he called cultural violence. This has to do with those aspects of culture that normalize both direct and structural violence and their mechanisms, sanctifying it as natural. 60 It is in this line of thinking that Dr. King's poverty of the 189 spirit really hits home. That a person can have $1 billion in the bank and walk around as though that excess is okay in the midst of the vast suffering around him is an exceptional state of ethical and empathic impoverishment. But instead of looking at billionaires as a manifestation of both our problematic social system and disturbed human psychology, the public is lured into cultural violence, idolizing billionaires as heroes and beacons of success. As of 2015, 62 people have more wealth than the bottom 50% of the entire human population, some 3.5 billion people. 61 It is quite amazing that we don't view that reality as an expression of pure violence against the general population. Social pollution. As noted, while there are political, religious, and other social aspects to the broadest definition of structural violence, only those aspects that can be linked to the market economy's organization structure and its derived incentives are applicable here. This is not to diminish the relevance of other forms of institutional or political oppression, but to reinforce the importance of the socio-economic one. It is the socio-economic form of structural violence that correlates to millions of deaths a year through poverty. This is again about death that is arguably unnecessary, with the conclusion that this form of structural violence kills and harms more than all the wars, dictators, genocides, and other direct kinds of violence put together. In the words of scholar Joel Kovel, poetically encapsulating the procedural nature of this ongoing yet rather silent tragedy, never has a Holocaust been carried out so impersonally. 62 In this section, an attempt will be made to organize some specific characteristics and outcomes related to this economically driven structural violence. This is tricky for there are so many simultaneous and overlapping contexts. As with the difficulty in trying to delineate economic externalities, the systemic nature of this kind of analysis can be confusing. For example, some observations are cause and effect at the same time. Detrimental personal stress, which is a measurable effect of low socioeconomic status, is also a cause, leading to physical and mental health problems, for instance. 190. Some observations also require an extended analysis of time, linking past life experiences to present effects. An example would be socioeconomic preconditions resulting in child abuse in early life, eventually leading to long-term adult disorders of the once abused child. Emotional damage in youth correlates to adult neurosis, yet it is hard to pinpoint exact situational details in the chain reaction of one's life experience that inflame or reduce these propensities. Likewise, the influences that interact to produce a negative public health outcome can range in complexity from fairly obvious to nearly incomprehensible. For example, it is predictable, that is, fairly obvious, that a person who smokes cigarettes has a greater chance of developing lung cancer later in life. However, it is more complicated to show that a person who experiences the psychosocial stress of low socioeconomic status has an increased risk of heart disease. This latter correlation is more complex, apparent only through wide population analysis over long periods of time. The same goes for suicide, direct violence, terrorism, and other complex human actions that are also consequential to the social system. Perhaps the most embracing way to think about how structural violence unfolds or metastasizes throughout society is as a form of social pollution. Just as air pollution common to cities has been linked to a spectrum of physical and mental health problems, one can think of market-induced inequality as a toxic cloud looming over society. While inequality isn't the only manifestation of socio-economic structural violence, it is the central one of concern here, as it is the most prevalent and preventable. In Figure 4a, a causality tree linking the market system to the end result of unnecessary human mortality, deprivation, and suffering is presented. This is necessarily general and incomplete, and each outcome is certainly not to be assumed as only related to market-driven economic inequality. The outline helps to organize, in a concise and semi-linear manner, what modern social science has been realizing, as discussed throughout this chapter. To explain the outline and flow of causality, I'll start by restating that a social system based on property, exchange, labor for income, competitive self-regulation, and the capacity to profit from scarcity and deprivation, sets in motion this predictable array of outcomes. The cyclical consumption needed to keep employment up. 191. Along with the need for economic growth to recover from previous contractions, powers the machine's structure. Earthly resources are inventory to be exploited, along with human labor. At the same time, negative externalities flourish, and increasingly so, as our technological capacity grows, often being used for the wrong purposes. This is all embodied in the market structure, like the tiny seed that sprouts a towering tree. Again, it is often argued that capitalism is a specific mode of market behavior, separate from other forms of market economies. This is a false distinction. While economists often talk about true free markets or differentiate between state capitalism, merchant capitalism, and even market socialism, these are all variations on a core, foundational theme. The tiny seed that grew to a towering tree may produce various fruits, but no matter how diverse they seem, the genetics of that tree remain the same. To repeat my statement above, a social system based on property, exchange, labor for income, competitive self-regulation, and the capacity to profit from scarcity and deprivation can only produce a limited range of societal variation, along with a limited range of resulting social psychology. Capitalism, as most know it, is simply a structurally mature form of market economics, rooted in the Neolithic Revolution. Its maturity over the past 200 years has been marked by its increasingly totalitarian nature, notably large commercial power hierarchies. While one can theorize a market with no hierarchy or dominance by an elite capitalist ownership class, that is not the natural gravitation at all. Moving to the second tier in the figure down, there is incentive. The incentive system resulting from the market structure has been described previously as the primary logic that guides human behavior in the quest for financial success in the market game. It is this incentive logic that simply cannot be avoided if a person or business expects to succeed, no matter what their moral or ethical views may be. This includes, as listed, the need to be competitive and differentially so in order to convince the consumer that a product is better than competitors, the need to self-maximize when the opportunity arises to try to gain as much profit as possible, the need to protect the associated in-group related to the venture, and the need to self-preserve in the sense of ensuring that no matter what happens, any drawdown or loss will never jeopardize the business itself. This self-preservation need often results in highly offensive outcomes. The history of tobacco and cigarette use is a classic example of such an outcome. Decades of lying, lobbying, and fraud to secure profits occurred once it was clear that smoking causes serious health problems. Currently we see this behavior in the energy industry, with hydrocarbon-based corporations slowing the desperately needed shift to renewables for the sake of maintaining profits. 63. Returning to Figure 4a, we next have the institutions, third tier down. These are the formal and conceptual institutions that organize the market system in day-to-day reality. These include merchant institutions, goods-producing corporations, financial institutions, central banks or monetary policy, ideological institutions, neoliberalism or consumerism, regulatory institutions, property law or government, and legitimizing institutions, the market-favoring discourse of the intelligentsia, general state propaganda, and even the industry of commercial. 193. Advertising itself. Advertising, while also a merchant institution, exists to promote cyclical consumption, supporting the ethic of consumerism and hence economic growth. I would like to clarify that ideological institutions and legitimizing institutions are similar as they both promote values and arguments in favor of the market system. The difference is that ideological institutions are long-standing and widespread, like a core religious belief. Legitimizing institutions are periodic and can vary, effectively existing to enforce or justify the core ideological institutions. It is, then, from these institutions that socio-economic inequality is born, bringing us to the fourth tier down in Figure 4a. Here there are two broad categories: inequality in economic access, material, meaning material needs including services, along with social and ultimately political inequality, socio-political. These two categories embrace the laundry list of social injustices noted. This is far from a complete list and there is overlap. On the left side, perhaps the most critical issues are the categories of psychological and physiological disease. These two issues resulting from socio-economic inequality include a vast array of specific problems. However, stress, psychosocial stress, and addiction are also highly caustic. On the right side, perhaps the most critical issues are the categories of personal/group conflict and negative externalities. However, oppression and legal discrimination are also highly important. In the end, all of these injustices and detrimental pressures lead to the final stage manifestation of structural violence, as expressed in the two resulting categories at the bottom of Figure 4a. Epidemiology. For the remainder of this chapter, these two categories, listed as reduced physical/mental health and lifespan, along with reduced social stability and increased violence, will be explored. We will begin with the former, reduced health and lifespan. Epidemiological research into health disparities based around socioeconomic status, SES, predictably shows that being poor and lower class is devastating to health in ways many never consider. Putting aside for a moment the mortality and suffering produced by behavioral violence or broad physical detriments such. 194. As a city's air pollution, low socioeconomic status links to a spectrum of common physiological and psychological problems. With respect to the macro, this distinction wouldn't be needed if socioeconomic classes were distributed uniformly across the world, such as we find in a single country like the United States. Because of the historical unfolding of competitive economic behavior, colonization, and the more modern rise of neoliberalism and globalization, the global North and global South have separated into two very different worlds. For example, according to the World Health Organization, WHO, classifications and measures as of 2012, the top three leading causes of death in the high-income countries common to the North are heart disease, stroke, and cancers of the lung, ordered respectively. The top three leading causes of death in low-income countries common to the South are lower respiratory infections, HIV/AIDS, and diarrheal disease, ordered respectively. 64. This macro perspective shows a very different overall condition from the micro conditions seen within countries, especially in the North, which have substantially more development. All three of the leading causes of death in low-income countries are rarely present in the high-income countries. This is the tip of the iceberg in the case for structural violence, as these major killers in poor countries are highly preventable if economic means facilitating basic healthcare, education, and infrastructure revisions are provided. Infectious diseases kill 15 million people a year, with 75% of those occurring in Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. 65 HIV/AIDS alone in Sub-Saharan Africa is an excellent case study. In 2013, approximately 24.7 million people there were living with HIV. While there has been a decline in cases of HIV/AIDS over the prior decade, the epidemic is still of genocidal proportions due to a lack of economic means. Globally, Sub-Saharan Africa accounts for 70% of all new HIV infections, with well over 1 million people dying every year. 91% of the world's HIV-infected children are also in Africa, with about 25.8 million infected. 67 Such an epidemic has far-reaching consequences, since such a plague can stifle economic development by reducing people's ability to work. This epidemic has also brought back a resurgence of tuberculosis and other diseases, generating a plethora of debilitating social problems. While there is debate. 195. Surrounding the causes of the perpetuation of the crisis in Africa, the poverty of the region, compounded by neoliberal international policies and corporate indifference, is no doubt the central factor. Since market logic sees no merit in bringing service to those who cannot pay for it, it isn't difficult to understand the destitution in Africa. Today, more money is being spent on treating male pattern baldness than finding better treatments for malaria. 68 new treatments have not been developed for tuberculosis, TB, a common side consequence of HIV infection, in 50 years. 69 annually, TB kills 1.5 million people, 95% of whom are in the global south, yet transnational pharmaceutical companies have actually been abandoning TB research. Regarding the lack of focus, Nesri Padayachi from the Center for the AIDS Program of Research in South Africa states, TB does not make enough profit. 70 In the late 1990s, new and effective drugs to treat HIV were rapidly slowing infection and reducing death tolls in the United States and other first world nations. However, these drugs, strictly protected by legal patent rights and international trade agreements, were far too expensive for African and other nations. The average annual income for people in South Africa at the time was $2,600, while the imported brand name treatment cost $1,000 a month or $12,000 a year. 71 In response, South Africa and other regions sought to produce generic versions themselves or import them from regions that already had permission to produce generics. While international trade agreements and the World Trade Organization had stipulations for this kind of emergency action, the South African decision was met with an appalling backlash from the pharmaceutical industry and Western power hubs such as Washington. Sabin Russell reported in the San Francisco Chronicle in 1999 that the quest to flood Africa with cheap AIDS drugs has run headlong into conflict with American trade policy. High-level Clinton administration officials are blocking attempts to tamper with AIDS drug patents, saying that they undermine the entire system of intellectual property protection that encourages businesses to find new drugs. 72 In 2001, Time magazine reported, despite years of evidence of AIDS' genocidal toll on poor countries, no one has brought these drugs within the reach of ordinary. 196. Africans. The American and European multinational pharmaceutical corporations and their home governments, notably Washington, have worked hard to keep prices up by limiting exports to the Third World and vigorously enforcing patent rights. They argue that drug firms legitimately need the profits to finance research on new wonder drugs. But at what point does the human benefit to desperate, destitute countries outweigh strict adherence to patents and profits? 73. Fully indicative of self-maximizing market logic, with protections in favor of a system process over human life, South Africa's decision to import generic drugs was criticized as a violation of international law, TRIPS agreement, by the United States. More than 40 pharmaceutical companies then sued the South African government, claiming a violation of patent rights. 74. Fortunately, public outcry at the absurdity of the situation forced the U.S. government and the pharmaceutical industry to back down, but only after an agreement was reached in which discounts were to be offered by the pharmaceutical industry rather than permission for generic production or import. In other words, rather than allowing the import of cheap generics, South Africa would now buy the brand name drugs for less. This may seem like a win for South Africa, but, in the words of journalist Gary Leach, the companies had simply realized that if they failed to provide discounted drugs, then countries would follow the example set by South Africa. Seeking domestic production, or the importation, of cheaper generics. The companies responded to this threat to their market share and their ability to maximize profits by negotiating discounts only where they did not believe they can successfully prevent compulsory licensing or generic use. 75. One may wonder how large and highly profitable pharmaceutical companies can rationalize the restriction of independently produced versions of their drugs in poor regions suffering from catastrophic disease. The most common reaction invokes the infamous word greed. Greed, however, is a relative qualification. Income self-maximization is part of 197. The market system's primary logic, once again. It is a strategic rule of the game, with limited rational flexibility. The actual amounts realized are irrelevant. It is very easy to rationalize the need for any amount of money or profit because it translates into future security or future productivity. From those individuals who hoard billions under the pretense that they need it to help the world through philanthropy or even just to help their children, to the large corporations that see their income as more fuel for research and development, there is no end to such greedy rationalization. Unsurprisingly, in response to generic HIV drugs being produced by poor countries, Merck Pharmaceuticals stated, research and development-based pharmaceutical companies like Merck simply cannot sustain a situation in which the developed countries alone are expected to bear the cost for essential drugs in both least developed countries and emerging markets. 76. This would seem like a fair statement if one ignored the fact that research and development-based pharmaceutical companies like Merck have and continue to enjoy astronomical profits, far exceeding what would be needed to dramatically slow epidemic disease in the Third World. As of 2012, only 6 million of the 24 million infected were receiving HIV treatment in sub-Saharan Africa. 77. For the sake of abstract argument, let's assume the price for a year's treatment is the same as it was around 2001, $1,000 for a generic drug made in India. 78. If we take the number of people untreated, based on the 2012 estimate, 18 million, the cost to cover all infected persons in sub-Saharan Africa per year would be $18 billion. Seems like a lot of money, right? Well, it does, until you realize that in 2012 the pharmaceutical industry spent over $27 billion on marketing and advertising alone. 79. If 66% of that marketing budget were shifted, the HIV crisis in sub-Saharan Africa would be dramatically reduced, with millions of lives saved in the long term. To add insult to injury, the 11 largest drug companies made $711 billion in profit between 2002 and 2012, eclipsing virtually all other sectors. 80. The structural violence of an industry unwilling to forego a small percentage of industrial profits to save millions of lives adds an increasingly somber tone to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s poverty of the spirit. But once again, this is not so much an issue of greed or even character, it is an issue of system logic, of appropriate. 198. Self-maximizing, business-as-usual decision-making. HIV/AIDS in Africa is just one example of the incredible degree of manifest human indifference today, when outrageous wealth and resource inequality on the global level, if equalized even slightly, would save millions of lives every year, reducing vast suffering and destabilization. Moving on and returning to our larger order context of physiological and psychological health issues resulting from low socioeconomic status, let's now explore the micro realm. While the consequences of inequality are extremely severe in the developing world given the degree of abject poverty, a more subtle and overshadowed level of structural violence is also ubiquitous. We can see this more clearly in the developed world, where across populations we find a clear socio-economic distribution of disease and mortality. In short, the poorer and further down the socio-economic ladder you are, the more suffering you endure and the faster you will die. Statistical evidence of this is particularly clear in wealthy countries with larger income disparities. The United States makes an excellent study, since it has one of the largest income/wealth gaps in the world, along with a workable amount of reported public data. A 2011 study by researchers at Columbia University's Mailman School of Public Health found that factors surrounding poverty, lack of education, and racial discrimination were linked to the death of approximately 874,000 Americans in 2000. 81 About 2.8 million Americans died in 2000, meaning 31% of the U.S. population died because of these arguably preventable circumstances tied to income and loss of opportunity. 82 Dr. Sandro Galea, the chair of epidemiology at Columbia, states, social causes can be linked to death as readily as can pathophysiological and behavioral causes. These findings argue for a broader public health conceptualization of the causes of mortality and an expansive policy approach that considers how social factors can be addressed to improve the health of populations. 83 A 2015 report from the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine found an average lifespan difference of about 13 to 14 years between rich and poor in the U.S. 84 Even worse, the trends actually show stagnating and even declining lifespans for the poor in the past 30 years, with the rich gaining years of life quite rapidly. For example, roughly 6 years have been gained by the richest. 199. Class of women measured, while the poorest class measured lost about 4 years. 85 This research was corroborated by the Brookings Institute, with its report confirming, life expectancy is rising for those at the top of the distribution of individuals ranked by alternative measures of socioeconomic status, but it is stagnate or declining for those at the bottom. 86 A more extreme result exists in the City of London, where the London Health Observatory found a staggering 25-year gap in life expectancy between the rich and poor overall. 87 Today, there is no question that low socioeconomic status is a true risk factor for many mortality-producing diseases. Socioeconomic inequality directly links relative poverty to strokes, cancer, cardiovascular disease, and many other ailments. Dr. Samuel Broder, former director of the National Cancer Institute, declared that poverty is a carcinogen, referring to it as a cancer-causing agent. 88 A 2013 study expanding previous stroke correlations to income confirmed. Poorer people within a population and poorer countries globally are most affected in terms of incidence and poor outcomes of stroke. Mortality rates and disability-adjusted life years lost have been reported to be up to 3.5-fold higher in low-income compared with middle and high-income countries. The number of deaths from stroke is projected to increase from 6.5 million in 2015 to 7.8 million in 2030, with a faster increase projected for LMIC low-middle-income countries compared with high-income countries. 89. As for heart disease, the evidence is even stronger that social stratification causes increased mortality. As the leading cause of death on Earth overall, heart disease kills around 17 million people annually. 90 A 2011 study done by UC Davis found that people with lower socioeconomic status had a 50% greater chance of developing heart disease. 91 Using data from the United States, where more than 600,000 deaths occur each year, the lead author of the study concluded, low socioeconomic status is a heart disease risk factor on its own and needs to be regarded as such by the medical community. 92 This is an important observation. It essentially states that the intersecting problems common to the lower 200 class are consistent enough for us to view class itself as a public health detriment. When that view is taken, causality then links directly to the structure of the social system, as explained before. How exactly does inequality translate into such health disparities? There are a range of notable influences. The combination of stress, lack of absolute resources, lack of options, and lifestyle choices are core factors. While it may seem to some that lifestyle and education are unlinked from poverty, the truth is that there is a direct correlation between low socioeconomic status and low educational attainment, along with negative lifestyle choices. Regarding education, Child Fund International, a nonprofit that compiles research on the effects of child poverty, stated, "One of the most disturbing links between poverty and education we see is that low household income correlates closely with poor achievement in school. Children from lower income families are more likely than students from wealthier backgrounds to have lower test scores, and they are at higher risk of dropping out of school. Those who complete high school are less likely to attend college than students from higher income families. For some children, the effects of poverty on education present unique challenges in breaking the cycle of generational poverty and reduce their chances of leading rewarding, productive lives." 93. A 2015 Columbia University study found that cognitive impairment correlates to poverty in the form of brain damage. It showed that the brain structure of children and teenagers in poverty actually differs from those in affluent conditions. The largest study of its kind, focusing on areas of the brain related to functions such as language, reading, and decision-making, revealed that children in families earning less than $25,000 a year had 6% less development than in those earning $150,000 or more. 94. A similar study also found that poverty overall correlates to a reduction of cognitive capacities and subsequently an effective reduction in IQ. This study, which was done at the University of Warwick, concluded that the stress of worrying about money and survival, clearly common to the lower classes, can create a cognitive deficit equivalent 201 to a loss of 13 IQ points. 95. The researchers suggest that this stress explains why poorer people are more likely to make decisions that exacerbate their financial difficulties. Poor nutrition also strongly correlates to poverty. A 2010 study confirmed the obvious, stating, "Many nutritional professionals believe that all Americans, regardless of income, have access to a nutritious diet. In reality, food prices pose a significant barrier for many consumers who are trying to balance good nutrition with affordability." 96. The nutritional deficits, obesity, and other physical and mental health consequences associated with poor nutrition are not simply lifestyle choices but, at least in part, a consequence of the limited access to nutrition available to people with little money living in low-income neighborhoods. When I lived in Bushwick, Brooklyn, some years ago, I witnessed this phenomenon firsthand. I was residing in an illegally converted commercial loft, a common feature of West Brooklyn in those days. My neighborhood had a cliché, gangland feel reminiscent of a Charles Bronson movie. While it has improved a bit today, this pre-gentrified area was an echo of 1980s New York City poverty, with steel bars on everything and store clerks hiding behind bulletproof glass. My apartment building, a converted factory, was surrounded by a steel gate that rose 30 feet in the air, making it look more like a prison. Right next door was the local grocery store, which I frequented. As a glaring white anomaly roaming the aisles among the predominantly poor Black and Hispanic customers, I came to realize that not only did many of my neighbors pay for their food with food stamps, but they also appeared to pretty much live on cheap ramen noodles, frozen pizzas, Coca-Cola, and other high-sugar, high-sodium, and high-fat processed foods. In 2014, the nonprofit group Feeding America surveyed 60,000 people who used such food subsidy programs, finding that 80% tended to buy junk food to further save money. They also found an expected yet startling disproportional occurrence of diabetes and high blood pressure. 97. This problem is compounded, they noted, by the larger order problems such as how stores in poor neighborhoods tend to stock low-quality food over more expensive, healthful food, further reducing choice. This is to be expected, since in a market economy product quality is associated with purchasing demographic. Just as a company will 202 make a very expensive car to target the rich, food companies produce low-quality, unhealthful, preservative-polluted food to sell to the poor. However, when you have little purchasing power, the nutritional content of a food becomes secondary to the desperate interest in saving money, coupled with the aforementioned educational limitations inherent in poverty. People cannot be expected to purchase more healthful food that is also more expensive when they lack the means to afford it and when they may also be ignorant of the health problems that lower quality food can cause. Regarding psychological stress, an interesting nutrition-related case study is the phenomenon of poverty-driven obesity in the First World. Astoundingly, it has been projected by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, that 42% of Americans will be obese by 2030. 98 in the work stress science, neuroendocrinology, by neuroscience and mental health expert George Fink, powerful research on the adverse effects of emotional stress on the human body is explored in great detail. The work states, many overweight people, particularly those with abnormal obesity, find that eating increases in situations of discomfort and also soothes their feelings of stress and anxiety. This phenomenon is usually called stress eating or emotional eating. While obese individuals may realize that in general they eat in response to stress/emotions, they are typically unable in the moment to stop themselves from eating. This type of stress eating might be due to disruptions of central regulatory systems involved in the control of energy intake. In obese binge eaters, stress eating occurs, and it is up to 100% specifically triggered by stress and negative moods, example depression, anger, anxiety, etc. 99. As is also the case with compulsive drug or alcohol use, stress eating as self-medication can find its root in immediate conditions, as a result of prior life trauma, or both. A 2014 Swedish study examining 112,000 participants found a well-defined link between child abuse and adult obesity. 100 it states, the study clearly shows that difficult life events leave traces which can manifest as disease much later in life. The mechanisms. 203. Behind this process include stress, negative patterns of thought and emotions, poor mental health, increased inflammation, as well as lowered immune function and metabolism. Now, one may counter-argue that incurred physical, emotional, and sexual abuse in childhood has nothing to do with the later adult socioeconomic status and hence class cannot be blamed. However, this argument holds little ground since the precondition of poverty is arguably the largest broad predictor of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse in childhood. 101 When exactly this socio-economically triggered causality occurs in life doesn't change its relevance. There are also unique biological synergies that make matters worse, wherein stressed, possibly predisposed people not only eat too much, but also will naturally crave foods containing high levels of salts and sugars. When the brain is stressed, it releases certain stress hormones. These hormones push and pull on one system, with the body often seeking alleviation. One outlet is an increase in dopamine. Dopamine, a powerful neurotransmitter, gives a sense of pleasure when released. Sugars, salts, and fats are known to trigger a dopamine response over other foods, which is why people gravitate toward comfort foods, especially when stressed. A 2008 study undertaken with genetically altered mice also showed that stress contributes to increased consumption of food high in fat and carbohydrates and could possibly increase the risk of obesity. 102 Overall, in the developed world, the highest rates of obesity occur among population groups with the highest poverty rates and the least education. 103 However, it is worth pointing out that obesity is unique in its biopsychosocial causality, since body image stigma, loss of confidence, and hence reduced perceived social status can create a vicious feedback loop. The depression and anxiety common to people already overweight or obese is exacerbated by the stress of poverty, lack of options, and feelings of low self-worth. This stress then triggers the biological urge to further overeat often unhealthful yet satisfying high-risk, factor foods, repeating the cycle. Now, while more specific mental health issues will be touched upon, notably psychiatric disorders and the psychology of behavioral violence, it's important to highlight that in the field of epidemiology, what used to appear as only physiological has come to be understood as 204. Often equally psychological. The truth is there is actually no singularly physiological or singularly psychological phenomenon, just as there is no nature as separate from nurture. Body and mind act in synergy. After all, regardless of its grand mystique, the brain is still an organ like the heart or liver. What has been discovered is that the effects of emotional stress are no longer mere agitators of already unhealthy states. Negative stress is actually a silent killer. It is a pathogen linked to social inequality, constituting a public health epidemic in and of itself. Psychosocial stress, meaning psychological stress coming from the social environment, links to brain damage, hormone problems, depression, anxiety, reproduction complications, sleep disorders, growth impairment, memory problems, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, gastrointestinal disorders, sexual disorders, and overall immune deficiencies that open the door to a host of other diseases and complications. 104. One of the more studied links is heart disease. Atherosclerosis, a condition in which plaque builds up in the arteries, leading to a heart attack or stroke, has been tied to stress hormones such as glucocorticoids, which trigger immune processes that lead to plaque deposits in the arteries. 105. Chronically stressed people slowly poison their arteries, ultimately reducing their lifespan. A landmark study started in 1967 by Michael Marmot of the University College of London analysed more than 17,000 British civil servant workers over 10 years. These were middle-class people, representing a more narrow range of socio-economic stratification. Oriented around job status specifically, or what the study called an employment grade, the study found that the highest and lowest rungs of the group had a threefold difference in cardiac disease mortality. 106. In controlling for various factors, noting that everyone had universal, free health care at his or her disposal, the study concluded that psychosocial stress played a prominent role in the outcome. 2 decades later, a follow-up study was done that confirmed the prior findings, expanding to reveal deeper social determinants of disease by way of social stratification. Again, this phenomenon of psychosocial stress is not an issue of poverty or absolute deprivation but one of perceived relative social status. Marmot states, "What we found in Whitehall was that the lower the grade of employment, the higher the risk of heart disease. But not just heart. 205. Disease, every major cause of death. And that was a bit shocking. The higher the grade, the better the health. The lower the grade, the higher the mortality rate and the shorter the life expectancy, in this remarkably graded phenomenon. The other striking thing is that none of them is poor in the conventional sense. We're used to thinking that poverty is bad for health, and so it is. Poverty is dreadful for health. But even the lowest grades of British civil service are not poor in any absolute sense of the word. It was this gradient. It was not just about poverty." He continues. "So we haven't got the richest people in society, we haven't got the billionaires, and we haven't got the poorest people in society, and we haven't got anybody who's unemployed or has any risk of losing their job. And yet we see this remarkable social gradient. The people at the bottom of the hierarchy had a 4 times higher risk of death than people at the top. The people in the middle had twice the mortality risk of the people at the top in people who were not exposed to any of the usual hazards." 107. The research showed that psychosocial stress seemed to account for about 75% of the social gradient in mortality. He continues. "We have strong evidence that there are 2 important influences on health in explaining the hierarchy in health. The first is autonomy, control, and empowerment. People who are disempowered, people who don't have autonomy, people who have little control over their lives, are at increased risk of heart disease, increased risk of mental illness. The second is Being able to take your place in society. To benefit from all that society has to offer. It's self-esteem, it's the esteem of others. It's saying that I can benefit from the fruits that society has to offer. 108. The implication is far-reaching. Social inequality is itself problematic. While social status is not necessarily about income, there is no question. 206. That income and wealth are signifiers of one's sense of status, belonging, self-respect, and autonomy with regard to society as a whole. In effect, what we have is a public health indictment of the very nature of social stratification itself. Evidence shows, in contrast to propaganda, that humans should endure and embrace primitive, stratified power and oppression, that social class and the inferior-superior relationship inherent in it is simply bad for social and personal health. Hence capitalism, which is the embodiment of this market-created hierarchy, is really a poisonous social construct. This study, while performed in Britain, has been replicated across the world, with little variation in the overall outcome. Hierarchy simply makes people sick. This is also made worse by the nature of our commercial, consumer society once again, where advertising's functional role is to make people feel inadequate and subordinate. In the words of neuroscientist and stress health expert Robert Sapolsky, so it isn't about being poor, it is about feeling poor. 109. As touched upon before, the work of Richard Wilkinson of the University of Nottingham has further explored this phenomenon in great detail, examining differences between countries that have different degrees of economic inequality. While we know that poverty is extremely bad for one's health, so is relative poverty or relative economic inequality. Research has specifically shown that independent of absolute income, the more income inequality there is in a society, the worse the health and mortality rates are overall. Figure 4b shows aggregated data for a range of developed countries ranked from lowest to highest income inequality and better to worse conditions for the social and health concerns noted on the left side. While the synergy of the mind-body connection to health has been explored broadly, let's now home in on the more traditional mental health concerns. Though there are often genetic predispositions to issues such as depression, anxiety, personality disorders, suicide, and drug addiction, negative stress and life trauma no doubt have powerful causal connections. A great deal of the stress can be directly correlated to economic problems such as job loss, economic decline, status, and so on. Figure 4b illustrates that from Japan to the US, there is a worsening of mental illness, drug addiction, obesity, and homicides as economic inequality increases. Once again, while there are absolute deprivation effects that 207 stress people into unhealthy states and patterns, relative deprivation is just as powerful in its own way. Regarding drug and alcohol addiction, the biopsychosocial nature of this issue has become extremely clear in recent times. While the world still imposes primitive legal punishment for people who self-medicate or are addicted to illegal drugs, recognition of the issue as a problem in public health has been steadily growing. Dr. Gabor Mate, a Canadian physician who specializes in the treatment and understanding of addiction, said, "The greatest damage done by neglect, trauma, or emotional loss is not the immediate pain they inflict but the long-term distortions they induce in the way a developing child will continue to interpret the world and her situation in it." 110 Further, not all addictions are rooted in abuse or trauma, but I do believe they can all be traced to painful experience. The effects of early stress or adverse experiences directly shape both the psychology and the neurobiology of addiction in the brain. 111 It has been historically common to conclude that addiction simply emerges from the repeated use of an addictive substance or activity. Figure 4b. Health and social problems are worse in more unequal countries. Source: Wilkinson and Pickett, The Spirit Level. www.equalitytrust.org.uk. 208. Coupled with a genetic predisposition. Yet, both conclusions now appear to be secondary when accounting for emotional stress and trauma. These environmental factors take priority. Childhood stress appears particularly defining. One of the largest investigations ever conducted to assess associations between childhood maltreatment and later life health and well-being is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences, ACE, study out of San Diego. 112 tracking 17,000 participants, it linked severe childhood stress to many adult addictions. It measured a range of stress factors such as having an incarcerated parent, living in a house with domestic violence, losing a parent to death or divorce, and having a mentally ill or addicted parent, along with emotional, physical, and sexual abuse, and neglect. The study applied a calibrated scoring system to factors, considering their mixture. In other words, something like sexual abuse would be considered one type of ACE, while emotional abuse such as humiliation would be another. These then would be added together to assess the probability of certain addiction outcomes. The study found a vast range of increased propensities for drug use, such that the more ACEs in play, the higher the probability. For example, a male child with 4 or more ACEs was found to be 7 times more likely to be an alcoholic than a person with no ACEs. 113 in a separate study using the same framework, economic hardship, or an inability to meet financial needs, was also included. 114 unsurprisingly, economic hardship was deemed the most common adverse childhood experience reported. However, that economic correlation is just one of many. While the study includes economic hardship singularly, which is more often than not linked to low socioeconomic status, the study overlooked how the other ACEs considered, such as child abuse, are also highly correlated to poverty and economic inequality. As far as mental illness overall is concerned, it has been well established that low socioeconomic status is a risk factor. A report published by the American Psychological Association, examining a database of 34,000 patients with repeat psychiatric hospitalizations, found that unemployment, poverty, and housing unaffordability were correlated with the risk of mental illness. The study states, one of the most consistently replicated findings in the social sciences has been the negative relationship of 209. Socioeconomic status, SES, with mental illness. The lower the SES of an individual is, the higher is his or her risk of mental illness. 115 Similarly, an analysis by M.H. Brenner covering 120 years of data from New York State mental institutions found that instabilities in the national economy are the single most important source of fluctuations in mental hospital admissions or admission rates. 116 As far as depression is concerned, a study by researchers at Washington University in St. Louis in 2016 actually found that child poverty can alter brain connectivity, weakening important connections between regions, leading to future clinical depression. Deanna M. Barch, Ph.D., Chair of Washington University's Department of Psychological and Brain Sciences in Arts and Sciences, stated, "In this study, we found that the way those structures connect with the rest of the brain changes in ways we would consider to be less helpful in regulating emotion and stress. It behooves us to remember that adverse experiences early in life are influencing the development and function of the brain. And if we hope to intervene, we need to do it early so that we can help shift children onto the best possible developmental trajectories." 117. Likewise, in a 2014 survey published by the U.S. government's Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, clinical psychologist Bruce E. Levine stated that suicidality, depression, and mental illness are highly correlated with involvement in the criminal justice system, unemployment, and poverty. 118 Given the fact that the lower classes are more prone to experience the criminal justice system, one cannot dismiss the socio-economic connection to this attribute on its own, reinforcing the broad influence of economic conditions overall. It appears the justice system's imposed restraint of freedom and loss of control helps lead one to such mental illness. 119 A study in Denmark from 2011 found an increased suicide rate not only for people who had been found guilty and incarcerated, but also for those who simply had general exposure to the process, that is, found innocent and set free. 120. The author concludes, thus, exposure to the criminal justice system in itself may contribute to elevating a person's suicide risk, rather than simply reflecting the traits. 210. And characteristics of people who come into contact with the system. Again, while one may see vulnerability to the criminal justice system as detached from economic forces, systemic reasoning forces the realization that most all crime in the world is property-driven to one degree or another. In other words, if there were no scarcity pressure, no core survival stress or status shaming inequality, crime would drop dramatically compared with what we endure today. As for suicide, this phenomenon is a profound existential tragedy. It is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States. Approximately 105 Americans commit suicide every day, with an attempt made every 31 seconds. 121 globally, about 800,000 commit suicide annually, with many more attempts. 75% occur in low and middle income countries, with 30% occurring by way of pesticide self-poisoning in recent times. 122 This pesticide self-poisoning has become a powerful pattern in rural regions in the developing world. While part of a larger global pattern of farmer suicides, patterns in the global south have specific characteristics that link it directly to changes in international trade policy and effectively neoliberal globalization. In fact, of all the variations of structural violence we could categorize, the economically induced mass suicides by farmers who have lost their means of survival due to austerity, economic adjustment programs, trade policy, and ultimately the stress of debt, have been staggering in number. India is now home to 1 out of every 3 suicides worldwide. Between 1997 and 2014 more than 280,000 farmers committed suicide in India. This averages out to roughly 16,000 suicides per year. 123 The most common reason found has to do with debt and crop failure. While crop failure is not necessarily a structural outcome, as poor weather is partly to blame, the vast debt farmers have recently endured creates stress that, in combination, pushes them over the edge. It isn't just the predominantly male death toll that is tragic, it's the desperate families left behind. For every farmer committing suicide there is almost always a wife with multiple children left in economic and personal despair. Indian journalist Palagumi Sainath, who studied the problem for decades, is one of many who argue the phenomenon is directly tied to the arrival of neoliberal trade liberalization in the 1990s. He states, every suicide has a multiplicity of causes. But when you have 300,000, 211, in the same occupation within a compressed period of time, then you want to start looking for the common factors. 124 He concluded, along with many others, that debt is the central driving factor behind the suicides, noting that agricultural costs and interfering foreign subsidies had increased greatly following the implementation of neoliberal agricultural policies. General debate on the issue is wide, with a well-oiled PR machine that has worked to dismiss any assignment of blame to commercial, corporate, or government policy. It's widely speculated that the Indian government underreports the numbers and shifts contexts to downplay the reality, while large agriculture-related companies such as Monsanto have directly countered and denied any systemic links. 125 The truth is that while the defensive position portrays trade liberalization and the forced introduction of Western patented seeds as having no correlation with the rise and persistence of debt-driven farmer suicide, a detailed analysis proves otherwise. The spread of neoliberal globalization and Western transnational agribusiness to India began by way of World Bank/IMF structural adjustment policies in the late 1990s. A structural adjustment is a contractual condition for obtaining or restructuring a loan from these international institutions. In most cases, changes to national economic policies must be made. Privatization is one such contractual demand, forcing once nationalized or public services into the hands of private corporations, often with dire consequences. Once again, at the core of neoliberal conception is the theory of self-regulation and total open market competition. I say theory because that is all it is. The truth is that open markets only give advantage to those with the most economic leverage, coupled with endless amounts of government collusion to ensure that leverage. Such is the inevitable paradox of the free market, once again. So, to be clear, the neoliberal reality actually has little to do with free trade and everything to do with strategic advantage on the part of vested commercial interests that are far too often directly tied to the international lending and trade institutions. Deregulation, trade liberalization, and privatization are political tools used to force open a country's economy, making it vulnerable to profit-seeking interests that otherwise wouldn't be able to interfere. Trade liberalization isn't talked about this way at international economic summits, of course. 212. But that is exactly how things have unfolded for numerous developing nations around the world. In the case of India, the World Bank's structural adjustment policies required the country to open up its seed and overall agricultural sector to transnational corporations like Monsanto. One area of interest was cotton, for which Monsanto had developed a proprietary genetic type. These seeds, generally called Bt cotton, cost substantially more than traditional seeds, also requiring supporting chemicals and monoculture regimens to work properly. These seeds also can't be reproduced, owing to genetic modification, forcing farmers to buy the custom products from Monsanto each season. Before the 1990s, seeds were naturally collected upon harvest and used the next year. The increased expense of this new regimen ultimately led to substantial borrowing, under the promise of increased crop yields, diminished pesticide use, and hence more profit. At the same time, adherence to the new trade policies required the gradual removal or reduction of once fortifying Indian government agricultural subsidies, leaving the cotton farmers to compete in the market with little support. Simultaneously, the United States and other nations were now free to export cotton to India and sell it much more cheaply than the Indian farmer ever could. The US in the early 2000s was subsidizing its cotton production by about $18 billion a year, thereby making it very cheap and competitive in the consumer market. 126 Given all this, Indian production was at a massive competitive disadvantage. In the words of Vandana Shiva, the WTO rules for trade in agriculture are, in essence, rules for dumping. They have allowed wealthy countries to increase agribusiness subsidies while preventing other countries from protecting their farmers from artificially cheap imported produce. $400 billion in subsidies combined with the forced removal of import restriction is a ready-made recipe for farmer suicide. Global wheat prices have dropped from $216 a ton in 1995 to $133 a ton in 2001, cotton prices from $98.20 a ton in 1995 to $49.10 a ton in 2001, soybean prices from $273 a ton in 1995 to $178 a ton. This reduction is due not to a change 213 in productivity, but to an increase in subsidies and an increase in market monopolies controlled by a handful of agribusiness corporations. 127. So, Indian farmers went into debt to buy the new patented products, which reduced their tolerance for crop failure, all while being forced to compete with cheaper, subsidized cotton imports. The structural violence machine accelerated to full speed, foreign producers earned high profits, Monsanto collected vast seed royalties for its monopoly crop, and Indian cotton farmers spiraled into disarray. A study by Srijit Mishra, a professor at the Mumbai-based Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, found that in 2006, 86.5% of farmers who took their own lives were in debt and about 40% had suffered a crop failure. 128 A 2014 analysis published in Globalization and Health, directly addressing the question of quantitative evidence for the suicides, concluded that the liberalization of the agricultural sector in the early 1990s led to an agrarian crisis and that consequently farmers with certain socio-economic characteristics, cash crops cultivators, with marginal land holdings, and debts are at particular risk of committing suicide. 129. It found that there is a significant and positive relationship between the percentage of marginal farmers and suicide rates, but only when we control for either or both cash crop production and indebted farmers. 130. In other words, a small farmer growing cash crops, which include Bt cotton, coupled with being in severe debt, is highly correlated to suicide. The central focus here is psychological stress related to debt. Debt and the mechanisms that have preceded its creation by way of neoliberal globalization and free trade is killing people. Before global intervention in the 1990s, such debt levels did not exist, nor did the level of suicides. Destabilization. Now, to complete this chapter, I will address the second half of the two outcomes at the bottom of Figure 4a. These are reduced social stability and increased behavioral violence. While these outcomes can include 214 issues such as human dispossession from a regional pollution crisis or refugees produced by war, the main focus here is behavioral violence. Most people who hear the term violence simply imagine interpersonal and intergroup conflict. But violence includes self-inflicted acts such as suicide, toxic socio-economic conditions that cause mental and physical disease, or economic policies that ensure the perpetuation of genocidal outcomes in the Third World. As touched upon in Chapter 1, our social nature guides us to great empathic concern for acts of direct violence such as person-to-person murder. Murder gets much more attention than more indirect mortality such as death from heart disease. It is certainly emotionally dramatic to witness a terrorist behead a victim on television, see photos of torture from the Abu Ghraib prison, or to be reminded of the genocidal horrors of World War II. Yet, while these visceral, certainly horrific, and heartbreaking events may challenge our humanity and cause deep existential pain, from an objective public health standpoint, they are statistically lower in priority as far as overall unnecessary human suffering and death are concerned. For example, heart disease, which is correlated to low socioeconomic status, is far more of a threat to general public health than behavioral violence. In this way, structural violence challenges our most common intuitions about what is or isn't inflicted harm. However, as expressed by Dr. James Gilligan earlier, the most powerful predictor of the murder rate is the size of the gap in income and wealth between the rich and the poor. And the most powerful predictor of the rate of national or collective violence, war, civil insurrection, and terrorism is the size of the gap between income and wealth between the rich and poor nations. 131. I reiterate this as it is critical to our conception of interpersonal and group violence. Taking a structuralist perspective of behavioral violence is to take a scientific or public health perspective. No human being suddenly wakes up one day with extremely bigoted or racist views, nor does he or she choose to harm others without reason or by way of some kind of biopsychosocial distortion that pollutes the mind. While it is true that some people are born with strong propensities for sociopathology or psychopathology, statistically these predispositions do not come close to explaining the vast prevalence of behavioral violence across the world today. 215. As Gilligan points out, while behavioral violence pales in comparison to the deaths caused by structural violence, behavioral violence itself is also an outcome of structural violence. The through line of inequality and deprivation manifests in shame, anger, and psychological distortion. It can occur in something of a novel way during one's life, or it can be an extension of culturally developed bias. There is no doubt cultures of violence have been created around the world, as notably seen with multigenerational terrorism and gang behavior, along with racism and bigotry. This is problematic from a causal perspective since it is easy to forget that causality for violent propensities can run deeper than a single generation. Loss of opportunity, loss of social inclusion, loss of material support, loss of security and the life or cultural history of people enduring intersecting inequalities and deprivation, all linked to personal and social destabilization. How these outcomes tie back to the competitive market structure is certainly more complex than the prior investigation of health disparities resulting from inequality, or loss of economic means. Yet they can be traced. When the smoke clears, we find that the main cause of human conflict and the destabilization it creates links back to economically induced desperation, fear, and contempt. Just as we find that research on interpersonal violence links to poverty, low socioeconomic status, lack of education, and exclusion, we see that the same basic attributes apply to group behavior. At the same time, the logic of the market economy, firmly rooted in competition and exploitation, creates justification for direct acts of state violence through war, along with imperially imposed global trade policies. Neoliberalism is the modern adaptation of state violence, in which Western power uses trade sanctions, embargoes, and austerity to ensure global compliance of nations that are not in line with its economic interests. This tendency is not to be confused with a flaw of state power, as some in modern libertarian circles propose. Rather, this mafia-like behavior is tied to the ethic of market competition at the root. Free trade agreements and the now global laissez-faire obsession systemically create conditions ripe for group violence on many levels. With that overview stated, this section will explore three dominant areas of group violence: hate crime/racism, terrorism/gang violence, and national war. 216. A hate crime is generally defined as a crime motivated by bias against a race, religion, disability, ethnic origin, or sexual orientation. 132. Unlike normal crime, which is usually about property or money directly, the perpetrator of a hate crime is motivated only by the desire to make the victim worse off. As for analysis, the first problem with measuring these events is the lack of reporting. Using the United States as an example, a 2013 study released by the Bureau of Justice Statistics found that only 1 in 3 hate crimes was generally ever reported to law enforcement. 133 of those reported cases, for the period of 2007 to 2011, the average number of hate crimes was about 259,700 a year. It also found that about 92% of those crimes were of a violent nature. For the same period, 21% were reported as due to religious bias and 54% due to racial bias. Similar patterns are found around the world to varying degrees, with ideological and ethnic bias also dominant. There is no doubt that the cultural factors involved in generating bigotry are complex. However, as with all human development, there are long-term and short-term causal influences. A common short-term influence is the direct impression made by parents and communities during a person's upbringing. It is commonly understood that religious and racial bias often forms during early development, influenced by parents and peers. While weak biological arguments for innate racial bias have floated around for years, a 2013 study in the Journal of Cognitive Neuroscience found that the part of the brain that is responsible for racial recognition, the amygdala, does not show a response until the age of 14. 134. It also found through neuroimaging scans that the amount of measured activity correlated to the amount of racial diversity experienced in the child's life history. The more racially diverse the peer group, the less strong the amygdala effect, indicating racial sensitivity. This basically means the brain is programmed by the child's exposure. The authors state, these findings suggest that neural biases to race are not innate and that race is a social construction, learned over time. 135. Regarding long-term influence, it can be multigenerational or cultural, with bias spreading as something of a thought gene, passed down and around over time. This has been touched upon previously with respect to America's white versus black racism, largely attributed to early abject slavery. Again, the notion of racial bias against those of African. 217. Origin has been well established as artificially cultivated, advertently and inadvertently, through economic interests simply seeking to save money on labor. Over time, as slavery and then Jim Crow segregation faded, the class battle for survival in the capitalist order kept the poor white and black cultures at odds. In the same way, the rise of immigration and loss of jobs in the U.S. has been accompanied by bigotry and xenophobia toward Mexicans and other subcultures migrating from the global south. A unique parallel to American racism is India's caste bigotry. In his work Castes of Mind, Colonialism and the Making of Modern India, Nicholas Dirks explains how the arrival of the British in India changed the nature of ancient caste relationships, morphing them during the colonial period into hierarchies for political and economic dominance. 136 The British politically incorporated the existing religious caste structure into a method of social organization and control, dividing ranks and structuring elitism. They basically added new meanings, connotations, and implications to the existing caste system to suit their own colonial needs, in a kind of divide and rule approach. Once colonial rule ended, the associations created remained in place, perpetuating caste bias and discrimination to this day. While this may seem vague from a socio-economic perspective, remember that the purpose of the Indian colony was fundamental for economic exploitation. The drain of wealth, as termed by Dadabhai Naoroji, helped make the British rich through robbing India and exploiting human labor. 137 This links the pursuit of profit and the primary logic of capitalism to such social manipulation and hence the chain reaction still plaguing the country. Today, about 165 million lower caste people are routinely subject to discrimination, exploitation, and violence as a result. 138 Now, as far as hate crime in general goes, social science researchers trying to find patterns usually seek out influences that may accelerate or diminish occurrences over time. Periodic economic downturns and poverty have been widely debated as related to the prevalence of hate crime in a given period. However, the problem is that unlike more readily measurable correlations such as the link between suicides and economic recession, hate crime behavior is far more sporadically distributed. Yet that doesn't disprove a socio-economic correlation. The root of such behavior comes from a sense of threat. Perceived threat is 218. A psychosocial phenomenon with great variance in how it manifests in an individual or culture. For example, as of the time of writing, waves of anti-Muslim hate crimes have been occurring in the US and Europe, noticeably spiking when a terror attack is blamed on Muslims by the media. 139 The perceived threat in this case is directly related to a fear of personal harm. The media presents the image of the minority subculture as a symbol of bombing, violence, and attack. Fearful people absorb the associations, and sometimes lash out vindictively, a neurotic reaction. The average person with no prior bias does not simply hear about Islamic extremism and terrorism and then suddenly choose to participate in anti-Muslim hate crimes. People have to be groomed in some way to reach such a state of susceptibility. What sociologists have found is that while the issue is complex, xenophobic and minority fears ultimately link to fear of loss, specifically loss of a community's material and social resources. These resources include jobs, health services, welfare, and other assets that are directly or indirectly economic by nature. This is not to say underlying economic factors are a sole cause, since there are many different forms of threat perceived, such as the protection of cultural identity. In sociologist Alan E. Liska's classic work Social Threat and Social Control, the idea of group threat in the context of conflict theory is explored. He highlights the need to expand considerations away from overly simplistic ideas such as mere group power plays. He states, economic interests, ethnic antagonism, and cultural identity are the new terms in the current debate. The new discussion has set aside the simplistic initial formulation of a struggle between dominant and subordinate group interests in favor of an investigation of the implications of minority groups' threat, fear of crime, social disorganization, and competition for socio-political dominance. 140. Fear of crime is certainly a commonly discussed threat, often talked about in media and political circles with respect to immigration. There has been no shortage of politicians and pundits who blame legal or illegal immigrants for crime and other social problems. Yet, the real problem, 219, has nothing to do with minority culture and everything to do with unseen, underlying economic deprivation. For example, it has been well established that the implementation of NAFTA in the mid-1990s has had highly negative consequences for rural Mexico. Similar to the case of subsidized Western agriculture that has damaged India through globalized free trade, Mexican farming was deeply inhibited by dramatic price drops of staple exports due to competition with foreign corporations. 141 By 1998 rural poverty stood at 82%. 142 This poverty increased the drive for immigration to the north. In the 1990s the Mexican-born population in the U.S. doubled from 4.5 million to 9 million. 143 This consequence in and of itself has been an atrocity, not to mention the profoundly destabilizing acceleration of gang warfare and drug cartel violence that can also be linked to neoliberal economic adjustments. 144 And Mexico is not alone. According to USAID, the lack of economic opportunities in Latin America makes the region the #1 source of illegal immigration into the United States, with 88% of illegal immigrants coming from these countries. 145 Given this, returning to the subject of fear of crime, outgroup bias common to the United States and other countries where immigrants now effectively seek refuge, proper causality must go to the impoverished conditions such people have come from. Since destitution and poverty have been long correlated to general crime, this is far from a surprise. 146 Sadly, the modern cliché, especially in the West, is that immigrants are a source of crime, and this fear is perpetuated without an understanding of the deeper root cause. Historically, this is all very old sociological behavior. Immigrants and minorities have always been used as scapegoats, even as they were being exploited and excluded. People often forget that in the early United States, vast ethnic antagonism was in play, beyond the dominant white versus black issue. The Irish, Italians, Jews, Poles, and other immigrant groups experienced deeply bigoted, xenophobic reactions as they competed for socio-economic resources and labor. When the Irish, for example, who had been viewed as white Negroes in 19th-century Britain, came to the U.S., they were ostracized for their perceived cultural traits. 147 I can even remember my grandmother once bad-mouthing the Irish, revealing she was brought up in a culture of ethnic bias during her generation. 220. The point here is that while racism and bigotry have numerous cultural roots, the meeting ground has generally been socio-economic competition. As noted by Stanford University historian George M. Fredrickson, the 19th century was an age of emancipation, nationalism, and imperialism, all of which contributed to the growth and intensification of ideological racism in Europe and the United States. Although the emancipation of blacks from slavery and Jews from the ghettos received most of its support from religious or secular believers in an essential human equality, the consequence of these reforms was to intensify rather than diminish racism. Race relations became less paternalistic and more competitive. The insecurities of a burgeoning industrial capitalism created a need for scapegoats. The Darwinian emphasis on the struggle for existence and concern for the survival of the fittest was conducive to the development of a new and more credible scientific racism in an era that increasingly viewed race relations as an arena for conflict rather than as a stable hierarchy. 148. A 2014 study by Ipsos Mori polled people in Britain who thought immigration should be reduced, asking them why. The top answer was that immigrants are taking jobs from British people, causing a job shortage. 149 In fact, the top 5 answers were based on economic fears, including concerns of overcrowdedness, resource drains, and housing shortages. This factor of economic stress and the fear derived from it casts a shadow over society, with racism, bigotry, and hate crime seeping out as a kind of negative externality resulting from a social order driven by scarcity and competition for income. While difficult to source at first glance, the economic relationships inherent in these psychological problems are ever apparent. This reality indicts capitalism distinctly, since its structural attributes of competition and advantage have normalized inequality and class. Once again, as will be argued in the next chapter, none of this is necessary. Moving on, this same undercurrent of historical and modern economic pressures and consequences are found at the root of terrorism. 221. Terrorism has become a defining characteristic of modern times, with growing media hype. From the Middle East to Europe, terrorism in the 21st century appears to have become a household awareness, sparsely but consistently peppered across the world each year. However, the popular idea that it is rooted in extreme religious thought alone or fueled by fringe ideologies is mostly a myth. This isn't to say aspects of extreme ideology are not present, but religious, national, and ideological hatreds that foment violence require more than mere words on a page. It requires insult, shame, pain, humiliation, and or oppression. Terrorism involves an active need for retribution. This is not to absolve the problem of religion and violence, as all major theistic religions have written into their scriptures prescribed acts of revenge and bigotry to some degree or another. The issue is interpretation and motivation. People backed into a corner, feeling abused, will start to see things as a Rorschach blot, justifying ideas and acts that they otherwise would not support. Theistic religion has always been a handy tool for irrational justification of preconceived action. In the aftermath of a 2015 attack in Paris that killed 130 people, blame quickly went to an Islamic extremist group operating mostly out of Iraq and Syria called Islamic State, IS. IS has emerged as something of an upgraded version of the notorious Al-Qaeda, famously linked to the attacks of September 11, 2001. Unlike Al-Qaeda, IS has, as of the time of this writing, succeeded in taking over fairly substantial amounts of territory in post-war Iraq and beyond. The suffering and death inflicted in their wake has been complemented by self-produced media documenting and glorifying their mass murders and beheadings. Unlike the crude media produced by prior groups, IS approaches these films with music, sound effects, professional editing, visual effects, and an overall Hollywood gesture. These aesthetic presentations have added to the emotional public outcry to see an end to the group, with now large sums of money being spent on military action and anti-terrorist surveillance in an attempt to collar the problem. Yet, in the midst of the panic and outrage, little perspective is given as to where IS came from. While the group is deemed a Salafist jihadist group, believing in an ultra-Orthodox Sunni Muslim interpretation and strict Sharia law, the basis of its views is not original. In fact, the 222 dominant religion and political system of Saudi Arabia is also based on Salafist, Sunni views operating under Sharia law. Saudi Arabia is also a central ally and high-value commercial partner with the United States, while IS distinctly expresses its hatred of everything US and the West. So, if it is purely ideological, why such extremes? Why does the overwhelmingly vast majority of Muslims condemn such violence, disassociating from such groups? With 1.8 billion Muslims in the world, those who do commit violent acts are very few by regional comparison. A University of Berkeley study found that when it came to the context of crime, Muslim countries average 2.4 murders per annum per 100,000 people, compared to 7.5 in non-Muslim countries. 150. This was after controlling for authoritarianism and political regime, meaning state oppression was considered not a determinant factor. Yet it is still true that Muslims have been responsible for the majority of terrorist attacks in the world. According to political scientist M. Stephen Fish, contemporary terrorism is disproportionately Islamist. Between 1994 and 2008, the world suffered 204 high-casualty terrorist bombings. Islamists were responsible for 125, or 61% of these incidents, which accounted for 70% of all deaths. 151 on the surface. This contrast seems strange, compounded by the fact that this rise in Islamic terrorism is fairly new, with few occurrences by comparison decades ago. The only real explanation is a social one. There is a social problem in play, arguably the result of long periods of interference coming from the Western world. A cursory examination of the Middle East regions most plagued by insurrection, violence, and terror systemically links to dramatic geopolitical and economic events. Again, This perspective is not to excuse acts of murder or violence but to show how such acts are cultivated. Just as an individual with certain natural vulnerabilities can be distorted by life experiences that eventually drive the development of psychological problems, generating destructive behavior, so too can whole subcultures that share a common identity be pushed into aberrant acts. The story of Iraq is perhaps the clearest example. While its broad history is quite interesting, including the US-backed coup d'état in the 1960s that helped install dictator Saddam Hussein, destabilization of the 223 region really began with the harsh economic sanctions imposed in the 1990s. Economic sanctions are financial and trade restrictions placed on a nation intended to force political or economic change. In effect, such sanctions are a form of coercive economic warfare. After Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in 1990, the United Nations, led by the US and the UK, effectively cut off all economic trade with Iraq for the next 13 years. With the first Gulf War invasion in 1991 devastating Iraq's infrastructure, the toxic and restricted condition of the country fueled mass poverty, starvation, and disease. Just 4 years after the sanctions started, 576,000 children were reported as systemically killed through poverty. 152 defended as a means to ensure Iraq couldn't gather resources to build weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. The sanctions by 1999 are argued to have killed up to 1.5 million people. 153 Dennis Halliday, who spent 34 years with the Union, resigned in disgust over the issue, referring to the situation as genocide. In 1999, he stated publicly, "There are 4,000 to 5,000 children dying unnecessarily every month due to the impact of sanctions because of the breakdown of water and sanitation, inadequate diet, and the bad internal health situation. It doesn't impact governance effectively, and instead it damages the innocent people of the country. It has also produced a new level of crime and street children. There is a town where people used to leave the key in the front door, leave their cars unlocked, where crime was almost unknown. We have, through the sanctions, really disrupted quality of life, the standard of behavior that was common in Iraq before." 154. Halliday has also spoken of cultural changes, with great foresight of the future. He talked about the growing sense of exclusion, desperation, and consequential rise of more extreme religious views. He discussed how mosque attendance soared as sanctions continued, with Iraqis seeking solace in religion. This was a change from the more moderate nature of the nation prior. He then prophetically predicted in 1999, "What should be of concern is the possibility at least of more fundamentalist Islamic thinking. It is not well understood as a possible spin-off of the sanctions regime. We are pushing people to take extreme positions." 155. 224. By 2012, some estimates put the cumulative death toll since 1990 at 3.3 million. 156. The 2003 Iraq invasion, justification of which has been categorically proven as a fraud with respect to claims of present WMDs, served to shatter what little integrity Iraq had left. 157. Securing control over Iraqi oil has been corroborated by numerous insiders as the real motivation for war, with associated profits in the hundreds of billions for Western corporations. 158. At the same time, while the party line was that post-war Iraq would be able to rebuild with great vigor given its energy resource wealth, reconstruction has been dismal. 159. Iraqi employment and public health now rank at the bottom among third-world nations. 160. As far as post-war violence is concerned, the UN reported that between January 2014 and October 2015 about 19,000 people were killed in sectarian violence. 161. This also includes more than 3 million people displaced during the same period. Adding to what has become a global refugee crisis, amounting to roughly 60 million displaced people due to violent social destabilization as of 2015. 162. Now, I pose the question, if you were a young child surviving in Iraq during the 1990s sanctions, growing up through both US-led wars, now enduring a profoundly devastated, destabilized, and destitute situation, would you be angry at the forces that caused your society's collapse? Do you think others might be angry as well, willing to twist their frustration and deprivation into violence? Would it not seem fairly reasonable that views of the West would become synonymous with suffering and oppression, slowly molding a culture of anti-American sentiment, passing these values on to children as they grow up? The truth is, modern Islamist extremism, specifically the rise of IS, has been cultivated by Western geo-economic politics and undeniable US imperialism over the past few decades. The Middle East has been a target, along with Africa and Latin America before that. It is a kind of neo-post-colonialism, if you will, where the long-term side effect of intervention and its resulting suffering has been anger and blowback. Former CIA official and Middle East expert Graham Fuller stated that the US is one of the key creators of IS, explaining how its intervention has fostered the violence. 163 from Libya to Syria to Afghanistan to Iraq and other interventions in the 21st century, the destabilizing effects are consistent. In fact, before the 2011 US-backed NATO overthrow, 225 of Libya's government, many strides were being taken to improve and evolve the society in a more progressive, more democratic way. Libya actually had the highest standard of living in Africa, with a steady trend of public health improvement. 164 though far from perfect, it was changing notably. Today, like Iraq, Libya is now fractured, impoverished, and replete with violence including the presence of IS. 165 So, terrorism and the rise of violent extremism in the world did not come out of nowhere, nor is it merely a result of religious or ideological fervor. It has been actively bred by a destabilizing process of intervention, economic exploitation, and marginalization. And the more it goes on, the worse it seems to become. Noam Chomsky, a famous social theorist and critic, stated, "You can be pretty confident that as conflicts develop, they will become more extremist. The most brutal, harshest groups will take over. That's what happens when violence becomes the means of interaction. That's true in neighborhoods, it's true in international affairs. That's where IS comes from. If Western allies manage to destroy IS, they will have something more extreme on their hands." 166 This brings us to gang violence, terrorism's cousin. The same underlying precondition of social destabilization extends to this epidemic, as recognized in inner cities and through drug cartels. While cultures of outlaws have indeed been created over time, even taking on a life and style of their own, the origins of gangs inevitably root back to socio-economic insecurity. For example, the Italian mafia actually originated as a means of local protection against outside forces in Sicily in the 19th century. The term mafioso, or mafia member, initially had no criminal connotations and was used to refer to a person who was suspicious of authority. It then evolved into private armies, or mafia, morphing into the criminal organizations famous today. 167 Likewise, the Los Angeles, rooted Crips and Bloods, two notorious street gangs that have been in a feud for decades, started in south-central Los Angeles in the late 1960s. At that time, given high unemployment and concentrated urban poverty, local crime and police brutality flourished. The Crips were started by two high school students who felt the need for protection to defend against the destabilized circumstances in their neighborhood. They based their idea on the 226 Black Panthers movement. CRIP stands for Community Resources for Independent People. 168 Yet, over time, they corrupted, and themselves became a threat as street war evolved. As with the mafia, illegal trade for money, such as drug dealing, became common. In this chain reaction, the Bloods emerged then to protect themselves from the Crips, sparking the ongoing war still happening today. All across the world we see variations on the same theme, often centered on prohibitive economies, incorporating great violent force. These gangs are universally born from a lack of economic opportunity, fear, and overall deprivation. A detailed 4-year study measuring the relationship between socio-economic factors and gang violence in Los Angeles unsurprisingly concluded, at the community level, gang-related homicide in Los Angeles is most closely associated with lower income and unemployment. 169. It is also interesting to note that, in a time of great pressure to reduce gun violence in the United States, half of all violent crime in America actually originates from the 33,000 existing gangs, according to the FBI as of 2011. 170. Yet, with all the political debate over gun control, no one is talking about poverty control. Guns are not killing people in the gangland world. The precondition of poverty, lack of opportunity, and inequality is. Guns are just hastening the process. The same causal roots apply to the infamous drug cartels and street gangs of Mexico and Colombia. In Colombia there are between 4 million and 5 million internally displaced people. 171. Many of these people have been forcibly removed from their land to make way for commercial industry by way of neoliberal globalization. In a detailed work by Jasmine Hristov titled Blood and Capital, The Paramilitarization of Colombia, the connection between corporate-backed neoliberalism and state violence is firmly established. In the 1990s, sweeping pro-US economic policies were put in place, largely in response to prior international debt pressures. Hristov states, the main cause that led to the official adoption of neoliberal policies by the developing countries in Latin America and elsewhere was the pressure to service their external debts in the late 1970s. In order to receive loans from the World Bank, WB, or the International Monetary Fund, IMF, nations had to agree to a program of structural adjustment that included drastically reducing public spending. 227. In health, education, and welfare. 172. These structural adjustments also included trade liberalization, the trademark of neoliberalism, opening borders to foreign interests. Long story short, Colombia opened its doors to transnational corporations, kicked millions of people off of commercially useful land, and began economic development. Only this development produced profit only for a small Colombian and Western elite. Any objection from the public was met with violent oppression by paramilitary forces, largely sanctioned by the government. 173. As with much of Latin America over the past century, highly dictatorial regimes with horrendous human rights violations have been backed by U.S. interests to ensure neoliberal adherence and transnational corporate profit. Overthrows and assassinations have never been out of the question. The now declassified information about the 1954 coup d'état against democratically elected Guatemalan President Jacobo Arbenz is a classic example. 174. After Arbenz was elected, creating reforms to help the public by returning land dominated by the United Fruit Company of America, United Fruit lobbied the U.S. government to intervene. The CIA then overthrew Arbenz and installed a violent military dictator, Carlos Castillo Armas. Armas was the first of a long line of US-backed dictators who favored Western neoliberalism at the expense of the public's well-being. 175. Colombia was yet another nation in this process of coerced market expansion ravaging the general population through neoliberalism's structural violence. While Colombia has historically been a turbulent and politically corrupt place, the country's embrace of free market policies dramatically worsened conditions. It increased the already high level of economic stress, giving rise to powerful gangs and militias that today move mountains of illicit drugs around the world. Colombia's drug cartels and related street gangs have become world famous for their horror and dominance. Despite billions of dollars in military aid given to the government to fight the cartels and insurgencies, little progress has been made. In fact, many have speculated that the aid sent to Colombia, while partly used to fight the cartels, is also being used to support paramilitary operations that further oppress the general public and those opposed to the government trade policies that are impoverishing them. 176. 228. As far as Mexico is concerned, its modern destabilization and gang violence is yet another thematic variation. The 1994 NAFTA implementation set in motion a deteriorating economic condition for the general public, specifically affecting the agricultural sector. In summary, structural adjustments placed on loans to Mexico by the IMF restricted its ability to subsidize agriculture production. 177 Given the free trade reality of NAFTA, this effectively meant Mexico could not compete with other producers that actually were subsidizing their agricultural production, such as the US and Canada. This inability to compete ruined millions of Mexican farmers, specifically corn producers. Losses in Mexico's agricultural sectors are estimated at over $1 billion annually since the start of NAFTA. 178 As noted prior, this led to an exodus from farm regions to inner cities and eventually outside the country to find work. While jobs were created in some cities, touted by some as a mark of NAFTA's success, the surplus of labor was enormous. Wages were also extremely low, while some factories started to move overseas, compounding local poverty and unemployment. 179 For many, the question then was whether to leave Mexico to find work, as millions have, or to work in black market economies such as the drug trade. NAFTA unintentionally made moving drugs across the border to the US much easier. As summarized in a detailed study, A Narco History. US agribusiness pushed thousands of Mexican farmers out of their own markets. The price of corn dropped by around 50% after the NAFTA agreement, and the number of farmers living in poverty rose by a third. In the 6 years following the introduction of NAFTA, 2 million farmers abandoned their land. The army of the urban unemployed gave the cartels a deep pool from which to recruit foot soldiers, and the miserably paid, and eminently corruptible, police and military provided the muscle with which to protect their interests. The spread of everyday crime aided by the rapid declension and corruption of local police forces demoralized civil society, and provided a climate within which grander forms of criminality would flourish. The adoption of free trade and the deeper 229. Integration of the Mexican economy with that of the United States dramatically increased cross-border traffic, making it far easier to insert narcotics into the stream of northward-bound commodities. 180. The result has been horrific gang violence and bloodshed. Some 85,000 people are estimated to have died from drug gang violence since 2006, with cartels dominating many cities. 181 In effect, we see the chain reaction of structural violence unfold through the gateway of poverty, scarcity, and lost opportunity, exacerbated by neoliberal economics once again. To make matters worse, the degree of degradation is so severe, the social distortion so deep, that common-sense economic alleviations to reduce poverty will likely now have very little effect. This is the problem once cultures of corruption have been created. As a secondary issue related to this subsection, as it pertains to the broad context of terrorism and gang violence, the modern era has also seen a marked increase in seemingly random mass shootings in public settings. As the media tends to slap labels on such events as being acts of domestic terrorism and so on, the nuanced nature of this specific phenomenon goes largely unaddressed in sociological terms. From the Columbine High School massacre in 1999 to the Virginia Tech mass shooting in 2007 to the Pulse nightclub massacre in Florida in 2016, the frequency of such explosive rage has been steadily increasing. While the obvious mixture of mental illness and a need for revenge are apparent in all cases, along with the unique prevalence of most mass shootings of this nature occurring in the United States, non-coincidentally the global center of extreme socio-economic inequality, each case study of this seemingly random violence shares a common thread. That thread is a psychological need by those perpetrating such acts to feel like they are winning and in control and that people are paying attention to them. In virtually all such cases, the perpetrators seek to express their power and contempt, often making videos explaining their acts in advance, writing detailed manifestos online, calling media and police to make sure everyone knows who they are, and so on. The underlying sense of such perpetrators is generally of having endured great shame, hurt, humiliation, and helplessness, even if they cloak those sensitive feelings. 230. In outward rage and hate. More often than not, the violent act is a precursor to their suicide, connecting the interest to die with the need to hurt others and perhaps become famous. While taking a structuralist view of this complex phenomenon is difficult, Italian theorist Franco Berardi has attempted to find some order in the chaos. In his work, Heroes, Mass Murder and Suicide, he provides valuable speculation correlating what it means to live in our competitive, neoliberal society, a society that structurally produces winners and losers, along with shame and humiliation for those who see themselves as the latter. 182. He states, suicide has increased particularly rapidly in the last 45 years by 60% according to the World Health Organization. It is epidemic. And what else has happened in last 40 years? Neoliberal transformation. We are seeing an all-time high in the need to compete economically, and a general low in sensibility and human relations. The frequency of psychopathology is also on the rise. What is the core of neoliberal ideology? Firstly, that you are alone, that you are an individual competing with everybody else. Secondly, that the real distinction among human beings is between winners and losers. There's no more stable class identity, no more stable political identity. The real divide is between neoliberalism's winners and losers. And if you are a young person who has grown up in this capitalist environment, and you understand that actually you can never be a winner, what will you do? In some cases, you decide that you are going to be a winner for a second, for an hour, for a moment. Because you feel like a winner when you kill all the people around you and then kill yourself. And this is not just my theory, it's not me saying all these horrible things. It's Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, the two young men who committed mass murder and killed themselves at Columbine High in 1999. They wrote in their diaries, which are available to read for anyone, "You gave me all this shit, telling me I am a loser, but I will be a winner for a minute." And so. 231. You see, it's not so much the neoliberal ideology that motivates mass murderers, it's much more the particular psychological effects of this neoliberal ideology. 183. Freedom and democracy. Now we finally come to the largest of all conflict types, national war itself. While terrorism and gang behavior are largely rooted in socio-economic destabilization, often metastasizing cancerous subcultures of violence, bigotry, and hate over generations, national war is more of an advanced stage of brute economic competition. The fundamental difference is that national war has become fully institutionalized, with a general public sanction of systematic, industrial-scale violence. Historians peg the origins of standing armies in protection of statehood as emerging some 6,000 years ago, developing ever more deadly weapons through the Bronze and Iron Ages, arriving at the advanced modern condition of today's massively destructive nuclear and nanotech weapons. As touched upon in Chapter 2, the rationale for armies links back to the post-Neolithic period. Early settlements had different geographical advantages, such as being near a fresh water source or having more fertile land. This led cultures lacking such advantages to invade those that had them. Hence, regional armies served to both protect and conquer. During the vast stretch of time within the Malthusian trap period, state warfare and literally thousands of national wars have shifted territorial borders on the world map like a kaleidoscope. Within this disorder, empires periodically emerge, formed on the basis of military dominance and expansionism. Imperialism, by way of territorial dominance and control over the political and economic life of a region, has become the central role of military might in the world today. As a kid, I was taught in school that war was mostly a last resort when two or more nations simply couldn't get along. I was also taught that the United States is the Good Samaritan Empire and it takes it upon itself to rid the world of ruthless dictators, seeking to help the poor and oppressed. If only this were really true. Rather, empires are. 232. Like socio-geographic diseases, born of the dominant social psychology of the root socio-economic orientation of the social system. Empires, like corporate monopoly, are inevitable when economic competition flourishes unabated. But government can break up a corporate monopoly, if it chooses to. Empires spread their dominance like malignant tumors over the planet, and the only means to combat them is by defensive war, as we saw in the two world wars, or by a grand shift in economic policy, undermining the sociological tendency that grows from the market structure to begin with. Now, as mentioned previously, all wars are indeed class wars when root motivations are observed. Virtually all can be linked to the acquisition of resources and economically related factors. The United States, a country that proclaims its mission to assist global peace, happens also to be the largest exporter of arms, to the tune of billions of dollars. 184 with an annual global military expenditure at almost $1.8 trillion as of 2014, it is clear the general business of killing people and destroying corners of civilization is huge. 185 Of course, this business is also about power and control, but power and control don't exist without economic dominance first. Since the official fall of Soviet communism and the USSR, Western pro-market forces have pushed neoliberalism as hard as possible, not only to increase transnational market share and assist capital accumulation, but also to mark the world in the same way a dog marks a tree. Any country that isn't hip to the demanded freedom and democracy of markets is often met with some nasty pushback. It generally starts with economic sanctions and ends with military invasions. Perhaps one of the most direct forms of structural violence, national war, the decision to enter a region for purely economic reasons, routinely killing thousands of civilians along the way, reveals just how primitive our geopolitical condition really is. Maj. Gen. Smedley D. Butler, often regarded as the most famous decorated U.S. Army officer of the early 20th century, wrote a book after World War I aptly called War is a Racket. Upon retirement in the 1930s, he gave speeches around the country to spread his message, a message that sheds light upon the hidden internal dialogue underlying U.S. military history. In 1935, Butler boldly stated, 233. I spent 33 years and 4 months in active military service, and during that period I spent most of my time as a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism. I helped make Mexico and especially Tampico safe for American oil interests in 1914. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the National City Bank boys to collect revenues in. I helped in the raping of half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street. I helped purify Nicaragua for the International Banking House of Brown Brothers in 1902 to 1912. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for the American sugar interests in 1916. I helped make Honduras right for the American fruit companies in 1903. In China in 1927 I helped see to it that Standard Oil went on its way unmolested. Looking back on it, I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do was to operate his racket in 3 districts. I operated on 3 continents. 186. As a final note, the terms freedom and democracy actually have a double meaning today. We often hear these words when government is defending its decision to invade or sanction some country. In my lifetime, I cannot think of a Western-driven war that didn't at some point have politicians talking about bringing freedom and democracy to its target. In fact, most economic sanctions and embargoes being imposed in the world today by the United Nations also include lack of democracy or violations of human rights as a reason. While there is some truth to this gesture in certain cases, a deeper examination reveals a unique subtlety to the language. In 1962, economist Milton Friedman wrote a classic text called Capitalism and Freedom. Arguing for the association of democracy and liberty with markets, he stated, underlying most arguments against the free market is a lack of belief in freedom itself. 187 This declaration embraces the seed of the neoliberal, Free market ethic. This ethic sits at the root of dominant socio-political theory. It effectively links anti-democratic processes and oppression to anything that isn't free market. This is not to defend any existing system of state control that may or may not be totalitarian. This is simply to show how the philosophy of free markets 234 has usurped the most foundational social ideal of what true freedom and democracy could be, limiting perception. Today, the co-opted term freedom has nothing to do with one's right to well-being, justice, opportunity, expression, or ability to choose how one is to focus his or her life in the pursuit of happiness. Rather, freedom now refers only to the freedom of trade, the freedom of the movement of money and deregulation of business. It is about economic freedom, but not economic freedom in the sense of sovereign nations being able to choose how they wish to govern, with democratic sanction of their populace. Rather, it is about the freedom of the most dominant and powerful businesses to enter, abuse, pillage, and exploit as they see fit. It is their economic freedom, not anyone else's. In the words of Noam Chomsky, neoliberalism operates not only as an economic system but as a political and cultural system as well. Because profit-making is considered the essence of democracy, any government that pursues anti-market policies is being anti-democratic, no matter how much informed popular support they might enjoy. Equipped with this particular understanding of democracy, neoliberals like Milton Friedman had no qualms about the military overthrow of Chile's democratically elected Allende government in 1979, because Allende was interfering with business control of Chilean society. He then adds, regarding the nature of political democracy in neoliberal cultures, that is neoliberal democracy in a nutshell, trivial debate over minor issues by parties that basically pursue the same pro-business policies regardless of formal differences and campaign debate. Democracy is permissible as long as the control of business is off limits to popular deliberation or change, that is, as long as it isn't democracy. 188 It is time the world began to understand and see beyond the mythology of free markets, realizing that no matter how idealized theoretical assumptions may be, the structural bigotry and systemic oppression will forever harm the lower class majority. Please note that I do not see the rise of modern capitalism and neoliberalism as some evil that could 235 have been prevented. Rather, we are dealing with a natural progression of social evolution, and at a certain point in time market capitalism was indeed the best method we had. Yet, as can occur with any socially perpetuated phenomenon, we are now stuck in a feedback loop that perversely restricts our ability to take the next evolutionary step as an intelligent species. It is in this stage, a stage philosopher John McMurtry calls the cancer stage of capitalism, that a great deal of energy is now needed to deliberately shift the course of civilization. What defines this course and how it may come about will be explored in the next and final chapter. 237. Chapter 5. Designing out, where we go from here. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society. When machines and computers, profit motives, and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. 1 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The previous 4 chapters have covered a range of diverse issues, linked by a train of thought. This train of thought carves out a model by which we can better understand society, resolve major problems, and set a course for more productive social progress. As stated, the dominant view here is structuralist, defined in this context as respecting the influence of larger order system dynamics and realizing the disproportionate power of these influences over our lives. Given this perspective, general patterns of violence, mortality, disease, crime, oppression, and other seemingly separate outcomes are found to share common roots, linked to our social system. Just as a clean water supply is foundational to a city to prevent poor health and other social problems, an appropriately designed social system is the starting point of healthy social psychology, peaceful cohabitation, positive public health, and an all-around quality of life. Putting aside the market's perpetuation of socio-economic inequality and inhumane patterns of hierarchical dominance, we can see that the general loss of improved technical efficiency and overall productive 238. Inferiority is a serious problem. Apologists for capitalism often declare that it is superior to all known systems in terms of productivity. But this is a shallow conclusion, since there hasn't been any kind of real departure from market-based organization in thousands of years. System variations such as historical communism, socialism, and fascism have varied more politically and ideologically than economically. The shared mechanisms of competition, cost efficiency, exploitation, trade, and overall monetary practice show little real variance across modern history, regardless of nuances or theoretical ideals. The main problem with the capitalism works best defense is that it ignores modern economic potentials that far exceed what the market is capable of. Since technological progress is at the root of increasing standards of living, along with consequential alleviations of social tension, the question becomes, what specific economic approaches can optimize technological progress? For example, today the world produces 17% more calories per person than it did 30 years ago, despite an increase in population of 70%. We can produce enough food to provide everyone with at least 2,720 kilocalories, kcal, per day. This is more than enough to maintain good health for most. Yet a substantial portion of the world is still malnourished, dying of starvation. This simple fact shows that there are flaws in the economic pipeline that are producing distribution inefficiencies and exceptional waste. 3. When the current state of productive capacity and efficiency is examined overall, we discover underutilized and potential methods that are far superior to what is being applied. As will be described, society currently uses only a fraction of known technical means that can increase efficiency greatly. This lack of application is caused by general ignorance of such potentials and by core problems inherent to the market's mechanistic structure, as well as the stagnating tendency of business to fight change. As discussed in Chapter 4, business does not favor optimized technical efficiency. It favors market efficiency, which is basically the opposite. Companies also seek self-preservation to remain profitable in the short term, naturally pushing back interfering change. Capitalism's competitive incentive, promoted as the virtuous force behind world progress, has now become the greatest detriment to social advancement. If we cannot update and redesign our society to embrace its modern technical capacity to increase economic efficiency, including equitable distribution, the major problems we see today will find little resolution, including the growth of xenophobia and in-group/out-group bigotry. The goals of this final chapter are to highlight how human-perpetuated scarcity and inequality are now the central drivers of human disorder, how current negative trends are on pace to severely destabilize society in ways never before possible, and finally, to explore potential solutions that can overcome these problems, improving public health and social stability. However, before those aspects are addressed, let's quickly summarize the prior chapters for clarity. Chapter 1 introduced the systems-based, structuralist perspective that underscores this entire book. As expressed, this kind of thinking goes against our most basic perceptual intuition. It is also at odds with the way society is currently oriented. After all, that orientation has been largely built upon the same faulty intuition that fails to see society and culture in a systemic or interconnected way. It took the advancement of physical and social science for us to start recognizing facts our intuition previously failed to reveal. Just as weather balloons and satellite imagery have confirmed that hurricanes emerge from atmospheric collisions of differential weather systems, statistical analysis and longitudinal studies have revealed the origins of outcomes related to public health and human behavior. This chapter featured a case study focused on systemic racism and the evolution of America's bigoted criminal justice system. When historical events are considered in combination with modern oppressed conditions, we can begin to understand how institutional and interpersonal racism have been created and perpetuated as a systemic consequence related to socio-economic phenomena. In other words, Drivers of racism, xenophobia, and similar forms of human bigotry very often linked to economic circumstances on one level or another, as argued. Yet, there are naturally exceptions, for certain issues are indeed more cultural in origin. Gender bigotry and LGBT discrimination are examples. These two important issues have not been focused on in this work as their roots are less driven by socio-economic dynamics. In the case of LGBT bigotry, there appear to be normative cultural identity problems that inspire fear of people with non-normative lifestyle practices. Yet there is still an economically linked tendency to 240 exacerbate such outgroup fear and condemnation when economic stress arises. For gender discrimination is also cultural, deeply rooted in civilization's long, mostly patriarchal history. However, economic motivations accentuate this problem as well. While one may argue that the modern wage gap between men and women is a consequence of cultural disrespect of women, we can't forget that underpayment is a basic feature of labor exploitation, hence driven by economic motivations rather than just sexist ones. 5. The link between economic deprivation and female vulnerability to abuse should also be highlighted. Prostitution, sexual violence, and the trafficking of women is still epidemic in the world today. This outcome of our social systems manifest inequality, commodification, and basis in exploitation arguably reinforces male-perpetuated sexism, chauvinism, and the general abuse of women. There is no argument regarding the link between economic deprivation and female sexual exploitation. From the bikini model plastered on a billboard, to the far less culturally respected stripper who undresses on stage, to those actresses who engage in pornography, to prostitutes walking the streets late at night, we cannot understand these patterns of behavior without accounting for the need for income. If there is any remaining gravitation of society to remain patriarchal, perpetuating female exploitation and subservience to males, the existing condition of socio-economic inequality and deprivation reinforces that gravitation. From the standpoint of the lowest, most immoral sexist mentality, keeping women poor and financially desperate is a strategic means to ensure the future exploitation and abuse of them on various levels. Over generational time, this pattern furthers a culture of violence against women in general, creating distortions in both male and female perceptions. That being said, it is important to reiterate the fact that historical events can snowball, generating cultural patterns, values, and customs that take on a life of their own long after their apparent point of origin. The reason systemic black oppression and race antagonism continues to this day in America is partly that the engine that created it and pushed it forward is still in place. As an analogy, imagine a train that symbolizes American racism, built in the period of abject slavery and set in motion down a track. The fuel that keeps that train moving forward is 241. Socioeconomic inequality. The train may have traveled far away from its origins, but the mechanisms that keep it going remain. This is just as true for American social relations as it is for other countries with similar histories. Chapter 2 focused on both the history of our social system and the legitimizing myths that perpetuate it. Like white blood cells seeking and destroying foreign invaders, the social system reacts to impositions that conflict with its normative functions. However, the reactionary cells in this case are beliefs, people, and institutions that form a kind of cultural hegemony. Deep identity associations have also been generated, helping to create an Orwellian cognitive dissonance or doublethink. These associative mechanisms are reinforced by humanity's long history of social dominance, wherein the custom of competition and human abuse has become codified as not only a natural phenomenon but also a virtuous one. The dominant ethic today isn't about coexistence and mutual concern. It is about winning and disproportionate success. This ethic is driven by the post-Neolithic evolution of what we now innocuously call business. Commercial enterprise, the center of human affairs today, has built-in, self-preserving mechanisms that repress any urge to alter its expression. One mechanism is the mere conception of success in the market game, which is rewarded by not only material wealth and social status but also societal power. Those statistically rare few who do rise through the ranks of privilege and economic class are naturally the least likely to find motivation for social change. It is in their most basic self-interest to keep things the same given how well they have been rewarded. Also, since the wealthy own society's major organs of communication, television networks, newspapers, production companies, and other influential media, they intentionally or unintentionally filter out social perspectives that contradict those they favor. This is only natural, based upon operant conditioning principles. All this assists an already expansive social mythology associating only positive outcomes with the market economy, since the general population has been groomed to covet the success of the wealthy. Such ambition is mostly wasted, of course, since the model structurally limits high levels of wealth and power to a very small few, effectively ensuring class war. 242. Chapter 3 further expanded on this class war reality, homing in on the structurally generated inevitability of poverty, oppression, and deprivation. The system is certainly rigged, however, it is rigged in ways that are less about direct conspiracy or malicious intent and more about the procedural dynamics of the model itself. From the dawn of agriculture, our economic structure evolved with a root socio-economic orientation based upon competition, exploitation, and scarcity. The social system that results is foundationally elitist and oppressive, ensuring those with the most wealth and power will maintain the most wealth and power. When we realize that elitism and oppression are structural, we reduce the age-old confusion that pins the world's woes on a lack of morality and ethics. While morality and ethics are important for orienting cultural values, they can't compete with the prevailing social psychology and mechanistic, primary, logic that manifests from the economic requirements of survival. Unless the moral conclusion is literally to change this dominating structure, morality has little effect in the long run. Moreover, though it may seem an overgeneralization, class war lies beneath most forms of oppression, discrimination, and bigotry. Whether historically rooted or birthed in modern times, the battle for economic resources and human labor exploitation sit at the root of our divided world and continue to do so unnecessarily, as will be discussed. Chapter 3 also described some aspects of the market system's maturation over the last century. These are worth consolidating here because, just as an apple rots till only the core is left, the essence of the market system is rapidly surfacing, and with great discord. This core consists of massive, flawed incentives and problematic economic contradictions that were not apparent in the market's earlier stages. 6 of these in total have been expressed in Figure 5a. With the exception of technological unemployment, which will be discussed later in this chapter, the other 5 have already been touched upon. For the sake of clarity, I will reiterate these as they are important to understand as a group trend. From top to bottom, first is the rise of what we now call capitalism itself, specifically how the presence of social dominance has become obscured by free trade. All major historical economic systems since the Neolithic Revolution have been market-based in the sense that the 243 root socio-economic orientation of competition, exploitation, and scarcity has been dominant. The molding of modern-day capitalism over time was inevitable as more complex labor roles and technology unfolded. In this, the once obvious social inequities and undemocratic power imbalance of early societies slowly became cloaked by the idealism of the free market. Unlike in earlier eras, which featured intolerant government monarchs, abject slavery, and other more primitive forms of dictatorial power and direct oppression, this new structure provided the needed illusion of democratic participation, rights, and freedom by structurally submerging social dominance within the mass competitive act of free trade. The beauty of this means of social dominance is that it facilitates the pretense that totalitarianism doesn't exist. Kings and regimes no longer wield total control over the lives of their subjects. Rather, power and wealth remain concentrated by way of a process of competitive advantage in the market, a process that is provably undemocratic and structurally rigged to favor a small, undefined, transient minority in the same basic manner, yet obscured, by which a monarch exerted control. In effect, The ethic of trade and markets has become synonymous with democracy and freedom. Any talk today of government directly assisting a population in an organized, streamlined capacity efficiently using resources in a way only larger order design and organization can achieve is derailed derisively as socialist interference with market freedom. This process of maturation of capitalism has sanctified or normalized the idea that some should be very rich and powerful and most should be very poor and impotent. This ethos is preserved by the mythology that any other way can only be anti-freedom. The second form of maturation worth reiterating, as noted in Figure 5a, is the rise and spread of neoliberalism, specifically through globalization. In effect, this is the expression of the market economy's fully realized belief structure. The once passive, quaint, and generally ignored invisible hand comment by Adam Smith has grown into full-blown orthodox religious extremism. Neoliberal globalization includes not only the ethic that free trade and business power should prevail over democratic institutions and state policy, it also embraces capitalism's tendency toward constant hegemonic expansion. Capital accumulation, which is a fancy term for the business interest in reinvesting profit in new capital assets that will in turn further increase profits, rests at the heart of globalization. Like cancer, businesses always seek to expand and multiply. Transnational corporations forge extensive international trade contracts such as the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, or the more recent Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, not with an interest in respecting public choice or improving global health, but to further their trade interests and exploit labor for corporate profit. Such agreements increase government and public policy subservience to corporate interests on the international level. This process is transforming and conforming the world to one governed only by business logic and competitive gaming. I will add that, as is characteristic of most religious extremism, intolerance of non-believers is acute. Any contrary economic belief system on the planet today has been effectively condemned as sacrilegious, the behavior of socio-economic savages. Countries that attempt to praise a different economic god are quickly struck down in the holy name of freedom and democracy. Of course, the only real freedom apparent 245 is the freedom of moneyed interests to do as they please, seeking constant capital accumulation across the world, leaving no stone unturned. Neoliberal globalization is the evolving process of homogenizing the world into one economic belief system. The third form of maturation, to reiterate, is the rise of financialization. In earlier times, the practice of labor specialization and trade was minimalistic in that people mostly sought to satisfy their most basic needs. For example, a man milks a cow and sells that milk to buy some bread. The man who sold the bread then uses that money to buy a needed tool, etc. If we lived during the Malthusian trap, this behavior would be indispensable given how arduous and slow production was. During the time of Adam Smith, trade was a powerful and useful tool and represented a mutual pursuit through network specialized labor. The agrarian and handicraft-oriented time period of capitalism's formal inception clearly justified the act of exchange. Yet under the surface of this behavior is still the abstract framework of buying and selling for gain, no matter what is bought and sold. This once cloaked feature led to the practice of wealth speculation and ultimately to today's vastly profitable and increasingly powerful financial sector. While speculation in some form goes back hundreds of years, what we find now is truly an extreme. Perhaps the best term to use is decoupled. The purpose of trade in its most notable handicraft-oriented conception is now decoupled from any true, tangible utility. Today, people buy and sell and employ for no other reason than the pursuit of income, with no true concern over what is being bought and sold. The buying and selling of mere digits on a screen, the economically irrational appreciation and depreciation of physical assets, and the trade of functionally meaningless certificates of ownership have grown to supplement the original productive utility of the market economy. Wall Street and the non-productive financial sector are indicative of just how detached from reality the idea and purpose of trade has become. The original purpose of market interaction has been lost in our technologically advanced society, distorted into abstract, economically meaningless perversions that do little more than further ensure socio-economic inequality, social dominance, and environmental destruction. 246. The fourth form of maturation worth reiterating is the inherently unsustainable nature of the market's need for economic growth and turnover, a topic covered in Chapter 4. While true economic logic recognizes earthly scarcity as a condition to be respected and avoided by efficient and sustainable management, market logic sees scarcity as yet another mechanism for exploitation, while paradoxically pushing for as much production and consumption as possible. Without this growth and consumerism, the system cannot work, since labor demand comes from consumer demand. This cyclical consumption is demanded by the market. Once again, this feature went unexpressed in earlier times, since the technical means to reach such high levels of productivity simply didn't exist. It has only been within the post-Malthusian period that this productivity is now possible. This maturation from low-impact industry to high unsustainability has necessarily occurred in tandem with the fifth form, consumerism. As noted, the rise of consumer culture and conspicuous consumption is best thought of as a transfer of the structural demands of the market system to the social psychology of the masses. This evolution has not only worked to assist needed cyclical consumption, but also has further distorted psychology by turning once arbitrary wants into emotionally demanded needs. This leads culture into general emotional confusion, as it copes with trying to decide what is important to social existence and what is not. It is this distorted aspect of social maturation by way of market influence that now correlates reduced happiness to increased material gain, once one's basic survival needs have been met. 6. As for the sixth and final form of maturation, technological unemployment, this will be explored later in this chapter. However, to introduce the issue, the rapid rise of mechanization around the Industrial Revolution has been the main reason for the vast increases in productive efficiency. While the rise of this phenomenon has been responsible for increased ease and the development of more complex industries, it has also shifted labor roles such that machine automation is proven to be more effective and less expensive. Due to the market economy's structural interest in cost efficiency, the gravitation toward machine labor has been natural. Yet this trend clashes with the system's need for human employment. Serious problems occur when the automation of jobs moves. 247. Faster than society's ability to create new jobs. If people do not have income from labor, they cannot spend money back into the economy, keeping it going. Of all the issues of maturation, this is perhaps the clearest contradiction of system processes, something that was hard to predict long ago. Even the very idea of arbitrarily creating new jobs simply for the sake of having jobs reveals a unique and neurotic social distortion. I will now conclude this introductory summation by reiterating what is perhaps the most important systemic concept that links human suffering to market economics: structural violence. As detailed in Chapter 4, structural violence is the mother of all negative economic externalities. It can be viewed in a macro and micro context. Whether dealing with mental physiological disease or behavioral distortions directly linked to poverty, the psychosocial stress that reduces well-being and lifespan as one moves down the socio-economic ladder, or the broad international trade dynamics that continue to isolate, deprive, and kill millions annually in the global south alone, socio-economic inequality can rightfully be deemed the most destructive man-made force on the planet. This inequality, combined with deeper systemic problems resulting from what is an outdated and unsustainable economic foundation that now threatens species survival itself, inspires the charge for change. If there is any single idea that gets to the heart of the negative social effects addressed in this book, it is scarcity. While simple in conception, scarcity is difficult to quantify in reality since its presence and effects can be relative. We may understand in principle that we have a finite amount of physical resources on the planet, but exactly how and why those resources are processed, allocated, and used is really what decides the state of earthly scarcity. The degree and effects of resource and means scarcity are hence defined by a nuanced interaction, not a static state. Despite this rather obvious fact, the market economy is explicit and unnuanced in its perception of scarcity. All the market assumes is that scarcity is universal and hence all engagement should be equal in that understanding. From there, the aforementioned root socio-economic. 248. Orientation is built, pushing the framework of competition and exploitation. In addition, the prevailing contradiction has evolved in which infinite growth is sought to ensure cyclical consumption. Professor of Science and Civilization at Oxford University Steve Rayner refers to these interlocked mechanisms as narratives. He states, "Scarcity is a key term in contemporary human development discourse. It is deeply embedded in two competing narratives. In one of these, the limits to growth narrative of a finite world in which a recklessly expanding human population is rapidly depleting resources on which it depends, the idea of scarcity represents the explicit boundary conditions of discourse and policy. In the other narrative, scarcity serves a more technical role in defining neoclassical economics as the science of resource allocation, which places markets at the center of ever-expanding economic growth. In both cases, the idea of scarcity is seldom interrogated. To do so is intellectually dangerous. It is to question the underlined worldviews upon which each of these narratives, and the policies that flow from, depend. 7. These two narratives combine to justify the existence of inequitable resource allocation and hence the foundation of socio-economic inequality. Malthusian in origin, the overall view also implies that premature human death and disproportionate suffering is not only to be expected but required. From this perspective, the state of the modern world begins to make more sense. The Malthusian worldview, already implicit in the structure of the market economy, has no doubt deeply permeated culture. In this worldview, nature takes the blame for poverty, inequality, and the host of related problems, not man-made mechanisms of social organization. This appeal to nature defense also applies to human beings, who have been conveniently deemed hedonistic, insatiable, and irrational. Old philosophical theories of human freedom and liberty further compound this issue, justifying inequitable allocation of resources since any attempt to repress the source of inequality is viewed as anti-choice. We often see this in conservative political circles, which frequently spout 249. Such anti-socialist rhetoric. The result is an economic system that is interpreted as an extension of nature, with any attempt to alter the system seen as a violation of immutable natural laws and human dignity itself. In effect, scarcity has become politicized and used to justify the way of the world. In the words of sociologist Lila Menta, for too long has scarcity been used by powerful actors in compelling ways as a political strategy either to maintain the status quo, prevent redistributing limited resources or to legitimize certain solutions and interventions. This has contributed to reproducing inequalities and hindering social justice. This process must now be rolled back. 8. Scarcity, while indeed an empirical fact of life, again expresses itself according to our intelligent use of resources and means. Proper strategic management ideally mitigates scarcity to such a degree that we barely see its negative effects. In the past, scarcity was an obvious and heavy burden since advanced means of production were limited. Today, our advanced technological civilization has the capacity to tame scarcity to a profound extent through intelligent design and efficient organization. The disappointing truth is that the most prominent form of scarcity in the 21st century is that which is created artificially through market behavior. In fact, I would argue that what we have today isn't really an economic system at all. It is an anti-economic system. Its focus on trade and profit translates into the system preference for general privation and conflict. It is grossly unfair in its allocation of resources, and by inherent design concentrates wealth among a few, dividing the rest of humanity into subclasses of varying relative insecurity. One cannot define a system as being economic when its structural characteristics support the opposite of thrift, i.e., growth, the opposite of problem solving, i.e., profit from servicing problems, not solving them, and the opposite of equitable allocation across the population. As this chapter will explore, there is no technical reason for any human being to be without a generally high standard of living in modern terms. This is a bold statement, requiring great defense since our society has become so alienated from what a high standard of living means in terms of human happiness, sustainability, and coexistence. By high standard, I do not mean the excesses of the modern upper 1%. 250. That extremity is not a condition of sound mind and intelligence but a neurotic, disrespectable condition of immaturity and irresponsibility. Just as no human being should be poor, starving, and living on the streets, no human being should have such material excess that it pollutes the whole of society by way of social alienation. As expressed, modern social science makes it clear that given our social nature as a species, we tend to adjust our self-perception based upon how we perceive others. People who flaunt extreme status and wealth are, in effect, harming the sense of integrity of others, instigating conflict and insecurity. Wealth signaling and class stratification itself is really a social pollutant, not an inspiration for progress, as is often argued. When I refer to a high standard of living, I am including the ability to engage in society without exclusion or alienation, have all basic material needs met, and have access to high-order luxuries that can only be determined by the culture itself. What one culture sees as a need, another may see as a luxury or want. This relativity proves the arbitrary nature of material excess, showing that such luxuries are social tools, sought for social purposes. As such, it is time the drive for material excess be seen for what it is, a sociologically driven mental illness. At the same time, our misconception of scarcity and sense of lack is so deeply ingrained that the mere suggestion that modern means and available resources can currently elevate the whole of humanity to a relatively high standard of living is quickly dismissed as utopian. This reaction is natural. We've been brainwashed with the exact opposite message across all mainstream economic and political discourse. For example, for centuries now talk of the Earth's carrying capacity has been in the background of global affairs. 9. Simplistically, we assume the rate of resource consumption that supports a given number of people will always be the same. If the human population doubles, the resources required to support them doubles too, as a 1:1 correlation. However, this isn't accurate. While the rapid rise of global population over the past 2 centuries is attributed to increased productive means, extracting and processing more and more resources, there has also been a parallel rise in efficiency of use. This means our increased scientific understandings have reduced the amount of resources needed over time to satisfy the needs of the same proportionate number of people. 251. In other words, we have learned to do more with less. The Malthusian trap ended with what has been termed the Great Divergence around the Industrial Revolution in the early 19th century. This Great Divergence started an exponential advance in productive capacity and efficiency. Ephemeralization, a term coined by R. Buckminster Fuller, embraces this more with less phenomenon, while other theorists, such as Jeremy Rifkin, refer to it as approaching zero marginal cost. 10. Approaching zero marginal cost means that once systems are set up to produce goods, each consecutive good gets cheaper and cheaper, approaching zero cost or zero value in terms of production. For example, imagine a good producing machine that costs $1,000 to build. The very first good that machine outputs effectively costs $1,000, if we leave aside any additional resources required. The second good produced would then cost $500 to create, since the output value of the machine is now divided into 2 goods. Now, imagine that machine has produced 100,000 goods with no costly need to service the machine. The value of that last good produced is now 1 cent. This is the nature of approaching zero marginal cost. Digital media is the best example of this, for music, film, and other forms can be reproduced and distributed at virtually no cost across the internet, nearly an infinite number of times. R. Buckminster Fuller's assessment of ephemeralization was more general in that the whole of economic production could be viewed as a move toward ever-increasing efficiency, based upon advancement in design. An example is the first computer. The ENIAC computer of the 1940s contained 17,468 vacuum tubes, along with 70,000 resistors, 10,000 capacitors, 1,500 relays, 6,000 manual switches, and 5 million solder joints. It covered 1,800 square feet of floor space, weighed 30 tons, and consumed 160 kilowatts of electrical power. 11. It also cost about $6 million in modern value. Today, a nearly zero-cost, cheap, pocket-size cell phone chip computes substantially faster than ENIAC and uses vastly less resources and energy. This is the most important economic development of human civilization. It debunks the long-standing mantra that there simply isn't enough to go around, and in so doing it discredits the core rationale of market competition scarcity. As will be discussed, there is plenty to go around if certain economic adjustments are made, and if we reverse. 252. The market-spawned value system disorder that increasingly perverts modern culture. The only ostensibly real reason that exists today for poverty and inequity is the idea that not everyone can have a 50-room mansion or a private jet. It is this infinite wants view of reality that supports the market's arbitrary emphasis on scarcity, through which we justify starving almost a billion people so 0.01% of the population can rationalize neurotic material excess. It is not enough to imagine a world that has streamlined its economic system to maximize the reduction of scarcity and the reduction of socio-economic inequality. We must also imagine a state of social maturity that recognizes the true natural limits to human existence. This maturity includes understanding the immutable need to coexist with our habitat, along with realizing the socially destabilizing public health problems that ultimately arise due to the practice of economic competition, exploitation, and resulting inequality. While values against these practices and outcomes can be realized on a personal level with a heartfelt interest to see change, real sociological transformation will not occur until the most dominant influence on our social psychology, our economic mode, is replaced. If what it is replaced by favors behavior that condones sustainable, collaborative, and socially just outcomes, then a cultural shift is possible. Otherwise, it is all talk. Until the social system is designed to support these new humane values and practices, there is no chance of any serious human rights expansion in the future. This is not to say that educational activism isn't critically important, as that is the path to influencing and inspiring this revolution. However, we cannot be naive enough to think the problem exists in the moral aptitude of individuals when, as described in Chapter 2, there is really no such thing as an individual expressing free will without inhibitions. Likewise, since our social nature often distorts our perception as we tend to conform to normative society, thereby preventing painful social exclusion or feelings of inferiority, we gravitate toward the irrational. Material inequality, for example, creates a psychological perception of scarcity that can be almost as real and stressful as absolute scarcity, even though the goods in question are not core to survival. In the words of anthropologist Mary Douglas, a person wants goods for fulfilling personal commitments. Commodities do not satisfy desire, they are 253. Only tools or instruments for satisfying it. Our restricting consumption of goods restricts participation in the extended social conversation for which they are used. 12. This again explains why in some societies what are deemed basic needs are often luxuries elsewhere, revealing the arbitrary nature of socially contrived needs. So, scarcity is just as much of a physical problem as it is a spiritual one. I use the term spiritual in its most technical sense, being of or relating to. Spirituality, despite the endless poetic rhetoric associated with it, relates to feelings of connection with something outside the self. This can be our connection to one another, to the planet, to the universe, or to anything and everything. From our narrow, individualistic perspectives, locked into localized perceptions, we limit our sense of connection at our peril, that is, peril to ourselves as individuals, to our greater society, and to the planet as a whole. A systems-based worldview raises the question of who and what we are and how we fit. Truly embracing this understanding, accepting its limitations and new possibilities, may be the very realization that has confounded our deepest sense of identity and purpose as a species. It is my personal view that our spiritual fulfillment rests in coming to terms with organizational and behavioral approaches that establish a truly sustainable and socially just society. At the core of this quest is an understanding of what scarcity truly means and how to overcome it on all relevant levels, ending socio-economic inequality. From the structuralist perspective, this poverty of the spirit can only be resolved by building a new social precondition that fosters proper awareness, respect, and responsibility. Negative trends. Now, before such a proposal is made, we must explore the severity of our current situation. Figure 5b is a conceptual chart showing 7 negative trends that, assuming a business-as-usual scenario, suggest a perfect storm of social destabilization by around 2050. Each of these issues will be discussed in order, from top to bottom. However, I would like to point out that there has been no shortage of doomsayers in modern history predicting vast crises due to human 254. Incompetence. 13. Over time, dire predictions seem to fade, making everyone wonder what happened. It isn't that most in the scientific community who have warned of such trends have been delusional, it is that our technical ingenuity continues to surpass expectations. For example, for many decades we've been warned of peak oil, a theory predicting the irreversible decline of Earth's oil reserves. Proponents of this theory simply analyzed the known state of reserves at the time, noting negative supply trends. With growing global energy demand, it's easy to understand the concern. Yet, the focus was on the nature of extraction at the time, something we can call conventional extraction or production. Conventional oil production is drawing raw crude from large reservoirs under the Earth's surface. In this context, the peak oil proponents were correct. The US peaked in the 1970s as far as conventional extraction goes, with an additional 37 countries deemed past their peak today. 14. What no one expected was the technology-enabled rise of non-conventional extraction, including shale, tar sands, and hydraulic fracturing or fracking, referring mostly to natural gas. These practices are now driving down hydrocarbon prices, making the peak oil debate mostly moot. This pattern is an aspect of ephemeralization or increased efficiency. Unfortunately, the application of technology is just as important as its power, for the alleviation of hydrocarbon pressures has only stifled what is a deeply needed shift to renewable energy sources. The rapid rise of pollution-induced climate change, along with other related environmental issues, has made this innovation in non-conventional extraction a terrible advent in the long run. While people sigh in relief at the lower cost of gas, the long-term ecological damage will no doubt harm the generations ahead. The Center for Biological Diversity put it clearly in 2013. The development of oil shale and tar sands has been shown to be environmentally destructive, and water and energy intensive. Extracting oil from U.S. public lands through oil shale or tar sands would deal a disastrous blow to any hope of reducing atmospheric CO2 levels to below 350 parts per million, the level we need to reach soon to stabilize Earth's climate. Besides helping push us toward global warming catastrophe, oil shale and 255. Tar sands development destroys species habitat, wastes enormous volumes of water, pollutes air and water, and degrades and defile vast swaths of land. 15. Today, we have passed 400 parts per million and climbing, with ever-increasing biodiversity loss. 16. Regarding Figure 5b, we begin with biodiversity loss and resource overshoot. At the cost of $24 million, a 4-year study sponsored by the United Nations utilizing more than 1,300 scientists from 95 countries found that 60% of the world's forests, grasslands, farmlands, rivers, lakes, and other known ecosystem attributes are being depleted and disturbed in an unsustainable manner. 17. In the words of Jonathan Lash of the World Resources Institute, this report is essentially an audit of nature's economy, and the audit shows we've driven most of the accounts into the red. 18 Corroboration of these conclusions is extensive, showing things getting worse as time goes on. Today, species are now going extinct 1,000 times faster than the rate recorded during the previous 65 million years. 19 The sixth great extinction is upon us. There have been 5 large extinction events in the past, from the Ordovician Silurian, some 400 million years ago, to the Cretaceous Paleogeny, some 60 million years ago. 20 However, unlike prior events, it appears this one is entirely man-made. 21 A 2011 study found that though we put millions of square kilometers of land and ocean under legal protection, it has done little to slow the trends of ecological decline. 22 The same study also analyzes resource overshoot in tandem with biodiversity loss, stating, the excess use of the Earth's resources or overshoot is possible because resources can be harvested faster than they can be replaced. The cumulative overshoot from the mid-1980s to 2002 resulted in an ecological debt that would require 2.5 planet Earths to pay. In a business-as-usual scenario, our demands on planet Earth could mount to the productivity of 27 planets by 2050. 23. In effect, all life support systems are in decline, with nothing currently sustainable about major industrial practices. As the population inches toward 9 to 10 billion by 2050, any positive outlook on future ecological integrity is arguably delusional. 24 In the words of Professor Sir John Lawton, former chief executive of the UK's Natural Environment Research Council, there will undoubtedly be gainsayers, as there are with the IPCC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, but I put them in the same box as the flat earthers and the people who believe smoking doesn't cause cancer. 25 Given that the entire foundation of human civilization depends on biodiversity, including the regenerative resources needed for day-to-day survival, the general political silence on the issue is quite unsettling. From fish and marine species halved in number since the 1970s to 6 million hectares of primary forest lost or damaged each year since 1990, there are no positive trends occurring on the whole. 26 Only in a world based upon capital accumulation and environmental exploitation could the denial seen today become so opaque. 257. As for climate change, trend B in figure 5b above, the cognitive dissonance is also profound. Even though the overwhelming majority of scientists agrees on its effects and man-made sources, and even though the research goes back many decades now, conservative political and economic forces continue to pretend it is unimportant or a mere fantasy. In a 2015 work titled Climate Change, Capitalism, and Corporations, authors Wright and Nyberg explore the powerful corporate resistance to any meaningful adjustment to market economics, exposing the myth of green capitalism. 27 They report that profit-seeking businesses simply work around policy shifts designed to help the environment, while spending a great deal of money on lobbying and counter-activist influence to ensure the security of their bottom line. They write, our economies are now reliant upon ever more ingenious ways of exploiting the Earth's fossil fuel reserves and consuming the very life support systems we rely on for our survival. This is evident in the rush by some of the world's largest companies to embrace deep water and Arctic oil drilling, tar sands processing, new megacoal mines, and the fracking of shale and coal seam gas. These examples highlight both the inventive genius of corporate capitalism, and the blindness of industry and government to the ecological catastrophe they are fashioning. 28. The authors make a clear case that the current capitalist orientation will only drive humanity into an ever-deepening hole, despite the green rhetoric and impressive, high-profile international meetings. No significant change is happening in real terms, because the social psychology generated by the market, the root orientation of the system that guides narrow, self-interested behavior, is larger than personal discipline. Consequently, predictions forecasting the state of affairs by 2050 are bleak, with a 2013 paper in Nature projecting a complete climate transformation for the worse. This transformation will affect the low-income tropics first, destabilizing core ecosystems. 29. A 20-year study by Yale sociologist Justin Farrell found that corporations have used their wealth to amplify contrarian views of climate change and create an impression of greater scientific uncertainty. 258. Than actually exists. The contrarian efforts have been so effective for the fact that they have made it difficult for ordinary Americans to even know who to trust. 30. A leaked draft report from the United Nations published by the New York Times stated that governments of the world were still spending far more money to subsidize fossil fuels than to accelerate the shift to cleaner energy, thus encouraging continued investment in projects like coal-burning power plants that pose a long-term climate risk. 31. The report also warned that if the 500 ppm threshold of CO2 is passed, as is predicted if trends stay the same, future generations will need to find ways to suck greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere and store them underground to preserve the livability of the planet. 32. The Times also published that it was the opinion of the report that high emissions appear to have fallen in recent years in some of the wealthiest countries. That is somewhat of an illusion. The growth of international trade means many of the goods consumed in wealthy countries are now made abroad, so that those countries have, in effect, outsourced their greenhouse gas emissions to countries like China. 33. Since the start of industrial society, there has been a 40% increase in greenhouse gases, reaching levels higher than anything recorded in the past 800,000 years. The effects on the cryosphere, the frozen water part of our planet, have provided empirical evidence of the damage. As the ocean warms and ice formations shrink, sea levels rise in synergy with many other factors that set the stage for a litany of negative future effects. 34. Moving on to general pollution, trend C in Figure 5b, we see that in concert with greenhouse gas emissions, air, land, and water integrity are all experiencing negative trends. A 2016 study linked household and outdoor air pollution to an astounding 5.5 million premature deaths each year, based upon 2013 data. 35. Half of those deaths are occurring in China and India, two countries that are employing the mid to late 20th century Euro-American model of economic expansion through dirty industrialization means. A 2015 study, tracking current trends, concluded. Model projections based on a business-as-usual emission scenario indicate that the contribution of outdoor air pollution to premature mortality could double by 2050. 36. 259. Land degradation is equally dire. According to the World Wildlife Organization, half of the topsoil on Earth has been lost in the last 150 years. 37. Topsoil is the uppermost layer of soil that possesses the greatest concentration of organic matter and microorganisms, where plants obtain the majority of their nutrients and thrive. Today, it is disappearing at an alarming rate, primarily due to conventional agricultural practices such as monoculture. According to the National Academy of Sciences, topsoil is being eroded 10 times faster than it can be replaced. 38. This erosion often sends toxic farm chemicals and pollutants into streams and sensitive water supplies, hurting ecology and potable reservoirs. Some have considered soil destruction as rivaling global warming as an environmental threat, with 1% lost every year. 39. Given that it takes about 1,000 years to generate 3 centimeters, a bit over an inch, of topsoil, it has been predicted that by 2050, only 25% of the productivity experienced in the 1960s will be possible, posing extreme challenges for a population 2 times larger. 40. As expressed by Trend E, unless topsoil destruction is rapidly stopped, or there is a mass incorporation of different agricultural methods such as soilless agriculture, serious food scarcity problems are on the horizon. A 2013 study published in the journal PLOS One found that even with current yields, ignoring looming problems, a near doubling of global crop production is going to be needed to meet demand by 2050. 41. This problem will be compounded by water pollution and increased freshwater scarcity, Trend D. Water pollution from farming and industrial activity has been extensive, as evidenced by dead zones in lakes, excess nitrates in water tables, and growing mercury pollution in the ocean and fish stock sourced to coal plants. 42. While the rise of the now multibillion-dollar bottled water industry has been good for GDP, the environmental destruction underlying it is devastating, expressing yet another example of the distorted incentive of the market structure. According to the United Nations, about 1.8 billion people will live in areas plagued by water scarcity by 2025, with 2/3 of the world's population living in water-stressed regions. 43. The OECD Environmental Outlook to 2050 reported that fresh water demand will rise by 55% by 2050, corroborating the UN water stress statistic, using the OECD. 260. Demand estimate of 55%, we can expect that 3.9 billion people will be living in water-stressed regions by 2050. 44. Professor Janos Bogarty of the Global Water System Project, GWSP, has stated that severe water shortages will affect more than half the world's future population by 2050, sparking mass migrations of people likely followed by destabilizing political tensions. 45. A 2013 GWSP study concluded that in the short span of 1 or 2 generations, the majority of the 9 billion people on Earth will be living under the handicap of severe pressure on fresh water, an absolutely essential natural resource for which there is no substitute. This handicap will be self-inflicted and is, we believe, entirely avoidable. Mismanagement, overuse, and climate change pose long-term threats to human well-being, and evaluating and responding to those threats constitutes a major challenge to water researchers and managers alike. 46. Overall, from a broad environmental perspective, as warned by a 2016 study by the Union Environment Programme, UNEP, involving 1,200 scientists, hundreds of scientific institutions, and 160 governments, radical and rapid change is needed to stop the looming global catastrophe. 47. Beyond these environmental concerns, the final two issues, technological unemployment and government debt, trends F and G in Figure 5b, if left unaddressed, will further increase social stress. With 47% of jobs at high risk of being taken by computers within the next 2 decades and all the financial incentives to do so by business, there is no stopping this trend without major policy adjustments. 48. This trend also shows an exacerbation of inequality as the fruits of automated productivity continue to go into the pockets of the upper class, as will be explored in more detail in this chapter. As physicist Stephen Hawking stated in 2015, if machines produce everything we need, the outcome will depend on how things are distributed. Everyone can enjoy a life of luxurious leisure if the machine-produced wealth is shared, or most people can end up miserably poor if the machine owners. 261. Successfully lobby against wealth redistribution. So far, the trend seems to be toward the second option, with technology driving ever-increasing inequality. 49. As for government debt, it has been estimated that by 2060 60% of all the countries in the world will be bankrupt, while the US alone will have a debt of 415% of GDP by 2050. 50. On a certain level, debt is a customary fiction and can be erased by the flick of a pen. Yet the very integrity of the capitalist system is based on the idea that the math of financial interaction, hence competitive self-regulation, will work out in the end. That is the facade that must be upheld, while behind the scenes large powers never play by the rules. The truth is, dominant nations can extend their debts to near infinity, moving goalposts as they go along. The US having a federal debt of $19 trillion or $190 trillion is actually only as relevant as its position in the global power hierarchy. The US will never default as long as it remains a global empire, and all major nations buying US bonds know this deep down. The US can just make it up by way of its central bank, the Federal Reserve, which extends to a financial system with great global power, also ensuring the power of the US dollar. If debts are in dollars, the US simply makes more. Although people often argue that the US is in debt to a private banking cartel, its central bank, and that is a problem in itself. It is really irrelevant in the broad view. The whole thing is mostly a sleight of hand arrangement that lets the US government borrow endlessly while the banking system gets special political treatment. No one in the US government and its central bank cartel really cares about US government debt because money is made out of thin air. They only care about public regulation and public perception, not government spending or government debt. In the words of former Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan, the United States can pay any debt it has because we can always print money to do that. So there is zero probability of default. 51 However, that is not the case with smaller nations, which are highly susceptible to international debts. Small nations face serious repercussions imposed by way of sanctions, structural adjustments, and austerity if they cannot meet debt requirements. These repercussions reduce the welfare of their citizens, decreasing standards of living and increasing. 262. The probability of destabilization. They are forms of oppression, in truth, punishment for simply being poor. Again, it is market discipline for the poor and socialist protections for the rich. The true free market is really the freedom of those with the most money and hence control. So, in this midst of all this, with mass global bankruptcy pending for most nations and a general pressure to reduce spending, the odds of seeing the kind of economic reforms required to stop the vast environmental crises looming are very low. The pressure is also against any large-scale social welfare compensation for the population to ease economic stress, along with any hope to finance the mass shifts needed to revise the global energy infrastructure. In short, we are entering into a situation that, if we are to respect capitalism's financial dynamics, will require enormous amounts of money to make the sustainable changes required. With a world in debt to itself at many times its GDP, it is very hard to feel optimistic about such changes actually occurring. Capitalism and markets simply cannot be respected if we expect to move forward with integrity. As a final note on Figure 5b, which targets 2050 as a perfect storm of negative trends, the wiggly line is the hopeful wild card. It is termed the counteracting efficiency trend, suggesting a possible tapering off of these trends to a limited degree as unexpected forms of ingenuity prevail. In the same spirit of the decline of peak oil, the figure expresses hope that these negative trends will slow so as to allow more time for large order change. Ephemeralization, which is really the only positive economic feature of modern times, guides this trend. This wiggly line is labeled counteracting efficiency that is inherent to point out that some alleviation of negative trends will likely be natural to a business-as-usual scenario. Be that as it may, unless a deliberate and highly specific effort to counter these trends occurs, far beyond this inherent counteracting efficiency, the social destabilization on the horizon is going to be spectacular. Reconstruction. In stark contrast to the aforementioned trends, the possibility of returning to ecological balance is still very much within our reach. While a point of no return is certainly possible, if we remove the business as usual. 263. Scenario from the equation and take a fresh look at our potentials. From the ground up, the light at the end of the tunnel is profoundly bright. So bright, in fact, that we are not only able to end socio-economic inequality, and dramatically increase public health and social justice, but we can also move society toward a truly sustainable abundance. When I say abundance, I am not referring to some infinite amount of everything. I am referring to a society focused on maximizing its efficiency to reduce scarcity and economic inequality as much as technically possible, while ensuring homeostasis with the planet. This goal may sound utopian, but it is entirely practical and simple in conception. As noted throughout this book, scarcity has been ingrained in our social system and harnessed as a political tool. Humanity's sense of possibility has been severely limited in consequence, and we have unfortunately cultivated a highly competitive, dehumanized, and warlike culture as a result. In this section, attributes of an idealized economic model will be inferred to describe a system focused on maximizing technical efficiency to circumvent any pressures of resource scarcity and lack of sustainability. While what will be discussed is, indeed, literal in principle and general application, I encourage the reader to first view this as a thought exercise in order to try to avoid subjective bias. This thought exercise is simply about reasoning what an ideal economic system would be if logically constructed from the ground up, based upon modern understandings. The goal is maximum efficiency to meet all human needs in a sustainable way. This basic reasoning, as implied throughout this book, regards structurally linking public health to social organization. It is a scientific fact that if I do not consume water, I will eventually die as a result. By extension, the means by which water is accessed, utilized, and preserved for future use becomes just as much of a technical, non-subjective issue of organization as the need to drink it. This is how, from a structuralist view, we can argue that those dying from dehydration, water-transmitted disease, and starvation in the world perish due not to the actual lack of food or water, but to societal inefficiencies that allow, or create, such deprivation. The mechanics that enable these inefficiencies exist in the territory of the objective, not the subjective, since we can quantify the cause and effect relationships that link food or water scarcity to broader influences and eventually larger order. 264. System dynamics. Suddenly, we see that the nearly 1 billion people on Earth who lack safe drinking water are in that condition because of the structural nature of the global economy, not due to some natural, immutable imposition of our habitat. 52. So, this exercise, or train of thought, is about constructing an economic system technically and objectively, in the same way one builds an airplane to fly. The only decision to be made is that of purpose. An airplane is built with the purpose of safely and efficiently moving cargo from one location to another. This new economic model is built with the purpose of providing for all the people in the world in the most efficient and sustainable way possible. What has been argued in this text is that either this new approach is adopted or humanity is on a fast track to increased destabilization. In other words, as odd as this may sound, it is less about the moral issue of what is right or wrong in terms of social fairness and more about what works and what doesn't. If the goal is ongoing human survival as a species with the least amount of violence, premature mortality, habitat destruction, and other ultimately public health issues, what we have now is simply unworkable. 5 attributes that form the foundation of this new economic model are conceptualized in Figure 5c. They include a. Automation, b. Access, c. Open source, d. Localization, and e. Network digital feedback, also generally referred to in popular literature as the Internet of Things or IoT. Each of these represents a more efficient mechanism to achieve higher productivity and the least amount of waste and environmental impact feasible. The logic is no different in principle from the practical decision to reject using a manual screwdriver in favor of an electric one, increasing productive efficiency. Yet they contradict the structural logic of the market system as they are based upon technical efficiency, not market efficiency, two very different approaches to economic behavior, once again. Interestingly enough, these 5 ideas are actually not obscure, randomly idealized, or pulled out of thin air. People who pay attention to current social and technological trends are aware of them, yet have not thought about their broader implications. Signposts pointing us in new directions surround us, in fact, and the following thought exercise will extend their implications, showing how they complement one another in optimizing economic efficiency. 265. In effect, what underscores these new attributes is a dramatic change of our current root socio-economic orientation. Unlike with the market, which is structurally based on scarcity, trade, competition, and exploitation, this new model focuses on strategic and sustainable abundance, collaboration, and balance. In a single word, it is about design. I wish to express that I am not using these terms poetically. I am not gesturing, saying, hey, let's all just collaborate, be sustainable, and seek abundance. Wishful thinking has proven to be of little help without a structural foundation to support goals, which is why all the poems, stories, and songs about peace, love, and human solidarity have remained an idealistic backdrop in the midst of constant human conflict, deprivation, and abuse. Also, the degree to which any or all of these changes are made is proportional to the benefits achieved. In other words, even if only partial transitions were made toward the ideal goals expressed, it would still improve things. However, the more one examines the implications of these changes, the more it will become clear how they work against the current economic system's incentives and structure. This means the ideal of a step-by-step transition, and improvement, is improbable. Rather, it will likely take large and dramatic leaps to move from one state to another, revealing the need for serious activism to get things done. The first attribute in Figure 5c is the deliberate application of a. Labor automation. This means the conscious reduction of human labor for income roles, replacing jobs by machine automation wherever possible. As radical as this may seem to some, it is common sense given current trends. I will note 3. First, in contradiction to the market's framework, human employment is now inverse to productivity in the sectors where automation has been applied. 53. This means human labor is becoming obsolete and human employment is actually economically inefficient when the automation option is available. It doesn't make sense, in the same way that farming a field with 18th century equipment is inappropriate today. Second, machine automation has greatly helped facilitate the vast increase in productive efficiency and resulting standard of living increases experienced by much of the globe. As such, it becomes a matter of social responsibility and prudence to maximize this potential. Rather than enduring the relatively slow process of cost efficiency-induced automation, where companies automate only when it is cheaper than human labor, the intent should be full automation overall, favoring technological unemployment. This is contrary to the market system, which structurally disfavors automation in the interest of preserving human jobs. Structural adjustments would need to be made to incentivize automation liberally, not fight it. This approach makes obsolete the overall labor for income framework. The effect would be a rapid increase in production efficiency through the zero marginal cost phenomenon, furthering the creation of a goods surplus. Third, even with the non-deliberate rise of technological unemployment due to the pursuit of cost efficiency alone, the socially destabilizing effects emerging must be countered. At the time of writing, pressure is being put on the industrialized labor force as technological unemployment inches ahead. The growth of information technology, applied. 267. Robotics, and artificial intelligence are projected to move faster than society is able to create new jobs to replace the ones being automated. 54. Because the costs to produce these machines are increasingly inverse to their productivity, they will also continue to become cheaper than human labor in most sectors over time. Statisticians tracking this rapid rise find no reason to assume any sector will be off limits from automation in the future. 55. Economist John Maynard Keynes, writing in 1931, is perhaps the most famous for foreshadowing this issue, stating, "We are being afflicted with a new disease of which some readers may not yet have heard the name, but of which they will hear a great deal in the years to come, namely, technological unemployment. This means unemployment due to our discovery of means of economizing the use of labor outrunning the pace at which we can find new uses for labor. But this is only a temporary phase of maladjustment." 56. Classical economist David Ricardo, writing before Keynes, in 1821, also recognized the pattern, and, like Keynes, wrongly dismissed the issue as a mere temporary phase of maladjustment, not a true system contradiction. Ricardo stated, "I have been of the opinion that an application of machinery to any branch of production as should have the effect of saving labor was a general good. But that the substitution of machinery for human labor is often very injurious to the interests of the class of laborer. I have been supposing, that improved machinery is suddenly discovered, and extensively used, but the truth is, that these discoveries are gradual, and rather operate in determining the employment of the capital which is saved and accumulated, than in diverting capital from its actual employment." 57. Naturally, machine technology of the 19th century would appear limited in effect, functioning more as a means of complementing human. 268. Labor than replacing it. It wasn't sophisticated and it developed very slowly. Today, this is no longer the case. Professor of Computer Science Moshe Vardi, speaking at the annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, said, "We are approaching a time when machines will be able to outperform humans at almost any task." 58. Using the United States as a basis, a 2013 analysis released by the Oxford Martin Program on the impacts of future technology found that 47% of jobs will be susceptible to computerization in a few decades. 59. This speculation is far from unfounded. In May 2016, the Adidas company announced it was moving much of its shoe production to Germany. However, rather than bringing new jobs to the region, as would commonly be assumed, the company described its new speed factory process that will rely on near-full robotic automation. 60. More revealing, in 2016 U.S. minimum wage protests successfully forced a move to raise the hourly rate in some states. This was considered a victory for the working class. In response, the Wendy's fast food restaurant corporation announced it was going to simply counter the move by deliberately moving to automation, reducing the workforce to avoid paying the wage increase. 61. This pattern of bypassing increased lower-class wages and labor union demands through automation is just starting and will only increase as the primary market logic to reduce costs will naturally force increased unemployment as technology becomes cheaper. Aside from the need to adjust the economic system to allow for this new productive reality, compensating the loss of jobs, this trend also poses unique existential challenges. The idea of a paid occupation has become so ingrained in our social identity and sense of purpose that loss of opportunity can cause emotional harm, such as with the correlation between suicide and employment noted earlier. 62. At the same time, a limited view of human nature bleakly asks, what would people do, if they had no coerced labor role? This is like asking a curious child what will consume his time if it is not imposed upon. A future not based upon labor for income shouldn't be confused with a future of no creativity, progress, or incentive. While a pattern of laziness exists, often derisively associated with the working class, this can be linked to job dissatisfaction and a loss of purpose, not a blanket lack of interest in exerting any effort. As put by psychologist Barry Schwartz. 269. We want work that is challenging and engaging, that enables us to exercise some discretion and control over what we do, and that provides us opportunities to learn and grow. We want to work with colleagues we respect and with supervisors who respect us. Most of all, we want work that is meaningful, that makes a difference to other people and thus ennobles us in at least some small way. 63. There is also an age-old notion that people should only get what they work for. We all understand the ethic of work as a virtue and also the necessity for property as a means to protect one's work. However, we forget that work is part of a social process and that process provides countless things to us that are achieved without our need to assist in development. While a person may need to work a job to get money to purchase a computer, the value of that computer does not truly represent the countless years of scientific advancement and the countless minds it took to manifest it. In other words, for the you get what you work for ethic to be real, each human would need to reject the social reality and evolution of eco-scientific development and, upon birth, begin to create the entire world's industrial network from scratch. This is a ridiculous proposal, of course, but just as scarcity is viewed with no nuance through the eyes of market economics, so too is the idea of work as the only justifiable means to earn the right to life. As philosophers have argued, work, in its truest state, is the creative act of inquiry, invention, and development. The drive to solve problems is inherent in us, our minds are simply wired that way. People have no problem working hard on what they enjoy. Unfortunately, the exploitative drudgery of our historical existence, coupled with an economic system that requires work for income, has distorted this inherent drive through arduous and monotonous labor. Jobs are not vocations. Jobs are structural prerequisites for survival in an economic system based upon labor for income. At the same time, some, rightly, see the earn a living reality as a mechanism of social control. London School of Economics anthropologist David Graeber, in his amusing essay, on the phenomenon of bullshit jobs, says, it's as if someone were out there making up pointless jobs just for the sake of keeping us all working. 270. The ruling class has figured out that a happy and productive population with free time on their hands is a mortal danger. 64. The science of human motivation has found that while drudgery is burdensome, creative tasks, a sense of inclusion, and feelings of contribution are stimulating and sought after. 65. Adam Smith was famous for cynically stating, "It is the interest of every man to live as much at his ease as he can." It is certainly his interest, at least as interest is vulgarly understood, either to neglect work altogether, or to perform it in as careless and slovenly a manner as possible. 66. This view may have held at the time Smith wrote, as noted, at the edge of the Malthusian trap, but today our understanding is different. Once monotonous drudgery is removed, and independent, meaningful work is instilled, the floodgates of creativity, enthusiasm, and productivity open. In the words of Stanford University professor of psychology Carol S. Dweck, effort is one of the things that gives meaning to life. Effort means you care about something, that something is important to you and you are willing to work for it. It would be an impoverished existence if you were not willing to value things and commit yourself to working toward them. 67. This helps explain the exceptional amount of work people do for no monetary reward in the world, simply seeking purpose and meaning. For instance, a 1992 Gallup poll found that more than 50% of American adults volunteered time for social causes at an average of 4.2 hours a week, for a total of 20.5 billion hours a year. 68. This was calculated to equate to about $176 billion in value. 69. Even in times of recession, average people continue to give and help at high rates. 70. Aside from how this structural shift to labor automation will dramatically help create a more equitable standard of living for all due to increased efficiency, it will free humanity from dictatorial, dehumanizing, monotonous labor roles. This freedom opens the door to a new world of incentives, shifting motivation into creative, collaborative, and exploratory fields. As a natural course, the first areas that automation becomes applicable in are generally the most monotonous since they are the easiest to mechanize. This means the path of adjusting society to an automated economy first removes the type of work people do not wish to do, refocusing on areas with greater fulfillment. 271. Furthermore, highly specific to the theme of this book, this adjustment has many implications for improving interpersonal affairs and the alleviation of social dominance. For thousands of years, labor has been the main focus of human exploitation and abuse. The rise of automation breaks the need for human commodification and dehumanization, assuming we adjust accordingly to remove labor for income as a universal economic requirement. In the words of Jeremy Rifkin, a half-century from now, our grandchildren are likely to look back at the era of mass employment in the market with the same sense of utter disbelief as we look upon slavery and serfdom in former times. The very idea that a human being's worth was measured almost exclusively by his or her productive output of goods and services and material wealth will seem primitive, even barbaric, and be regarded as a terrible loss of human value to our progeny living in a highly automated world. 71. How the system adapts to such a shift is a complex discussion, but many theorists today have returned to the idea of Martin Luther King's universal, guaranteed minimum income, or universal basic income. The idea is to simply compensate for unemployment and poverty with money given directly by the state to the public. 72. This is a logical step, along with the parallel idea of shortening the workday, as has already been experimented with in some Nordic countries. 73. The second attribute noted in Figure 5c is, b. access over property, by which I mean tilting the balance toward access and away from ownership. Ownership and property are foundational to the market economy. This idea goes back to the philosophical work of John Locke. 74 However, things have changed since the time of Locke, and our high-technology society is now being hindered by the tradition of ownership, proving it wasteful and impractical. From the standpoint of technical efficiency, the general idea of everyone owning one of everything is irrational for a species sharing a finite planet. The fact is, very few goods are constantly utilized over time, with some goods, such as cars, dormant the majority of the time. This ethic of individual ownership has also been a large 272 contributor to resource overshoot, environmental destruction, pollution, and waste. It promulgates a materialist conception of reality that further fuels detrimental cyclical consumption. Sharing and the communal commons have also existed to a fair degree, from libraries to rental systems to public transit. Interestingly, due to pressures of eco-concern and an increased democratization of commerce, we have seen a mild increase in more advanced sharing systems, from street bike depots in cities, to car-sharing networks, to home sharing. 75 While the term sharing is actually not entirely accurate since it is really consumer-driven renting overall, the phenomenon has still been dubbed the rise of the sharing economy or collaborative consumption. The term access will be used here, as the root of the trend is about people gravitating away from ownership, relying on access to sharing networks as needed. Yet, like the rise of automation, entry into this territory has been slow and tenuous. That is because the core of the market system fights it. Access instead of ownership interferes with cyclical consumption and growth. Generally, there is no economic benefit in a market economy when fewer goods are produced to meet the demands of more people. Today, the sharing economy isn't really an access economy but a fad based around consumer recycling of current ownership. A true access-based approach to distribution means good use is spread across the population, just as 1,000 people over a generation may check out a single book from a library. Let's consider the example of automobile transport. If 50 people need to drive a car, the market benefits from all 50 of them each buying a car. However, if 50 people were to share 10 cars, the economy would suffer a theoretical contraction of 80%. It has been reported that the average American only uses his or her car about 5% of the time. 76 In 2015, there were 257.9 million consumer vehicles in the United States. 77 Abstractly, given the 5% use time, only 13.8 million cars would be needed to meet demand if they were shared and not owned. The real number would be much higher given the logistics of such a sharing arrangement, but it certainly wouldn't come close to 257.9 million. This would mean a deep reduction of traffic and parking congestion since the vast majority of cars wouldn't be needed. Likewise, the pollution reduction would also be substantial, especially given that hydrocarbon power is unfortunately still the norm. 273. As with automation, driverless car technology has advanced markedly in the past few years, as well. It has been estimated that this development, in combination with collaborative consumption car networks, is on pace, conservatively, to eliminate 10 million jobs. 78 If this approach were to be combined with a more deliberate access focus, magnified to incentivize the removal of private, single-use car ownership whenever possible, the access abundance and positive ecological effects would be staggering by comparison to today. This is just one example, as the idea of incentivizing access over property can be applied to a wide range of goods genres, from tools to recreation equipment to apartments. Access is really at the heart of economic necessity, while ownership is a creation of the market system's need to store value and protect property from theft in a world based on the assumption of universal scarcity. Most property crime is generally driven by want and a lack of access. The creation of an access abundance, seeking to give everyone equal opportunity to use, means property crime would drop as abundance is achieved. This ideal may seem fanciful given the crude world we endure today, but it is logically sound. People do not steal things they can gain access to. This is not to argue an abstraction where property no longer exists and no material rights of any kind are enforced. The efficiency logic here is simply to shift the focus from property to access, supporting access rights more than property rights. The result would be the cultivation of a kind of shared commons that would be not only more sustainable and less wasteful, but also able to extend goods and services to those who once were not able to afford them. As a proxy for the creation of abundance, consider the car example again. In theory, with only 13.8 million cars needed, the other 262.1 million would be an abundant surplus. If you extend this reasoning to other categories of goods, suddenly our state of scarcity begins to look much different. The third attribute is the full incorporation of, c. open source contribution, making all industrial and scientific information freely available. This could be deemed the cultivation of a collaborative commons. 79. The market economy treats ideas as property to be owned and sold, and uses the term intellectual property, about which a host of laws exist. The market incentivizes the proprietary hoarding of information and closed. 274. Internal development rather than open, collaborative development. This makes sense in such an economy as today's, since information and development lead to new products sold for profit, assisting market survival. Sharing information is rarely in the best interest of any company, as it makes it vulnerable to others using the information more strategically, possibly undercutting its market share and business success. The same goes for intellectual development of most kinds, since time is money in this world. A scientist who has spent years researching and writing a detailed book on a subject usually needs to copyright, sell, and protect that work since he or she needs income to compensate for the time spent. It is just what the system demands. For years, this kind of competitive arrangement has been interpreted as the driver of innovation in the commercial arena. While this may have been true to a certain degree, today it has become clear that technical innovation is actually occurring more quickly and efficiently through open source collaborative contribution than through proprietary, closed development. While there is plenty of empirical evidence to support this truth, basic common sense also prevails. If we understand that technological progress is an inherently social process, with parties constantly building upon and improving existing ideas over time, then logic recognizes that more minds thinking about a given problem or proposal will always be better than a few, if organized properly. The development of the Linux operating system is a classic example. Started in 1991 by students as an experiment, the global, mass contribution project was completed in just 3 years, with little monetary involvement. In 2000, NASA started the Click Workers project that allowed online volunteers, with no prerequisite knowledge, to engage in visual analysis generally reserved for professional scientists or graduate students. More than 85,000 people voluntarily visited the site in 6 months and made almost 2 million entries. An analysis of the markings found that the automatically computed consensus of large numbers of click workers is virtually indistinguishable from the inputs of a geologist with years of experience in identifying Mars craters. 81 In 2009, famous mathematician Tim Gowers decided to start the Polymath project. This is today an ongoing, networked collaborative project to solve complex math problems. Since inception, it has solved 275 numerous problems through public interaction. 82 Wikipedia, a user-driven online encyclopedia, is another example of overflowing public interest in collaborative contribution. While structurally limited in its bureaucracy and famous for its often opinionated undertone, it has still been found to have an error rate that isn't much higher than the proprietary Encyclopedia Britannica Online. 83 The scope of open source development and collaborative mass decision-making and contribution has been expanding rapidly since the dawn of the Internet. As Thomas Getz reports in Wired magazine, open source has spread to other disciplines, from the hard sciences to the liberal arts. Biologists have embraced open source methods in genomics and informatics, building massive databases to genetically sequence E. coli, yeast, and other workhorses of lab research. There is open source publishing. Books open to any use, modification, or redistribution, with readers' improvements considered for succeeding editions. Distributed proofreading, which deploys legions of copy editors to make sure the Gutenberg texts are correct. There are open source projects in law and religion. There's even an open source cookbook. 84. The open source movement is a testament to the power of the group mind and the wisdom of crowds, and also shows that people feel an incentive to contribute to ideas even when no money or material reward is involved. While in its infancy, as numerous pro-open source organizations now plead with industry to open their intellectual vaults, the emerging reality is that the efficacy of proprietary development is losing steam as an optimized means of innovation. Yet, due to market pressures, there has naturally been a limited range of open source engagement overall. While we see great poetry in the spirit of open source, such as Elon Musk's famous release of his Tesla automobile patents, poetry is not enough. 85. The power of open source ultimately depends on how effective the communicative medium being used is. In the digital, online realm, this harnessing of group analysis and creativity is becoming increasingly more effective. 276. The ideal next stage of this trend is to apply the method to major industrial design projects. Through CAD, computer-aided design, and CAE, computer-aided engineering, projects, linked online, it is now possible for economic creation to be engaged by anyone who has the skills and interest to contribute. 86. There is no reason that the same structure and shared goals that created Linux cannot be applied to the creation of a smartphone, a boat, or an entire industrial transit system. Such capacity forms the basis of what could be participatory economics, creating efficiency not only in design but also in public demand. Today, demand is assessed, created, and manipulated by advertising, market research, and guesswork. In essence, product developers are testing the waters of what people may or may not seek. The intent is not to help but to sell. A system of open-source participatory economics reverses the process, using a democratic means to decide what should or should not be produced. Other positives would be the elimination of wasteful, duplicate proprietary components that otherwise perform the same function, and movement toward universal standardization across as many categories of goods as possible, also reducing waste. 87. On the whole, while all forms of open source should be encouraged to whatever degree possible today, the full potential of the revolution simply cannot develop within a market economy. The market economy, which monopolizes information and thereby places a premium on information control, deeply limits the efficiency potential of truly collaborative, strategic, and holistic development. The fourth attribute is localization. In stark contrast to globalization, localization is about regaining efficiency and reducing waste by locally producing as much as possible, streamlining the supply chain. Extraction, production, distribution, and recycling should be subject to design itself, organized in the closest proximity to the population group in need. This may seem like common sense, but mostly because of the competitive pursuit of lower labor costs, commodities and goods are moved all over the world unnecessarily. This pattern has become increasingly wasteful in light of new production means that are highly versatile and effective, such as advanced 3D fabrication, additive manufacturing, or soilless indoor agriculture. 88. Modern productive potentials are changing rapidly, further supporting the interest to end globalization. 277. In its current form, focusing on regional production through advanced means. In effect, the rise of ephemeralization expands local capacity to degrees never known before, as we are able to produce much more with increasingly simplified production means and less resources. Historically, there has been ongoing debate over how a society's means of production is to be organized and controlled. This argument has often been considered the defining difference between socialist societies and capitalist societies. Means of production refers to the non-human capital goods used to create products, such as factories, machines, and so forth. In this polarized view, capitalism is said to have private ownership of the means of production, while socialism or communism is said to have public ownership of the means of production. 89 Yet, there is a deep culture lag here. It is becoming increasingly difficult to classify modern trends since capital goods, the means of production, are now turning into consumer goods. An advanced 3D printer, for example, is really a mini means of production that may be privately owned by the person using it, and yet it may very well have been created through socialist arrangements. In the reverse case, a capitalist system may output a 3D printer, but it may then be used communally in a town to assist the production of local interests in a socialist way. In other words, the lines are blurred as ephemeralization makes production means smaller, more portable, and more powerful. Likewise, with the advent of automation, we now see labor power, once deemed a core, human-performed economic factor of production, collapsing into the context of capital goods. In effect, labor power, capital goods, and consumer goods are now blending together. Taking this trend to its logical conclusion, it isn't difficult to envision advanced fabrication systems capable of producing, through mostly automated means, virtually everything material a region needs, locally. This would be a dramatic shift from current practices. The only imports perhaps required would be raw materials the machines used to produce the goods. This notion may seem utopian, but it isn't. It is simply where ephemeralization is headed, doing more with less. The point here is that society should refocus its intention in this way to maximize this efficiency, bypassing the highly wasteful practice of globalization, in which we unnecessarily import goods from thousands of miles away to save money, while using 278. Exploited labor in distant lands for the same reason. If intelligently developed and applied, localization by way of modern means would increase efficiency greatly in comparison with current methods. To put this idea into perspective with respect to global food production, according to the Institution of Mechanical Engineers, we produce globally about 4 billion metric tons of food per annum. Yet due to poor practices in harvesting, storage and transportation, as well as market and consumer wastage, it is estimated that 30 to 50%, or 1.2 to 2 billion tons, of all food produced never reaches a human stomach. Furthermore, this figure does not reflect the fact that large amounts of land, energy, fertilizers, and water have also been lost in the production of foodstuffs which simply end up as waste. 90. This example of a problem could be resolved today by the application of strategic localization to food production through advanced, soil-less agricultural systems. Localized vertical farming systems, for example, would be effective if liberally employed. 91 Yet, once again, market dynamics complicate this shift. One problem is that attempts at larger order industrial design across the Earth's surface to efficiently link the supply chain are restricted by random land ownership. It is almost impossible in the current economy to design an optimized regional production network in the same way one would design an airplane to function as a single system. It is as though one person owned the wings, another the fuselage, a third the electronics, etc., and all had to be in agreement to make the system work. The chaotic web of landowner relationships confounds sensible macro-industrial design. However, as production means become smaller and less resource-intense, and, if, or when, society incentivizes such streamlining, regional production networks can be designed and hence optimized. This shift would require a democratic, community process of organizing the landscape to be most efficient, as opposed to the current market system in which land is randomly acquired and sold again, as though the airplane's wings were sold while in flight to an owner who wanted to use them for some other purpose. Overall, it is very difficult to embrace. 279. The power of efficient, holistic design in a market economy, specifically on this macro level. Current mechanisms that attempt to accomplish this, such as zoning, eminent domain, or massive capital investment, are cumbersome in the extreme and therefore limit the potential. I bring up this lack of integrated design not only to point out this property-related disorder, but to again highlight how ephemeralization will assist localization, embracing smaller and increasingly more simplistic industrial mechanisms. Assuming a transition over time to this localization approach, strategic macro-industrial design will become easier to harness, increasing total efficiency. I would also like to mention that there is an underlying human liberation to be achieved by localization and community self-containment, in contrast to the current hierarchical, power-concentrated capitalist reality. In his writings, Mahatma Gandhi made clear his opposition to emerging capitalist industrialization on the grounds of a loss of control and misguided incentive. When asked in conversation about his view on the rise of industrial mass production, he stated, in 1931, "I would categorically state my conviction that the mania for mass production is responsible for the world crises. If there is production and distribution both in the respective areas where things are required, it is automatically regulated, and there is less chance for fraud, none for speculation. Because while it is true that you will be producing things in innumerable areas, the power will come from one selected center. That, in the end, I think, would be found to be disastrous. It would place such a limitless power in one human agency that I dread to think of it. The consequence, for instance, of such a control of power would be that I would be dependent on that power for light, water, even air, and so on. That, I think, would be terrible." 92. Aside from our context of modern efficiency, this objection has certainly been validated by reoccurring problems of centralized economic power. Gandhi saw the use of localization, even at that early time, as possibly as efficient as centralized industrial activity, while much better at safeguarding liberty and social justice. He stressed the importance of 280 parallel systems of mutual power, like oceanic circles overlapping in synergy, avoiding centralized pyramid structures common to industrial capitalism. 93. Every village has to be self-sustained and capable of managing its affairs even to the extent of defending itself against the whole world, he wrote. 94. However, it has really only been in the modern day that Gandhi's localized, oceanic circles economic ideal can be facilitated through new high technology. The advanced means of production that was once only accessible to large, proprietary entities is now coming into the realm of consumer use. Ephemeralization continues to move this transition forward. The goal here is a kind of decentralization that, to the highest degree possible, makes communities economically self-contained. This does not mean a global consciousness is not present, of course, as maintaining a holistic synergy between population centers to ensure overall global sustainability is very important. But the focus to organize a region's needs in a localized way is the first step to a vast improvement in efficiency and community integrity. This brings us now to the fifth and final attribute to address, network digital feedback. This has been popularly embraced by what is often called the Internet of Things, IoT. 95. While the IoT has no exact definition, it is about networking technology and sensors to optimize information flows. Using the Internet and instruments to measure, track, and feedback information, this process, in the ideal, can unify numerous disparate elements and systems, greatly advancing awareness and efficiency potentials. Some ambitious ideas are smart cities where various components of the urban infrastructure become networked for rapid response, from personal health sensors that link to hospitals, to lights that dim when no one is detected in order to save energy. 96. The imagination can run wild with possibilities. If properly incorporated, this ability could allow for a powerful integration, unifying and simplifying the once extremely complex technical processes of society. In an economic context, the IoT approach could relay and connect data regarding how best to manage resources, production processes, distribution, consumption, recycling, waste disposal behavior, consumer demand, and so on. It may seem abstract, but such a process of networked economic feedback would work on the same principle as modern systems of inventory and distribution found in major commercial warehouses. 281. Many companies today use a range of sensors and sophisticated tracking means to understand rates of demands, exactly what they have, where it is or where it may be moving, and when it is gone. It is ultimately an issue of detail and scalability to extend this kind of awareness to all sectors of the economy, macro and micro. Today, the market economy is mostly driven by feedback from consumer purchases and little more. Through people's preferences expressed by way of buying and selling, business alters its productions and designs to accommodate them. As termed in older economic circles, this feedback comes from the price mechanism. Austrian school economist Ludwig von Mises, in his work Economic Calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth, famously argued that without the use of price and exchange, it would be impossible for efficient information to be communicated within the economy. Money changing hands was the bridge to all transactions, feeding back critical supply and demand information. 97 At the time of his writing, in 1920, it is safe to say he was mostly correct in this view, even though there was no shortage of rebuttals. However, today there is no doubt his view is outdated. Not only is price no longer needed to gain critical economic feedback, but the information price communicates is long delayed and incomplete in terms of economic measures required to dramatically increase efficiency. Mechanisms related to the IoT make it possible to efficiently monitor shifting consumer preference, demand, supply, and labor value, virtually in real time. Moreover, IoT can also be used to observe other technical processes price cannot, such as shifts in production protocols, allocation, recycling means, and so on. A true system of economic feedback and management is about understanding the total interaction of economic components on all levels, in a unified way, not just supply and demand or what people are buying and selling. It is now possible to track trillions of economic interactions related to the supply chain and consumer behavior by way of sensors and digital relay, far surpassing what we are doing today. Needless to say, we are far away from this kind of holistic approach to economic management despite its vast potential. But not because it isn't technically feasible. The ideological tension common in conservative circles, which view fragmentation and competition as a means of 282. Liberty, quickly pollutes the power of this kind of systems-based thinking. The protectionist needs of the market also thwart such collaboration, since even something as basic as releasing inventory data of a natural resource stock is often kept secret by commercial powers. Overall, poor economic information is generally available since the competitive ethic fosters fear. Hence, this holistic means of improved efficiency, like the other four attributes noted, finds little traction today as far as truly harnessing positive potentials is concerned. Now, with all five attributes introduced, I suspect some readers may be alienated or bewildered by these counter-market ideas. In all my public engagements, I find that while people are generally open to criticism of our social system, the moment the conversation turns to solutions, the discomfort level rises substantially. While the five proposals may seem radical, they are merely extrapolated from existing trends, oriented by the structuralist train of thought presented throughout this work. Though I understand the cynicism and the repeatedly expressed mantra, that can never happen, this also isn't about absolutes. As noted, the five attributes are actually happening right now, proving their importance and superiority to current methods but only to a very limited and largely unnoticed degree. I can't stress enough the need for an expanded sense of creativity and inquiry in this regard. Naturally, any relevant proposal for true social change is going to feel awkward given how acclimated people are to normality, as we know it. Despite this discomfort, unless people wish to keep things the same, that is, to preserve the social disorder, violence, disease, injustice, and overall spectrum of oppression present today, then this train of thought can't be ignored. The new human rights movement must march forward, working to forge these socio-economic adjustments as best we can, by whatever means we can. How far we as a society move down such a path is proportional to the degree of improvement experienced. Taking this economic logic to the ultimate extreme, the most advanced adjustment, one that ensures the highest reduction of scarcity and hence lowest amount of induced socio-economic oppression, is one that focuses solely on design, holistic development, and direct economic participation by the general population. In other words, an economic system that actually has no market at all. While perhaps perceived as 283 highly radical, the whole of sociological, public health science, along with the most advanced principles of economic management and habitat sustainability, support this conclusion. This is simply the direction society must now move if any true alleviation of socio-economic inequality and ecological destruction is to occur. Indeed, the shift from fragmented economic processes driven by monetary incentives to economic processes directly focused on producing the highest state of abundance possible in harmony with our habitat is a dramatic detour from how most of us are taught economics. As discussed throughout this book, there is an underlying structure to capitalism that results in the social and environmental outcomes we see today. True economics is a technical design process, without subjective ideology, in the same way the creation of an airplane or any technical tool is. There is no right-wing, liberal, Christian, populist, socialist, or Islamic methodology to the design of a car. The same can be said of how the whole of economic activity is organized, as it is a system or machine like any other, set to perform a given task. Our task again is to optimize economic behavior to further human well-being while remaining ecologically sustainable. Once this goal is understood, bypassing the cultural dogma of our market-based existence, rational thought will naturally arrive at the same set of technical conclusions. In Appendix B, a highly simplified theoretical model for economic calculation has been reproduced for consideration. This has been included for those who may wish to further explore a more technical, systems-based approach to economic management. This model was introduced in a 2014 work I helped co-author on behalf of a 501(c)(3) nonprofit organization called the Zeitgeist Movement. While abridged and general, the proposed model in Appendix B is considered a good overview in the right direction, accounting for economic factors that today go unaccounted for. The functional expression arrived at is, FP, edesen, EP, edist, ER, rightward arrow max. While the above symbolic logic representation may appear intimidating to some, it is simply a way of organizing complex, connected sets of information in a shorthand way to help clarity. To generalize the expression, from left to right in the parenthesis, we have our four core 284 economic processes that we wish to optimize in terms of efficiency. The letter E symbolizes efficiency while the connected subscripts, design, P, dist, and R, represent how the processes, or rules, of product design, production, distribution, and recycling logically occur. This process is embraced by the total production function, FP, on the far left, with the arrow pointing to max on the far right symbolizing the maximization of economic efficiency. Again, please review Appendix B for a more extensive and accurate explanation. In addition, Appendix A has been included to provide a raw exploration of post-scarcity potentials, examining certain trends and extrapolating theoretical possibilities. This is provided to show what is possible, albeit in theory, if the kind of efficient approach just mentioned were put in place. The scarcity-driven, socio-economic imbalances seen today are politically justified through public ignorance of modern potentials. What we are doing today versus what we could be doing, with outstanding improvements, is important to understand. Many in technology communities today do talk about positive future possibilities, with the implication being we are just not there yet. The truth is that currently existing methods, not trending potentials, can already solve the food, water, energy, pollution, and basic material stress problems common today, if scaled out properly in a systems-based approach. Appendix A sources this empirical research in detail, with noted calculations, but I will summarize the conclusions here. With respect to food availability, it has already been established that the world produces more than enough food in its current capacity. However, if we were extrapolating what would be possible if advanced agricultural methods were applied, specifically the use of vertical farm and soilless systems, we find an astounding increased potential toward abundance. Extrapolated from work done at Columbia University, only 0.006% of the current amount of land used today for agriculture would be needed to meet global needs with a vegetarian diet. These systems would also account for a major reduction in water use, since traditional agriculture is extremely water-intensive and wasteful. 98 If we extrapolate the theoretical potential of this method and all agricultural land on Earth was modified to only use vertical farming methods, the output would be enough to feed 34.4 trillion people. Again, this is purely 285 theoretical, ignoring many other factors. However, since it would only need to feed 9 to 10 billion by 2050, only 0.03% of that theoretical potential is needed. This makes moot any seemingly practical objections to this extrapolation. 99 With respect to fresh or potable water, while current trends show water stress growing in the world, our technical potentials for problem resolution are great. Through proper organization and the use of modern purification and desalination processes, it is possible to resolve all water stress in the world. Given the average use per person of 1,385 cubic meters a year and a population of 7.2 billion, we arrive at a total annual use of 9.972 trillion cubic meters. According to ultraviolet water purification statistics produced by a facility in New York, only 3,324 facilities would theoretically be needed to purify all the water currently used, requiring only 12,309 acres of land. As for desalination, the process is more intense. Using a reverse osmosis seawater plant out of Victoria, Australia, as a basis, it would take 60,000 plants to process all potable water usage. This is, again, an extreme extrapolation to make a point. We would never need to desalinate that much water in reality. 100 With respect to renewable, sustainable, non-hydrocarbon energy, the potential of geothermal, solar, wind, and hydropower means show powerful combined potential. Geothermal has been estimated as having a possible 2000 zetajoules, ZJ, of constant power that is harvestable, assuming minor technological improvements. The total energy consumption of all the countries on the planet is currently only about half a zetajoule, 0.55 ZJ, a year. Wind farms show similar potential, even with general intermittency problems. Based upon the output of the Alta Wind Energy Center in California, 13,231 9,000-acre wind farms would be needed to meet total global energy use, 0.3% of Earth's land surface. Once again, this is not to suggest such a thing is ideal given what land is feasible for wind farms, along with other required factors. This is simply to give a general perspective of possibility. Solar fields also show similar potential. Using the Ivanpah solar electric generating system in California as a basis, it would take 141,767 fields or 496,184,500 acres to theoretically meet total current global demand, 1.43% of total land surface on Earth. And as for hydropower, combining existing statistics for wave, tidal, ocean current, ocean thermal, and osmotic, we arrive at. In late 2011, I was asked to give a speech in downtown Los Angeles at the encampment of the regional chapter of Occupy Wall Street. Originating in New York City, this organic uprising against inequality, the financial system, and ultimately the whole of capitalism, had sparked to life quite suddenly some months before. Today, its echoes are felt not only in America but globally, as the terms Occupy and We Are the 99% have become symbols against inequality and social injustice. Having already been to New York earlier that year to speak, I was honored to now participate in the parallel LA culmination. Upon arriving at City Hall, I was informed that a large protest march would be making its way to an outdoor stage in the middle of an adjacent street. As I conversed with various organizers, the distant sound of mass chanting grew from afar. The sprawling tent city surrounding the City Hall campus grew more and more active with excitement. Eventually, the march flooded in, saturating the area and revealing a spectrum of demographics across the thousands of participants. From the stage, the congregation could be seen going back into the horizon along the street, blurred by the signature glare of Los Angeles smog. The energy was overwhelming. Nervously awaiting my cue to speak, I realized I was following John Densmore, the former drummer of the famous rock group The Doors. His presence added to the already retro feel of the scene, reminiscent of the 1960s counterculture. Listening to Densmore's rhetoric, I felt like I had been sucked into a documentary on Vietnam-era civil rights and anti-war protests. Yet, this time it wasn't a singular issue such as voting rights or seeking to end a specific hegemonic war. This time it 287 was about the dysfunction of the whole social system, most notably the undemocratic power of business and the emergence of vast economic inequality. What I witnessed looking out from the stage that day was the gradual fortification of our social immune system. The public is increasingly coming to terms with the structural flaws of our economic system. Occupy Wall Street, no matter how crude or unfocused its critics may declare it, has been a preliminary step in what I think will eventually be the greatest social transition of human culture since the Neolithic Revolution. The eon-long battle to overcome injustice, group dominance, and oppression has expanded in awareness to realize a deeper context. Activist concerns that have been historically detached, from the environment to war to social rights, are slowly being recognized as sharing a common root. That root, as explored in this text, is an economic mode with a distorted incentive structure and a mechanistic framework that conflicts with the basic laws of human and ecological nature. Unlike prior moves against capitalism, specifically the rise of Marxism and the failed Soviet experiment, modern social and physical science has clarified nuances of the problem, helping us better understand what is specifically wrong and why. In the context of public health and socio-environmental sustainability, a move away from market-based economics is no longer an ideological or moral proposal. It is a foundational requirement for progressing society in a positive, increasingly humane way, thwarting powerful negative externalities that mount as the clock ticks down. This is compounded by the now overwhelming potential of our advanced capacity to provide for all human beings on Earth, also allowing for true harmonic balance with our regenerative habitat. Tired arguments based upon false dualities such as individualist or collectivist or capitalist or socialist can be put to rest. Our increased awareness of how the world works as a unified, systemic synergy shatters such ideological polarity. As Martin Luther King put it in his final work, "Where do we go from here? Communism forgets that life is individual. Capitalism forgets that life is social, and the kingdom of brotherhood is found neither in the thesis of communism nor the antithesis of capitalism but in a higher synthesis. It is found in a higher synthesis that combines the truths of both." 102. 288. Traditional cultural beliefs and values, no matter how rich and meaningful, do not compete with the laws of human sustainability and public health. The dynamics of what comprises a healthy society transcend our customary loyalties. Instead of arguing about the way we think the world should be, based upon our values, we should first argue about what is working and what isn't, based upon observable facts. Again, while many have viewed civil or human rights as a moral debate, I would argue that the real issue isn't just moral but really one of social stability. We cannot sustain ourselves in the long run without resolving socio-economic inequality and the undercurrent of environment incompatibility. Either destruction through environmental forces will create mass social instability, or the more desperate victims of unequal economic conditions will ensure deprivation-sparked backlash. The creation of the atomic bomb and the rise of terrorism are two diverse examples of how insecurity, competition, and fear lead to broad dangers. As more advanced weapons emerge that can cause extreme destruction through smaller and more powerful mechanisms, that is, as ephemeralization affects weapons development, the alienated populace will increase its capacity for destruction, with the effects becoming increasingly catastrophic. Security can no longer be about laws, locks, surveillance, and punitive threat. True global security will come from removing socio-economic inequality and the oppression/deprivation that defines it. It is also worth considering how the threat of global disease epidemics, something the 21st century seems to flirt with more and more each year, will arise from the tropics of the global south given the vast poverty and overall loss of public health. This puts the whole world at risk, not just the region. Reducing global poverty and improving public health is no longer an isolated concern. It is an international one given the widespread travel common today. Furthermore, our social immune system must be careful to avoid false solutions. One such myth is the idea that the market will arrive at a global, zero marginal cost, post-scarcity condition in environmental harmony with further equality all by itself. This view has become popular in technologist circles today. People believe that only minor economic adjustments are needed to allow the fruits of post-scarcity and resulting equality to thrive. Many books have been written in the past decade by 289. Generally well-to-do, tech-centric entrepreneurs who isolate the more with less trend, falsely arguing that it proves the efficacy of the market economy in the long term. I use the term techno-capitalist apologists to refer to those who view the market as a facilitator of, rather than a hindrance to, material and social progress. The mantra is that since the increased rise in efficiency is being accompanied by lower costs, society must therefore be on pace to equalization as a whole as goods become more affordable. They mistakenly believe the market is creating the power of increased efficiency when the real cause is our increasing capacity to intelligently design. The market is merely an incentive and distribution system, and a poor one at that. Recall that in Chapter 4, I discussed that business values only market efficiency, not technical efficiency. While there are no doubt parts of the world, specifically the industrialized nations, that have seen a rise in standard of living at lower costs, we will never reach the level of truly optimized potentials if the market remains in its basic form. It matters little what the intentions of green or social entrepreneurs are. The entire goal of seeking a reduction of socio-economic inequality, ecological sustainability, and post-scarcity is simply incompatible with the market's root socio-economic orientation. Yet, this myth that we need only tweak the market to birth an abundant, equitable society continues to prevail. For example, many techno-capitalist apologists boast that the affordability of cell phones has brought service and options to millions in Africa who previously lacked any form of telephone. As great as this is, the anecdote misses the deeper problem: more Africans have cell phones than running water. 103 Hence, these are not prioritized developments. The fruits of ephemeralization, without comprehensive design inspired by specific intentions to resolve problems, will never be inclusive enough to be effective. Though some improvements will occur, they will be chaotic, while the overall system consequence will continue to generate destructive inequality and structural violence. Humanity cannot afford to pander to the superstition of market self-regulation and Adam Smith's invisible hand, pretending everything will be fine in the end because we see fragmented evidence of approaching zero marginal cost in some sectors. While the positive intentions of the techno-capitalist apologists should be respected, their delusion should not. The grace period of market-driven development is ending. 290. The chickens' climate change, technological unemployment, biodiversity loss, and resource overshoot are coming home to roost in the form of multiple negative externalities that have no in-system resolution. Without a unified design approach to the economy, one that undoes the current system's structural intentions, only minor progress will occur. Remember, the market economy's first priority is not to help the world but to increase cost efficiency and profits. Therefore profit, not social benefit, is what drives its efforts. If it happens to be that this process of competition improves more lives, great. But that is not a priority when it comes to market logic. A company that sells a good for $5 that costs $3 to make, finding that it can reduce that production cost to $2, does not lower its original selling price if it can avoid doing so. The whole point is to increase profits, not equalize them based on production savings. This creates self-limiting thresholds toward zero marginal cost. No company is going to make itself obsolete by reducing its costs to near zero, selling at near zero value. That is the antithesis of a model based, once again, on the benefits of scarcity. Now, how these changes are to be made is no doubt the ultimate question. While it is easy to theorize such ideal changes and their merit, transitioning to them smoothly involves many considerations. Generally, assuming the sanction of society to make such an adaptation, moving from here to there can be done by replacing attributes of the current economy with ones that increasingly orient away from the market's basis in scarcity, competition, and exploitation. Returning to Figure 5c, going from top to bottom, we can consider some possibilities. However, I wish to point out that what follows regarding ideas of how to transition to each of the 5 shifts in Figure 5c is presented to inspire further thought by the reader. It is not the scope of this text to expand this line of thinking into extensive specifics, owing to the inherent complexity. Also, I wish to remind the reader that what follows assumes the overall sanction of society, meaning the majority would seek these changes, with little political or establishment resistance. Needless to say, as will be stated at the end of this brief exploration, the truth is that things will never be so easy. The move from human labor to automation could be made by the use of a universal basic income, UBI, and the strategic shortening of the workday, as touched upon prior. It is a matter of replacing lost income. 291. From increased automation through compensating adjustments. The source of the universal basic income is open to debate but, as per Thomas Piketty's observations, a large tax on the wealth of the super-rich would be an obvious start. This step would also directly assist the reduction of economic inequality, which, in and of itself, is a dire imperative in order to improve public health and stabilize society. Any debate about the importance of the ownership class's role as job creators and hence the need for upper-class tax breaks and the like can finally be rejected permanently on the grounds that the focus of society is no longer on creating jobs but on removing them in favor of more efficient means. Likewise, with the shift to labor automation and efforts to maximize zero marginal cost, the value of goods will drop in general, causing positive deflation of prices directly. This means less income will be needed in general to purchase the same amount of goods. It's also important to express that when people criticize UBI by asking where the money will come from to begin with, they forget that wealth is not money. In fact, wealth is not even a store of value, nor is wealth an outcome of acquisition or investment. We are taught these crude interpretations of wealth because capitalism is based around individual success, not social or technical success, while value is associated with property. True wealth, in the purest economic sense, can only describe a kind of strategic leverage over nature and economic strategy for personal and group prosperity that can only be measured in terms of efficiency trends, not stores of value or property. For example, years ago, a simple electric calculator cost $1,000. Today, you can get one for $1 or less. The real value or wealth inherent in any calculator, or any good, is the efficiency trend achieved over time, doing more with less. In this sense, what allows for UBI is the ever-increasing economic efficiency we are seeing, as driven by technology, not the arbitrary level of money, incomes, or goods in circulation. The same logic applies to the shortening of the work week or the reduction of daily work hours. It isn't about money as related to labor, it is about efficiency achieved, and the more efficiency, the less need for money or labor. The move from property to access could be assisted by further incentivizing a rental or so-called sharing economy, where it becomes more cost-effective to rent than own. At the same time, the liability of ownership. 292. should be moved from the user/consumer to the producer as much as possible. This shift incentivizes the creation of more optimized, durable goods that don't suffer from planned obsolescence or other common production weaknesses currently occurring due to the need for cyclical consumption. While today we see a passive attempt at durable production through product warranties, this is not enough. Further shifting most all liability to the producing company in an access or rental society will ensure more efficient and sustainable products, with less waste. The overall benefit will reduce the production footprint greatly through access while increasing goods integrity through producer-based liability. Fewer goods will be produced, but they will be used by more people through rental systems, with those goods becoming more efficient, pliant, and long-lasting since the company no longer has an incentive to produce low-quality or soon-to-be obsolete goods, planned obsolescence. The move from intellectual property to open source could be assisted by a program of royalty or single reward incentives for those contributing. For example, if Apple Incorporated decided to open source all of its software and hardware designs, utilizing a democratized platform that people could engage to assist development, monetary reward for those with the most measurably helpful contributions could be effective. Yet it should again be pointed out that such an idea really moves against the grain of how capitalism works in terms of intellectual property. Because the public interaction or collaboration would be out in the open for all to see and learn from, such a move would quickly erode the vast profit potential currently occurring. To void Apple's patents means to remove a major aspect of their profitability by extension, meaning it would invariably hurt the company in traditional economic terms. However, that is also the point, expressing the role of such a transition away from market economics. This intermediate step involving royalty shares or rewards for public contributions is still feasible to inch us forward, keeping one foot on each side of the paradigm. It is complex to think about, but what safeguards the current market mode is the fact that a major company such as Apple still owns the specific means of production, ensuring final sale value goes to the company overall. So, the general contributing public wouldn't be able to simply steal and produce an Apple product on its own since it doesn't, yet, have access to such complex production facilities. 293. Overall, to maximize open source potential, the ethos would have to shift away from profit as the first focus of incentive, to where any and all companies exist to further the well-being of the society as a whole. One step in this direction could be to mandate corporate sharing of all information within its sector first. For example, imagine all the cell phone companies being required by law to share their designs with each other, forming a genre-wide cooperative of sorts. This doesn't remove the company and its basic material operations, income structure, or specific decisions, but it reduces the wasteful effects of competition by enabling collaboration across the genre or sector. This would accelerate the design progress since, in the context of modern open source approaches, more minds looking at a problem are always better than fewer minds. Likewise, if properly networked, it would be far more environmentally sustainable since the competitive ethic encourages companies to seek differential advantage, and this means they constantly seek to one-up their competitors in the eyes of consumers, reproducing and duplicating with mild variation what is already occurring in their market genre. This can be as minor as a new add-on feature or some idea another company already came up with. With open source, this repetitive, duplicate waste would diminish, rapidly accelerating design efficiency. The move from globalization to localization could unfold naturally if automation and the power of ephemeralization are allowed to flourish without restriction. Global product distribution wouldn't make financial sense after a while since costs would be reduced enough to incentivize localization over globalization. Unfortunately, this trend is currently unrealized with no real incentive to pursue it. In terms of market efficiency, it is still too cheap and profitable to exploit poverty in distant lands, wastefully moving resources around the globe. For example, it has been estimated that the average American foodstuff now travels an absurd 1,500 miles before being consumed. 104. To deter such behavior, disciplinary action could be used. The state, assuming it could be disengaged enough from its elitist business loyalties, could directly incentivize local production, fining companies that engage in unneeded globalization for profit on the grounds of environmental waste. It could also reward companies through tax breaks and the like to focus on localized production as well. While 294. This is certainly a big challenge given the anti-free market nature of such a move. I suspect such impositions are going to be forced in the future regardless, given the need to counter climate change and the clear relationship it has to globalization. Moreover, if time allows for it, assuming the inherent counteracting efficiency noted in Figure 5b is strong enough, it may actually become natural and logical for localization to occur as we approach zero marginal cost within the market system. The reduced size and needs of the means of production simply won't be complex enough to warrant third-world labor and resource exploitation anymore, making it more profitable to localize. However, that is a personal hope and not an expectation given the reality of circumstances today. Overall, localization in the context in this text would synergistically incorporate all the attributes noted in Figure 5c. The establishment of a highly efficient and advanced industrial network would be needed. The general transition would be to socialize or generally make free, without direct purchase, goods from as many industries as possible. Logically, the least complex production needs would be socialized before the more complex, likely starting with food production, moving to energy production, and then to basic goods production. As a process, in addition to shorter work hours and universal basic income to compensate for reduced purchasing power, less complex products would be made free before the more complex, in the same kind of step-by-step logic. Those sectors most approaching zero marginal cost through automation could then be subsidized for the final margin, allowing fully free access to the public. Food and energy would again be the easiest to provide, assuming the advanced economic methods denoted earlier in this chapter were applied. As for the final attribute, the move from fragmented economic feedback to networked, digital feedback through sensors and measures related to the IoT, this involves scaling out current systems already in use to incorporate the widest range possible. Within a market economy, this is difficult given the inherently non-integrated nature of things on the technical level. It would perhaps be easiest to start with sector-wide networking and data sharing. Sector-accessible databases could be created that dynamically show all related activity, including environmental impact. 295. Raw resource use, recycling efficacy, processing rates, waste output, etc. One important mandate would be the use of an intelligent calculation system to ensure steady-state equilibrium and design optimization. As in the crude conception in Appendix B, if each sector utilized such an integrated system, the regulatory nature of this calculation would thwart many unsustainable practices. Monitoring this activity, fines or sanctions could then be placed on companies that violate basic protocols. Ideally, this integration would extend to the entire global economy so a total Earth system/habitat perspective could be understood. To reiterate, taken to its logical extreme, the end goal of achieving a truly sustainable, post-scarcity economy would logically be one that has no trade or money at all, but rather focuses on design and management processes that have become democratized and made participatory. And again, despite the controversy of such a proposal or conclusion, that is exactly what the train of thought presented here suggests in terms of optimized public health, habitat sustainability, and ultimately reduced social oppression. This level of organization through design has only really become possible in the past few decades. It may seem like a fantasy goal, given what we have been conditioned to believe about society, economics, and human nature, but from a systems-based scientific perspective, what is proposed here is simply what a real economy is, by definition. Now, a great deal more could be said as far as technical steps go. The goal is, again, a transitional move focused on not only designing out socio-economic inequality and unsustainable practices, but also furthering the move toward post-scarcity. In this, there are many possible avenues and degrees of incorporation, most of which are fairly straightforward. But, as stated, This isn't the real problem at hand. The real problem is that such moves will never happen without a massive amount of activist pressure put on the business-run establishment. It is very easy to rationally theorize a transitional process once the general approval of the community and government is achieved, supporting the overall change. Unfortunately, such approval is far from being achieved at this time given the vast ignorance of the public and the coercive, non-democratic power of the world's business-run governments. Before this complex problem is addressed, I wish to summarize how the new human rights movement has four basic levels of realization. 296. 1. The structuralist realization that the most detrimental social patterns existing today are sourced to a flawed economic orientation. 2. These resulting detrimental social patterns include socio-economic inequality as the core public health threat. Socio-economic inequality is the precondition for a spectrum of other problems, also linking to unsustainable negative externalities produced by the market. 3. Adjusting away from this flawed economic orientation and seeking to reduce socio-economic inequality and generate environmental sustainability means shifting focus to maximize economic efficiency through strategic, systems-based, technical design. This will reduce scarcity, reduce inequality, and reduce the environmental footprint. It will also better harness ephemeralization, moving us ever closer to a post-scarcity abundance. 4. Accomplishing this transition will require both creative initiative and activist initiative. The creative initiative has to do with developing the efficiency-enhancing systems that will compose the new economic mode. The activist initiative has to do with strategic pressure and demands placed upon the existing power structure, coercing change from the bottom up. It is realization for that is the real problem. Different conditions in different regional cultures and socio-economic extremes require different actions. However, a major growing advantage is the pressure that technological unemployment is slowly creating. This, combined with the pressure of growing environmental crises such as climate change, is forcing new considerations regarding what the future should look like, slowly eroding confidence in the current economic establishment. These and other factors consequential of capitalism's increased incompatibility with nature and progress itself open the door to new levels of influence. Broadly, I refer to the 4Ds when thinking about activism: demand, design, detach, and deter. Demand. Political influence, whether through grassroots protest or institutional lobbying via NGOs, will naturally be important. This is the arena of democracy that most think of, though often they 297. Misunderstand its limitations. Public appeals to directly reduce socio-economic inequality and stop environmental degradation are always going to go against the grain within a market system, which will resist every step. Regardless, we should constantly demand things such as universal basic income, maximum wage and wealth caps per person, government subsidies to incentivize cooperative businesses rather than hierarchical ones, universal standardization of goods components by industry sector to reduce waste, and other socializing and income/wealth equalizing means. Basic public health services, as common to Nordic countries, should also be pushed to ease social stress while larger strides are made. These are not solutions in and of themselves, but they will help. Design. At the root of a socially just, post-scarcity, and sustainable economic mode is design. It is design not only in the sense of tangible means, but also in the sense of philosophy. One great efficiency flaw in market economics is that it is void of any larger order design. As with any system, the more relevant factors directly incorporated, the more streamlined the total system is. A simple analogy is a transit system. If you were tasked to design a transit system for a city from scratch, it would logically form in a far different and more efficient way than if you had to build around already existing infrastructure that's in the way. So, designing new systems, both macro and micro from individual goods to integrated goods genres and sectors is an important step. This requires think tanks and engineers employing the most advanced efficiency principles in a holistic way. Appendix B is a starting point for a calculation system that needs development. Other projects could include localization approaches seeking to get a town, city, or community off the grid and self-sustaining. Detach. Some degree of rejection of the current system must occur in order to increase the pressure to change the whole structure. One method. 298. Is to work to reduce economic involvement in money and trade as much as possible. The use of collectives, shared library systems, time banks, mutual credit systems, and other mechanisms can help not only reduce economic growth but also help those currently suffering. This is a difficult line to walk, however, as the systemic chain reaction of a loss of economic growth is also a loss of work and purchasing power for some. Yet, this kind of negative pressure can further incentivize politically driven reforms as per the demands section. If more people become unemployed, more will see the need for universal basic income, and so on. This may seem controversial, but in the broad view it is simply speeding up what is now a natural process. Also, increasing community involvement through sharing systems and the like will help set the stage for localization. Any method that uses integrated design and sharing systems to reduce trade is going to be productive. Deter. As mentioned, Yuan Gultang coined the term cultural violence as an extension of structural violence. This is embedded in the value system disorder common to modern culture. It is part of our poverty of the spirit, as also mentioned. While the social psychology emanating from the social system will continue to pollute culture as long as capitalism exists, those of us who identify with the new value system, as described in this text, need to utilize our shared social nature to influence what others believe. Specifically, a polite level of disrespect and shame should be put upon those promoting high wealth, consumerism, and materialism. No longer should any respect or praise be placed on those engaging in conspicuous consumption or wealth signaling. Those driving Ferraris down the street or sporting overly expensive designer handbags should be made to feel embarrassed for their wasteful and insulting decadence. It needs to be communicated that such values only symbolize the structural violence of the world, not the individual's own ostensible success or status. Extreme luxury goods today really signify dehumanization and a lack of empathy. It is this pattern of materialism. 299. And the false idea of infinite wants that helps pollute attempts to create a sustainable and equitable society. To such minds, there isn't enough to go around seems real because they choose to see elitism and rarity as a virtue. The new measures of success must be based upon finding balance with nature and one another, not gaming, exploitation, and advantage seeking. Only sustainable values can create a sustainable culture. As I think again of gazing out upon Occupy Wall Street that California day, it is clear to me that very little faith can be put in the established political and business leaders of our time. The change I speak of will not originate from existing authority but rather from the raw masses. As noted, those who reach high levels of power and opulence in the world are usually conditioned to favor the mechanisms of their reward. As such, it is up to the average majority to realize this change can only come from the ground up. This means courage and confidence must manifest in areas that may be unfamiliar to some. I am convinced that while there is a technical learning curve to some of what has been described in this book, it is not out of the reach of the average person. People may think that if they have no background in economics, sociology, political science, or engineering, they have no right to engage in such subjects. Our overly specialized and fragmented society has created gaps between disciplines, discouraging exploration. I'm here to tell you that nothing is off limits in this world when it comes to learning, understanding, and contribution. However, a new level of creativity and vulnerability is critical. No one told two bicycle mechanics called the Wright brothers that it was impossible to design a man-made flying machine, which was the scientific consensus at the time. But that is exactly what they did when they built the first airplane. Yet, I have no doubt many reading this work will hastily dismiss its proposals as impossible, not understanding how such changes can be implemented in real life. I also have no doubt that these final proposals will spark great discomfort and even fear, given the numerous unanswered questions and considerations they raise. The purpose of this book has been to explain the roots of social distress in the 21st century and the train of thought that will 300. Resolve it, if a well-informed and diligent activist movement succeeds in implementation. It was not the intention of this book to cover all possible scenarios or to pretend they even could be covered. The new human rights movement at hand will necessarily be an outcome of our collective efforts, following this train of thought. It is my hope that the ingenuity of humanity can coalesce in building upon this reasoning, turning theory into reality. It is really up to you to decide which side of history you will be on. And to those who do outright reject these observations and proposals for whatever reason conjured, I offer a provocative prediction: the kind of change proposed in this book is going to happen one way or another. The only question is how much suffering has to occur before it does. Returning to the prophetic words of Bayard Rustin. We are all one. And if we don't know it, we will find out the hard way. Appendix A. Post-scarcity potentials. In this section, basic statistics and trends will be presented to show the potential for a global post-scarcity social system. 2. While scarcity in absolute terms will always be with humanity to one degree or another in this closed system of earthly resources, scarcity on the level of human needs and basic material success is no longer a viable defense of the market system's allocation methods. 3. Below is a list of current life support potentials available to the global population that have gone unharnessed due to inhibiting factors inherent in the market economy. Each point will be addressed in its own subsection. 1. Food production. Current production methods already produce more than enough food to feed all human beings on Earth. Furthermore, current trends toward more optimized technology and agricultural methods also show a capacity to further increase production efficiency and nutrition quality to a state of active abundance, using minimal human labor and increasingly less energy, water, and land. 2. Clean water. Desalination and decontamination processes currently exist to such a vast degree of application that no human beings, even with our current levels of pollution, should ever need to be without clean water, regardless of where they are on Earth. 3. Energy. Between geothermal, wind, solar, and hydropower, coupled with system-based processes that can recapture expelled energy and reuse it directly, there is an absolute energy abundance that can serve the current world's population many times over. 1. 302. Food production. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, 1 out of every 8 people on Earth, nearly 1 billion people, suffers from chronic malnutrition. Almost all of these people live in developing countries, representing 15% of the population of these countries. 4. First world waste patterns can create price increases for the global food supply due to increased demand resulting from those very waste patterns. In other words, the first world adds to the world hunger epidemic because its consumers waste food, resulting in increased demand, which ultimately pushes price values past what is affordable for many. While there is certainly an educational imperative for the consuming world to consider the relevance of its waste patterns, both in terms of real food waste and waste's effect on global prices, the most effective and practical means to overcome this global deficiency is to update the system of food production itself with more modern methods. This updating of production methods can also be coupled with deliberate localization to reduce the waste caused by inefficiencies in the current global food supply chain. The combination of improved methods and localization would reduce waste, demand, inefficiency, and price problems in general, and it would dramatically increase productivity, product quality, and output overall. 5. While the active use of arable land and land-based agriculture should continue, ideally, of course, with more sustainable practices than we are using today. 6. A great deal of pressure can be alleviated now with advanced soilless methods, which require less water, less fertilizer, fewer, or no, pesticides, less land, and less labor. These facilities can now be built in city environments or even off coastlines, at sea. 7. It appears the most promising of all such arrangements is what is known today as vertical farming. 8. Vertical farming has been put to test in a number of regions, with extremely promising results regarding efficiency. Extrapolating these statistics, coupled with parallel trend advancement, increases in efficiency, of the associated mechanisms of this process, reveals that the future of abundant food production will use fewer resources per unit of output, compared to the current land-based tradition, cause less waste, reduce the ecological impact of food production, increase food quality, and the like. It will also use less of the surface of the planet and enable types of food once restricted to certain climates or regions to be grown virtually anywhere in enclosed vertical systems. While approaches vary, common methods include rotating crop systems in transparent enclosures to use natural light, coupled with hydroponic, 9 aeroponic, 10 and/or aquaponic 11 water and nutrient servicing systems. Artificial light systems are also being used along with other means to distribute natural light, such as parabolic mirror systems that can move light without electricity. 12 Many waste-to-energy approaches to these structures are increasingly common, along with advanced power systems based on regenerative processes. 13 Between various approaches, the capacity is dramatically increased since food can, in many cases, be grown almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Common objections to this type of farming have mostly been concerns over its energy footprint, criticizing the use of artificial light in some arrangements as too power-intensive. However, the use of renewable energy systems, such as photovoltaics, coupled with regional placement most conducive to renewable methods, such as near-wave, tidal, or geothermal sources, are plausible solutions for sustainable, non-hydrocarbon-based powering. However, it is best to think about this in a comparative context. In the US, up to 20% of the country's fossil fuel consumption goes into the food chain, according to the UN's Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, which points out that fossil fuel use by the food systems in the developed world often rivals that of automobiles. 14 In Singapore, a vertical farm system, custom-built in a transparent enclosure, uses a closed-loop, automated hydraulic system to rotate the crop in circles between sunlight and an organic nutrient treatment, costing only about $3 a month in electricity for each enclosure. 15 This system is also reported as 10 times more productive per square foot than conventional farming, using much less water, labor, and fertilizer, as noted above. There is also little transport cost as all produce is distributed locally, saving more resources and energy. Overall, there is a spectrum of applications. In many cases, pre-existing structures not originally built for vertical farming are being utilized. 16. 304. In Chicago, the world's largest certified organic vertical farm is in operation. While producing mostly greens for the local Chicago market, this 90,000 square foot facility uses an aquaponic system, with waste from tilapia fish providing nutrients for the plants. 17 The farm reportedly saves 90% of its water, compared with conventional farming techniques, and produces no agricultural runoff. Additionally, all of its waste, such as plant roots, stems, and even biodegradable packaging, is recycled in collaboration, making it nearly a zero-waste facility. 18 Current statistics vary with respect to the efficiency, often due to monetary-based limitations and inherent profitability concerns. In line with the market system, promising technology finds development only if it proves competitive. Given how new these ideas are, we cannot expect to see many examples, nor can we expect to see an optimization of such methods to a high degree for measurement without market acceptance. However, we can extrapolate the realized potential of existing systems, scaling the application out as if it were incorporated in every major city, in its most relatively efficient form. The following list confirms the superiority of this approach as compared to current, traditional land-based models. Not only is it a more sustainable practice, it is also a more productive practice. In contrast with existing methods, it can provide the entire world's population with vegetable-based nutrition many times over. 19. Versatile. Unlike traditional farming, vertical farms can be constructed anywhere, even on water, using upward layers to multiply output capacity, i.e., a 10-story farm will produce 1/10 of a 100-story farm. This space utilization is limited mostly to architectural possibility. Likewise, the plants grown can be on demand in many ways. The farms can grow virtually any crop, since regional soil, climate, and similar restrictions have been lifted. Reduced resource use. Vertical farming uses substantially less water and pesticide, and is more conducive to non-hydrocarbon-based nutrient/fertilizer methods. Its energy use can vary by application, but in its most efficient setting it uses 305. Dramatically less energy both to power the farm itself and with respect to the greatly diminished need for hydrocarbon fertilizer and oil-fueled transport, which is a heavy burden in the current, farm-based process. More sustainable/less ecological damage. The current tradition of farming has been recognized as one of the most ecologically destructive processes of modern society. In the words of environmental writer René Cho, as of 2008, 37.7% of global land and 45% of U.S. land was used for agriculture. The encroachment of humans into wild land has resulted in the spread of infectious disease, the loss of biodiversity and the disruption of ecosystems. Overcultivation and poor soil management has led to the degradation of global agricultural lands. The millions of tons of toxic pesticides used each year contaminate surface waters and groundwater, and endanger wildlife. Agriculture is responsible for 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and accounts for 1/5 of U.S. fossil fuel use, mainly to run farm equipment, transport food, and produce fertilizer. As excess fertilizer washes into rivers, streams, and oceans, it can cause eutrophication. Algae blooms proliferate. When they die, they are consumed by microbes, which use up all the oxygen in the water. The result is a dead zone that kills all aquatic life. As of 2008, there were 405 dead zones around the world. More than 2/3 of the world's fresh water is used for agriculture. 20. Post-scarcity capacity. Students at Columbia University working on vertical farm systems determined that in order to feed 50,000 people, a 30-story building the size of a New York City block would be needed. 21. A New York City block is about 6.4 acres. 22. If we extrapolate this into the context of the city of Los Angeles, with a population of about 3.9 million 23 and a total acreage of about 318,912, 24, it would take roughly 78 such 30-story structures to feed the local residents, for a total of 499 acres. This 306 amounts to about 0.1% of the total land area of Los Angeles to feed the population. 25. The Earth, consisting of about 29% land, has roughly 36,794,240,000 acres and a human population of 7.2 billion as of late 2013. 26. If we extrapolate the same basis of a 30-story vertical farm covering 6.4 acres to feed 50,000 people, we end up needing 144,000 vertical farms, in theory, to feed the world. 27. This amounts to 921,600 acres. 28. Given that roughly 38% of all the Earth's land is currently being used for traditional agriculture, 13,981,811,200 acres, 29. We find that we need only 0.006% of the Earth's existing farmland to meet production requirements. 30. Now, these extrapolations are clearly theoretical and obviously many other factors need to be taken into account with respect to placement of such farm systems and critical specifics. Also, within the 38% land use statistic, much of that land is for livestock cultivation, not just crop production. However, the raw statistics are quite incredible with respect to possible efficiency and capacity. In fact, if we were to build these same vertical farms on the land currently used for crop production, about 4,408,320,000 acres, the food output would be enough to feed 34.4 trillion people. 31 Given that we will need to feed only 9 to 10 billion by 2050, we only need to harness about 0.03% of this theoretical capacity, which, it could be argued, likely makes rather moot any seemingly practical objections common to the aforementioned extrapolation. As a final note, vegetable protein from vertical crops offer a solution for the pollution and waste related to animal farming. From a sustainability standpoint, ignoring the common moral objections and arguably inhumane practices commonly associated with industrialized livestock cultivation, the production of meat and animal-based products is an environmentally unfriendly act as practiced today. According to the International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI, livestock systems occupy about 45% of the Earth's land. 32 According to the FAO, the livestock sector produces more greenhouse gas emissions than modern gas-consuming transport. 33 Given that 90% of all the large fish once thriving in the ocean are gone due to overfishing, as well, 34 new solutions are needed. 307. One such solution is aquaculture, which is the direct farming of fish, crustaceans, and the like. This direct approach, if sustainably driven, can provide farm-raised, protein-rich fish for human consumption, replacing the demand for land-based meat. Another approach is the production of in vitro meat. In vitro meat may be produced as strips of muscle fiber, which grow through the fusion of precursor cells, either embryonic stem cells or specialized satellite cells found in muscle tissue. This type of meat is usually cultured in a bioreactor. While still experimental, in 2013 the world's first lab-grown burger was cooked and eaten in London. 35 Benefits include the reduction of livestock-sourced disease, which is very common, along with eliminating certain negative health characteristics of traditional meat, such as fatty acids. Clean water. Given that the human body can survive without fresh water for only a few days, 36 Making this most basic resource abundantly available to all is critical. Likewise, it is the backbone of many industrial production methods, including agriculture. Fresh water is naturally occurring water on the Earth's surface in ice sheets, ice caps, glaciers, icebergs, bogs, ponds, lakes, rivers, and streams, and underground as groundwater in aquifers and underground streams. Of all the water on Earth, 97% of it is saline and not directly consumable. According to the World Health Organization, about 2.6 billion people, half the developing world, lack even a simple improved latrine, and 1.1 billion people have no access to any type of improved source of drinking water. As a direct consequence, 1.6 million people die every year from diarrheal diseases, including cholera, attributable to lack of access to safe drinking water and basic sanitation, and 90% of these are children under 5, mostly in developing countries. 160 million people are infected with schistosomiasis, causing tens of thousands of deaths annually. 500 million people are at risk of 308. Trachoma, from which 146 million are threatened by blindness and 6 million are visually impaired. Intestinal helminths, ascariasis, trichuriasis, and hookworm infection are plaguing the developing world due to inadequate drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene, with 133 million suffering from high-intensity intestinal helminths infections. There are around 1.5 million cases of clinical hepatitis A every year. 37 According to the United Nations, by 2025, an estimated 1.8 billion people will live in areas plagued by water scarcity, with 2/3 of the world's population living in water-stressed regions. 38 As with most all of the world's current resource problems, it is an issue of both poor management and a lack of industrial application. From the standpoint of management, the amount of water wasted in the world due to pollution, overuse, and inefficient infrastructure is enormous. About 95% of all water that enters most people's homes goes back down the drain in one shot. 39. A systems-based solution to optimize water use is to design kitchens and bathrooms so that they recapture water for different purposes. For example, the water running through a sink or shower can be made available for a toilet. Various companies have slowly put such ideas into practice recently, but overall most infrastructures do not include plans for such reuse. The same is true of large commercial buildings, which can create reuse networks throughout the whole structure, capture rainwater for other purposes, and otherwise use water more efficiently. Water pollution is another problem. It affects both developed and developing nations on many levels. The American Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, estimates that 850 billion gallons of untreated discharges, waste, flow into water bodies annually, contributing to more than 7 million illnesses each year. 40. The Third World Center for Water Management estimates that only about 10 to 12% of wastewater in Latin America is treated properly. Mexico City, for example, exports its untreated wastewater to local farmers. Though the farmers value this wastewater because the water increases crop yields, the wastewater is heavily contaminated with pathogens and toxic chemicals, representing a serious health risk for both farmers and 309 consumers of the agricultural products grown in this area. In India, major cities discharge untreated wastewater into the bodies of water that serve as their drinking water. Delhi, for example, discharges wastewater directly into the Yamuna River, the source of drinking water for some 57 million people. 41. Solutions to this problem must in part address the issue of this enormous inefficiency, which itself has most likely been driven by the expense of instituting proper waste management systems. By coupling good waste management with an industrial design imperative that systems should include reuse, we can better preserve and utilize our existing resources. That aside, the broadest solution to compensate for these emerging water problems is through a. purification and b. desalination systems, both on the macro-industrial and micro-industrial scale. This approach can alleviate current water problems affecting more than 2 billion people and also transcend the current condition into one of relative abundance. A. Purification. Advancements in water purification have been accelerating rapidly with many technological variations of approach. Perhaps one of the most efficient today is what is called ultraviolet, UV, disinfection. This process is highly scalable, low energy, and works quickly. Engineer Ashok Godgil has invented a portable UV system that can disinfect water at the rate of 1 ton per hour, or 15 liters per minute. It uses only 60 watts of electrical power, which is comparable to the power used by one ordinary table lamp. This is enough to meet the drinking water needs of a community of 2,000 people. 42. Godgil developed this device for rural, poor areas. It can run off solar panels, weighs only 15 pounds, and has no toxic discharge. Of course, there is no silver bullet. While UV disinfection works very well for bacteria and viruses, it is less effective with other types of pollution such as suspended solids, turbidity, color, or soluble organic matter. 43. In large-scale applications, UV is often combined with more standard treatments, such as chlorine, as is the case with the world's largest UV drinking water disinfection plant, in New York, which can 310 treat 2.2 billion US gallons, 8,300,000 cubic meters, per day. 44. That is 3,029,500,000 cubic meters a year. The average person in the United States uses 2,842 cubic meters a year. 45. This includes fresh water used for industrial purposes, not just for direct, i.e., drinking, consumption. The global average is 1,385 cubic meters per year. 46. China, India, and the United States are currently the largest freshwater users in the world, and the majority of that water is used in production, mainly agriculture. 47. In fact, about 70% of all fresh water is used for agriculture globally. 48. For the sake of pure statistical argument, ignoring the highly needed changes in strategic water use, reuse systems, and conservation possibilities through more advanced and efficient industrial applications. Let us assess the simple question of what it would require to disinfect all the fresh water currently being used in the world on average by the population, in all contexts. Given the global average of 1,385 cubic meters and a population of 7.2 billion, we arrive at a total annual use of 9.972 trillion cubic meters. Using the New York UV plant's output capacity of roughly 3 billion cubic meters a year as a base per installation of such a plant, we find that 3,324 plants would be needed globally. 49 The New York plant is about 3.7 acres, 160 square foot. 50 This means, in theory, that about 12,300 acres are needed to facilitate a purification process of all the fresh water currently used globally by the population. Of course, needless to say, there are many other footprint factors that come into play, such as power needs, coupled with the critical importance of location. However, let's put this into a larger, more thoughtful comparison. The United States military alone, with its roughly 845,441 military buildings and bases, occupies about 30 million acres globally. 51 Only 0.04% of that land would be needed to disinfect the total freshwater use of the entire world, if it were even needed at that scale, which it is not. B. Desalination. The realistic possibility of mass, global purification of polluted fresh water aside, likely the most powerful means to assure usable, potable water is to convert directly from a saline source, namely the ocean. With 311. A planet composed mostly of salt water, this technique, if done properly, would assure global water abundance alone. The most common method of desalination used today is reverse osmosis, a process that removes water molecules from salt water, leaving salt ions in a brine waste byproduct. According to the International Desalination Association, currently, reverse osmosis, RO, accounts for nearly 60% of installed capacity, followed by the thermal processes multi-stage flash, MSF, at 26% and multi-effect distillation, MED, at 8.2%. 52 As of 2011, there were roughly 16,000 desalination plants worldwide. The total global capacity of all plants online, example in operation, was 66.5 million cubic meters per day, or approximately 17.6 billion US gallons per day. 53 As with everything technological, many advancing methods currently considered experimental suggest a powerful increase in efficiency as the trends unfold. One such method called capacitive desalination, CD, also known as capacitive deionization, CDI, has been shown to operate with greater energy efficiency, lower pressures, and no membrane components, all without the production of a waste discharge like conventional practices. It can also be easily scaled up simply by an increase in the number of flow electrodes in the system. 54 If we examine the existing methods, coupled with emerging methods, we see a general trend of increasing efficiency in both power conservation and performance. 55 That briefly noted, the focus of this extrapolation toward a post-scarcity utilization of desalination will consider only current, proven, in-use methods, namely the reverse osmosis system. The Wonthaggi desalination plant is an advanced reverse osmosis seawater desalination plant on the base coast near Wonthaggi, in southern Victoria, Australia. It was completed in December 2012. It can produce, conservatively speaking, about 410,000 cubic meters of desalinated water per day, 150 million cubic meters a year, 56 while occupying about 20 hectares, about 50 acres of land. 57 Since, as noted, the total annual water use of the world today is about 9,972 billion cubic meters, this means that it would take 60,000 plants 58 to process all potable water usage. Once again, this extreme extrapolation is to make a relative point, since we do not need to desalinate that much water in reality. 312. However, assuming that we did need to desalinate seawater constantly to match current global use, 3 million acres of land would be needed in total. Earth has about 217,459 miles of coastline, which means, loosely using the one-THIRD model of roughly 20 hectares, 50 acres, with 100 meters per hectare, or 328 feet, assuming the construction was 4 hectares deep and 5 hectares long, parallel to the coastline, the plant would take up 1,640 feet along the coast. This means, assuming 60,000 plants of the same dimension, it would take up 98,400,000 feet or 18,636 miles of coastline, 8.5% of the world's coastline. Of course, that is a great deal of coastline, and naturally many other factors come into play in the choice of an appropriate location for such a plant. Again, it is not the purpose of this extrapolation to suggest these statistics are of any other use than to gauge a broad sense of what such capacity means, in light of the water scarcity/stress issues occurring today. Yet, the fact is, it is clearly within the range of such application to meet the needs of people suffering from water scarcity via desalination alone, coupled with an infrastructure and distribution system to move water inland. As a final example, let's reduce this abstract extrapolation even more and apply it to a real-life circumstance. On the continent of Africa, for example, which has about 1 billion people as of 2013, roughly 345 million people lack sufficient access to running water. 60 If we apply the noted global average consumption rate of 1,385 cubic meters a year, seeking to provide each of those 345 million people that amount, we would need 477,825 million cubic meters produced annually. Using the one-THIRD annual capacity of 150 million cubic meters produced as the base figure, Africa would need 3,185 50-acre plants along its coastline to meet such demand, taking up about 5,223,400 feet or 989 miles. Given Africa has about 26,000 kilometers, 16,000 miles, of coastline, this would take up about 6% of Africa's coastline. However, if we divided this number in half, and used UV purification systems for one section and desalination for the other, the desalination process would need about 3%, or 494 miles of coastline for desalination facilities, and only about 296 acres of land for purification facilities, which is a minuscule fraction of Africa's total land mass of about 7 billion acres. This approach is highly workable and obviously, in this 313 case and in all other cases, we would strategically maximize purification processes since they are more efficient, while using desalination for the remaining demand. Such crude statistics reveal that between UV and traditional decontamination, coupled with traditional desalination processes, as they currently exist, and ignoring the rapid advancements occurring in both fields, 61 which will likely have an exponentially advanced level of efficiency in the coming decades, the idea of enduring water scarcity on planet Earth is absurd. Both of these isolated extrapolations have assumed only one or the other was applied, in only large-scale form, assuming there are no other existing sources of potable water. In reality, we have the technical capacity to bring potable water availability to absolute global abundance. This can be done by respecting existing freshwater availability through the use of intelligent use/reuse water network schemes to further preserve the existing capacity. At the same time, both large and small-scale desalination and decontamination processes can be applied as specific regions require. Moreover, we can power these plants using rapidly advancing renewable energy processes. Energy. Renewable energy sources are sources that are continually replenished. Such sources include water, wind, solar, and geothermal. In contrast, fuels such as coal, oil, and natural gas are non-renewable, as they are based on Earth stores that show no near-term regeneration. As of the early 21st century, the recognition of clean, renewable energy possibilities has been substantial. 62 The spectrum of application, scalability, and degree of efficiency, coupled with advancing methods for energy storage and transfer, have arguably made our current, mostly hydrocarbon-based energy methods appear outdated, especially given the ongoing negative consequences of their use. Nuclear energy, while effective and considered a renewable form by some, works at very high risk given the unstable materials involved and the large-scale accidents on record that have brought the safety of this form of production into question. 63. 314. In the world today, the 5 most commonly used renewable sources are hydropower, via dams, solar, wind, geothermal, and biofuels. Renewable energy sources currently represent about 15% of global energy use, with hydropower accounting for 97% of this figure. 64 More than 1.2 billion people lack access to electricity worldwide. 65 Additionally, non-renewable energy sources are plagued by ongoing pollution and periodic crises. Hence, the purpose of this subsection is to show how the dangerous realities associated with fossil fuels and nuclear energy are no longer needed, even as we ramp up to serve those who lack sufficient electricity. We can now power the world many times over with clean, renewable, relatively low-impact methods, largely localized to the needs of a single structure, city, or industrial application. However, it is important to point out upfront that there is no single solution at this time. Different areas of the Earth have different propensities for renewable energy, so application must be developed as a system or network of a combination of mediums. That noted, and narrowing down the most relevant of these abundance-producing possibilities, it is perhaps best to think of renewable energy extraction/harnessing and use in 2 categories: A. Large-scale/base load and B. Small-scale/total mixed-use systems. A. Large-scale/base load large-scale generation, such as for base load needs required to power a city or industrial center, includes 4 main mediums: a 1. Geothermal plants, a 2. Wind farms, a 3. Solar fields, and a 4. Water, ocean/hydropower. A1. Geothermal. Geothermal power 66 is energy harnessed essentially from the natural heat of the Earth's molten core. Plants are usually placed where heat centers are closer to the surface of the Earth. 67 A 2006 MIT report on geothermal energy, promoting an advanced extraction system called EGS, found that 13,000 zettajoules of power are currently available in the Earth, with the possibility that 2,000 additional zettajoules could be harvested through improved technology. 68. 315. The total energy consumption of all the countries on the planet is about half a zettajoule, 0.55, a year. 69 Which means thousands of years of planetary power could be harnessed via geothermal sources alone. The MIT report also estimated that there was enough energy in hard rocks 10 kilometers below the US to supply all the world's current needs for 30,000 years. Even with an expected 56% increase in consumption by 2040, geothermal capacity is enormous if properly tapped. 70 Likewise, the extraction of heat needing to take place from within the Earth appears quite minor in comparison to its store, making the source virtually limitless in proportion to actual human consumption. 71 Also, since the energy is produced constantly, there are no intermittency problems. This type of energy can be produced constantly without the need for storage. The environmental impact of geothermal is relatively low. Iceland has been using it almost exclusively for some time and its plants produce extremely low emissions, and zero carbon, compared with hydrocarbon-based methods. 72 This problem has been acknowledged as human-induced. 73 And improvement in the engineering process is offered as the solution, along with a clear understanding of the nature of the location for drilling. In terms of location, it is theoretically possible to place geothermal energy extraction plants anywhere, if the capacity to drill deeply enough is available, coupled with other advancements in technology. 74 However, today most plants need to exist near the junction of tectonic plates. 75 A geothermal map of emitted heat on the surface of the Earth, made by satellite, can show such ideal spots. 76 These maps show possibilities near most coastlines around the world. 77 And while most studies are ambiguous with respect to the number of available locations, the recognized potential is enormous. The U.S. Department of Energy has noted that geothermal energy also uses much less land than other energy sources, including fossil fuel and currently dominant renewables. Over 30 years, the period of time commonly used to compare the life cycle impacts from different power sources, a geothermal facility uses 404 square meters of land per gigawatt-hour, while a coal facility uses 3,632 square meters per gigawatt-hour. 78 If we do a basic comparison of geothermal with coal using this 316 ratio of square meters to gigawatt-hour, we find that we could fit about 9 geothermal plants in the space of one coal plant. 79 Likewise, it is important to note that new, more efficient methods of tapping geothermal are imminent with respect to possible output potential. In 2013 it was announced that a 1,000 megawatt power station was to begin construction in Ethiopia. 80 A megawatt is a unit of power, and power capacity is expressed differently from energy capacity, which is expressed, in this context of megawatts, as megawatt hours, MWH. To put it another way, energy is the amount of work done, whereas power is the rate of doing work. So, for example, a generator with 1 MW capacity that consistently operates at that capacity for 1 hour will produce 1 MWh, MWH, of electricity. This means if a 1000 MW geothermal power station operated at full capacity for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days, it would produce 8,760,000 MWH/year. 81 The world's current annual usage in MWH is about 153 billion, 82 which means it would take, in abstract, 17,465 geothermal plants to match global use. 83 According to the World Coal Association, there are over 2,300 coal power plants in operation worldwide. 84 Using the aforementioned plant size/capacity comparison of about 9 geothermal plants fitting into one coal plant, the space of 1,940 85, or 84% of the total in existence, coal plants would be needed, in theory, to contain the 17,465 geothermal plants. Also, given that coal today accounts for only 41% of the world's current energy production, 86 This theoretical extrapolation also shows that geothermal energy could supply 100% of our global energy requirements while occupying only 84% of the space required by our current coal plants, which produce only 41% of our energy. All this without the pollution from coal, one of the most polluting energy sources in the world and arguably the largest contributor to the human-made increase of CO2 in the atmosphere. A2. Wind farms. U.S. Department of Energy studies have concluded that wind harvesting in the Great Plains states of Texas, Kansas, and North Dakota could provide enough electricity to power the entire USA. 87 More impressively, a 2005 Stanford University study published in the Journal of 317 Geophysical Research found that if only 20% of the wind potential on the planet were harnessed, it would cover the entire world's energy needs. 88 In corroboration, 2 more recent studies by unrelated organizations published in 2012 calculated that with existing wind turbine technology the Earth could produce hundreds of trillions of watts of power. This is much more than what the world currently consumes. 89 Wind power is perhaps one of the most simple and low-impact forms of renewable energy, and its scalability is limited to location only. The 9,000-acre Alta Wind Energy Center, California has an active capacity of 1,320 MW of power. Using that plant as a basis, a theoretical annual output of 11,563,200 MWh is possible. 90. This means 13,231 9,000-acre wind farms would be needed to meet the current output figure of 153 billion MWh. It also means 119,079,000 acres of wind-sufficient land would be required. 91. This amounts to 0.3% of the Earth's surface that would be needed to power the world, in abstract. 92. Once again, this is not to suggest such as an ideal situation given what land is feasible for wind farms, along with other important factors. This is simply to give a general perspective of possibility. However, one unique reality of wind power generation is the potential of offshore harnessing. Compared to land-based wind power, offshore wind power has, on average, a much larger yield, as wind speeds tend to be higher. This reality also alleviates land-based pressures given land scarcity and regional restrictions. According to the assessment of offshore wind energy resources for the United States, 4,150 gigawatts, 4,150,000 MW, of potential wind turbine capacity from offshore wind resources are available in the United States. 93. Assuming this power capacity were consistent for a year, we end up with an energy conversion of 36.354 billion MWh/year. Given that the United States, in 2010, used 25,776 25.78 billion MWh, we find that offshore wind harvesting alone would exceed national use by about 10.6 billion MWhs, or 41%. Extrapolating this U.S. capacity to the rest of the world's coastlines, and taking into account the aforementioned land-based statistic that showed we could power the world many times over onshore as well, 94. The possibilities of wind-based energy abundance are exceptional. 318. A3. Solar fields. The upper atmosphere receives about 1.5 times 1021 watt-hours of solar radiation annually. This vast amount of energy is more than 23,000 times that used by the human population of the planet. 95. If humanity could capture 0.1% of the solar energy striking the Earth, we would have access to 6 times more energy than we consume in all forms today, with almost no greenhouse gas emissions. The ability to harness this power depends on the technology and how high the percentage of radiation absorption is. Conventional photovoltaics, currently the most common form, used mostly for smaller applications, use silicon as the semiconductor and exist in something like a flat cell or sheet. Concentrated photovoltaics, CPV, are generally more efficient than non-concentrated on average, however, they tend to require more direct exposure to focus the light properly. Concentrated solar power, CPS, is a large-scale approach that uses mirrors or lenses to concentrate a large area of sunlight, or solar thermal energy, onto a small area. Electrical power is produced when the concentrated light is converted to heat, which drives a heat engine, such as a steam turbine, connected to an electrical power generator or the like. Unlike photovoltaics, which convert directly to electricity, this technology converts to heat. Recently, large-scale storage methods have also been used to prolong access at night. A variation of CSP is STE, or solar thermal energy. The Ivanpah Solar Electric Generating System in California is a 3,500-acre field 96 with a stated annual generation of 1,079,232 MWh. 97. Ivanpah does not use any form of storage, but it serves about 140,000 homes in the region. Using Ivanpah as a basis, it would take 141,767 fields or 496,184,500 acres to theoretically meet current global energy use based on output. This is 1.43% of total land on Earth. 98. Once again, this is not to suggest such a thing is practical, nor is it to ignore the radiation yield differences found in different areas of the Earth. However, deserts, which tend to be highly conducive for solar fields while often less conducive to life support for people, are roughly a third of all the land mass in the world, or about 12 billion acres. Compared with the roughly 500 million acres theoretically needed to power 319. The world. As per our extrapolation, only 4.1% of the world's desert land would be needed. 99. Likewise, other projects similar to the Ivanpah field have been incorporating storage systems. The Solana 280 MW solar power plant in Arizona combines parabolic trough mirror technology with molten salt thermal storage and is able to continue outputting up to 6 hours after the sky goes dark. 100. In general, photovoltaic, solar thermal, storage methods, and other existing and emerging technologies continue to rapidly develop, suggesting that many installations seen as highly efficient today will be grossly inefficient in a decade or two. As will be addressed further with respect to smaller-scale renewable energy solutions, future efficiencies are likely to occur through the use of solar power localized into the construction of buildings and domiciles. The issue is making the technology compact and efficient enough for local use. However, solar field power stations, just like geothermal and wind, have an enormous global potential in and of themselves. There is little doubt that given proper resources and attention, these fields alone could theoretically establish an infrastructure and efficiency level to power the world. A4. Water/hydro energy. Water-based renewable energy extraction could generally be said to have two broad sources: the ocean and river-type water flows, which use the gravitational force of falling or flowing water, usually in an inland watercourse. The latter is generally referred to in practice as hydroelectric and, as noted before, it is currently a fairly large part of the existing renewable energy infrastructure. 101. On the other hand, the vast potential of the ocean has yet to be harnessed within a fraction of its capacity. It is not far-fetched to suggest that ocean water power could power the world alone. 102. This could be done through the intelligent harvesting of the various mechanical movements of ocean water as well as through exploiting the differences in heat, known as ocean thermal energy conversion, OTEC. Given the existing, fairly large-scale use of hydroelectric power, dams, already, this section will instead focus on the ocean potentials. 320. The most pronounced sea-based potentials at this time appear to be wave, tidal, ocean current, ocean thermal, and osmotic power. Waves are primarily caused by winds, tides are primarily caused by the gravitational pull of the moon, ocean currents are primarily caused by the rotation of the earth, ocean thermal energy results from solar heat absorbed by the surface of the ocean, and osmotic power is when fresh water and salt water meet, exploiting the difference in salt concentration. Wave. It has been found that wave power's usable global potential is about 3 TW103 or about 26,280 TWh/year assuming constant harnessing. This is almost 20% of current global use. This amount of power has been ascertained essentially by analysis of deep water regions off continent coastlines. The theoretical power estimate has been estimated at 3.7 TW, with the final net estimate reduced by about 20% to compensate for various inefficiencies related to a given region, such as ice coverage. Energy output is basically determined by wave height, wave speed, wavelength, and water density. Wave farms, or the construction of wave harnessing plants off a coastline, have seen limited large-scale application at this time, with only about 6 countries sparsely applying the technology. Locations with the most potential include the western seaboard of Europe, the northern coast of the UK, and the Pacific coastlines of North and South America, Southern Africa, Australia, and New Zealand. Tidal power has two subforms, range and stream. Tidal range is essentially the rise and fall of areas of the ocean. Tidal streams are currents created by periodic horizontal movement of the tides, often magnified by the shape of the seabed. Different locations of Earth have large differences in range. 104. In the United Kingdom, an area with high levels of tidal activity, dozens of sites are currently noted as available, with a forecast that 34% of all the UK's energy could come from tidal power alone. 105 globally. Older studies have put tidal capacity at 1,800 TWh/year. 106 more recent studies have put the theoretical capacity, both range and stream, at 3 TW, assuming only a portion would be extractable. 107. 321. Tidal power, while very predictable, is also subject to daily periods of intermittency based around tidal shifts. Assuming only 1.5 TW could be harnessed in a year through advanced technology, this means about 7% of the world's power could come from tidal power. Ocean currents. Similar to tidal streams, ocean currents have shown great potential. These currents flow consistently in the open ocean, and various technologies have been emerging to harness this largely untapped medium. As with all renewables, the capacity to harness such potential is directly related to the efficiency of the technology employed. The European Ocean Energy Association estimates the current potential at 400 the/year 108. However, there is good reason to assume this figure is outdated. Prior applications of turbine/mill technologies to capture such water flows have needed an average current of 5 or 6 knots to operate efficiently, while most of the Earth's currents are slower than 3 knots. 109. However, recent developments have revealed the possibility to harness energy from water flows of less than 2 knots. 110. Given this potential, it has been suggested that ocean current alone could power the entire world. 111. Osmotic power or salinity gradient power is the energy available from the difference in the salt concentration between seawater and river water. The Norwegian Center for Renewable Energy, SFFE, estimates the global potential to be about 1,370 TWh/year, 112, with others putting it at around 1,700 TWh/year. 113, the equivalent of half of Europe's entire energy demand. 114. While still largely in its baby shoes, osmotic power harnessing through advancing technology is promising. Power plants can, in principle, be built any place where fresh water meets sea water. They can generate power 24/7, regardless of weather conditions. Ocean thermal. The final ocean-based means for energy harnessing worth noting is ocean thermal energy conversion, OTEC. Exploiting the differences in heat existing on the surface of the ocean. And 322. Below, technology can use warmer surface water to heat a fluid, such as liquid ammonia, converting it into vapor, which expands to drive a turbine. That, in turn, produces electricity. The fluid is then cooled using cold water from the ocean depths, returning it into a liquid state so the process can start all over again. Of all ocean-based energy sources, OTEC appears to have the most potential. It has been estimated that 88,000 TWh/year could be generated without affecting the ocean's thermal structure. 115. While this figure may not express total usable capacity, it implies that well over half of all current global energy consumption could be met with OTEC alone. As of 2013, most of the existing OTEC plants are experimental or on very small scale. However, a few major industrial capacity projects have been set in motion, including a 10 MW plant off the coast of China 116 and a 100 MW facility near Hawaii. 117. 100 MW offshore plant can theoretically power Hawaii's entire Big Island alone. 118. 186,000 people according to a 2011 census. Total oceanic power consistent with the prior categorical estimations set forward for solar, wind, and geothermal power. It is worthwhile to consider the total combined, largely conservative, potential of each noted oceanic medium. This is a crude extrapolation since there are many complex variables, including the fact that some applications are still semi-experimental and difficult to assess. Nevertheless, this general figure still conveys the broadest perspective of the potential of ocean renewables. Here is a list of the noted global potentials: wave, 27,280 TWh/year. Tidal, 13,140 TWh/year, 1.5 TW times 8,760 HR. Ocean current, 400 TWh/year, old estimate with old tech. Osmotic, 1,500 TWh/year, average of noted statistics. Ocean thermal, 88,000 TWh/year. All of this added together brings us to 130,320 TWh/year or 0.46 zettajoules a year. This is roughly 83% of current global use, 0.55 ZJ. It is important to note that such numbers are derived, in part, from 323 traditional technologies, with no adjustment made for more recent improvements. If we bring traditional hydroelectric, water-course-based, power back into the equation, which according to the IEA has a potential of 16,400 TWh/year, 119, this brings the figure up to 146,720 TWh/year or 96% of current global use. B. Small-scale and total mixed-use systems. The prior section described the vast potential of large-scale, base-load renewable energy harnessing. Wind, solar, water/hydro, and geothermal power have all shown that they are capable, individually, of meeting or vastly exceeding the current 0.55 zettajoule annual global energy consumption at this time. The true question is how to intelligently apply these methods. Given regional limitations and other issues such as intermittency, any design should incorporate a workable combination of sources. Such a systems approach is the real solution, harmonizing an optimized fraction of each of those renewables to achieve global, total use abundance. For example, imagine a series of man-made floating islands off select coastlines, harnessing wind, solar, thermal difference, wave, tidal, and ocean current power all at the same time and in the same general area. Such energy islands would then pipe their harvest back to land for human use. Various combinations could also be applied to land-based systems, as well, such as constructing wind/solar combinations to take advantage of the fact that wind is often more present at night, while solar is present during the day. Likewise, we can combine various methods to harness energy on a more local level. Smaller-scale renewable methods that are conducive to single structures or small areas find the same systems logic regarding combination. These localized systems could also, if need be, connect back into the larger, base load systems as well, creating a mixed medium integrated network. A common example today is the use of single-structure solar panels, such as for home use. While the efficiency of these panels is still improving and the market imposes return on investment challenges, most people utilizing these solar power systems are only able to complement their home's electricity use rather than gain 100% utilization. 4. 324. Example, most systems are applied to power the home during the day, while pulling power from the regional base load grid at night. Maximizing localized possibilities first, before resorting to larger-scale energy use, is the key to practical energy abundance, efficiency, and sustainability. To understand the relevance of this concept more thoroughly, let's expand the example of the household solar array to its theoretical potential. In 2011, the average annual electricity consumption for a U.S. residential utility, household, customer was 11,280 kilowatt-hour. 120 given 114,800,000 households in 2010, 121 this means 1,295 TWh/year was used. Total electrical energy consumption for the U.S. in 2012 was 3,886.4 TWh. This means 33% of all electric consumption occurred in people's homes, with the majority of that energy coming from fossil fuel power stations. If all households in the United States were able to power themselves for electricity using solar panels alone, a localized energy production capacity that is simply wasted at this time, the base load stress reduction would be dramatic. Contrary to popular belief, as of 2016 this is a real possibility given the state of solar cell efficiency and storage technology. 122 The problem is that the current energy industry is not prepared for such efficiency, and consumer solar systems currently available suffer from high expense as a result of limited mass production, competition, and a lack of social initiative to advancement. It is worth stating here that the financial system and its price-oriented mechanisms are barriers to ubiquitous and optimized household solar development. This is also true for every other developing technology after a certain point of proven efficacy. While defenders of capitalism argue that the process of investment to market of an in-demand good generally reduces the cost of that good over time, making it more available to those who could not afford it before, these defenders conveniently forget that the entire process is a contrivance. If price and profit were removed from the system, we could focus on the technology and its merit both at the current time and with regard to its longer-term efficiency trends, future improvements. This design focus would enable us to employ proper resource allocation strategies and research to hasten the introduction of promising technology. Given the incredible capacity of home solar arrays to alleviate base load energy. 325. Stress and thereby reduce fossil fuel emissions and pollution. It is very unfortunate that this technology is subject to the whims of the market. 123 If we survey the commercial expense of a typical solar array as of 2013, an average home using 11,280 kilowatt-hour a month would require about 30 panels, with a solar cell efficiency of about 9 to 15% and a nighttime battery system. This would cost well over $20,000. 124 Such an expense is unaffordable for the vast majority of the world, even though the basic materials used in traditional PV systems are simple and abundant and manufacturing is increasingly efficient. Likewise, it is equally disappointing that modern home construction has made little to no use of other basic, localized renewable methods that can further facilitate the real-world capacity to bring all households, not only in the United States but also in the world, to a place of energy independence. Noting solar power, other nearly universal applications also apply. Small wind harvesting systems 125 and geothermal heating and cooling technology 126 can be combined with architectural design that makes better use of natural light and conserves heating and cooling. Many other design adjustments could make apartments and houses self-sufficient and more ecologically sustainable. Coupling this with use-reuse designs for water preservation, along with other approaches to optimize energy/resource efficiency, it is clear that our current methods are enormously wasteful when compared with the possibilities. City infrastructure exhibits the same failure almost everywhere with respect to such applied systems. For example, an enormous amount of energy is used in transportation. While the electric vehicle has proven viable for full global use despite lobbying efforts and other market limitations that keep its application well behind the gasoline-powered norm, many system-based methods also go unharnessed. Apart from a general necessity to reorganize urban environments to be more conducive to convenient mass transit networks, removing the need for numerous autonomous vehicles, simply reharnessing the powered movements of all transport mediums could dramatically alleviate energy pressures. A technology called piezoelectric, 127 which is able to convert pressure and mechanical energy into electricity, is an excellent example. 326. Of an energy reuse method with great potential. Existing applications have included power generation by people walking on piezo-engineered floors 128 and sidewalks, 129 streets that can generate power as automobiles cross over them, 130 and rail systems that can also capture energy from passing train cars through pressure. 131 Aerospace engineer Chaim Abramovich has stated that a stretch of road less than a mile long, 4 lanes wide, and trafficked by about 1,000 vehicles per hour can create about 0.4 megawatts of power, enough to power 600 homes. 132 other theoretical applications extend to pretty much anything that engages pressure or action, including minor vibrations. For example, there are projects working to harness seemingly small-scale energy production, such as charging a cell phone with the extra movement caused by texting or moving it, 133 applications to harvest energy from airflow from airplanes, 134 and even an electric car that uses piezo tech, in part, to charge itself as it travels. 135 if we think about the enormous mechanical energy wasted by vehicle transport and high-traffic walking centers such as downtown streets, the potential of that regenerated energy is quite substantial. It is this type of systems thinking that we need in order to maintain sustainability while actively pursuing global energy abundance. In conclusion, the key to a sustainable energy abundance comes down to an integrated systems approach combining baseload and more localized mixed-use/reuse systems. Each region and situation would necessarily be customized according to the kind of renewable sources available. As described, baseload means including geothermal energy, wind farms, solar fields, and water, ocean/hydropower. Each of these sources has potential that far exceeds current global needs, but also circumstantial limitations. While critics of renewables routinely cite the native limitations, such as the intermittency of wind farms or solar energy, the key rests in the combination of these means, along with intelligent localized sources, such as domiciles with heat pumps, small wind turbines, and so on. In many cases, any energy harnessed in excess of local needs can be loaded into a base load grid for a region, turning each mixed-use domicile into a publicly accessible energy source. Industrial designers of the future should focus on this type of fully integrated and circular approach. As a general design rule, the greater 327. The integration, the more productive, efficient, and protected the outcome. This approach builds in multiple levels of redundancy and thereby ensures that any regional source power outages are limited or uneventful due to the interconnected supplemental sources. 329. Appendix B. Economic calculation N. Broad system conception. T. He following outlines a model for optimized economic efficiency to maximize productivity and increase goods surplus, abundance, while minimizing any environmental footprint. This model is a theoretical arrangement to reach the goals of reducing scarcity across a population while achieving equitable distribution, thereby decreasing or removing socioeconomic inequality and the associated public health harms described in this book. The degree of incorporation of such principles and systems-based approaches is directly proportional to the degree of positive advancement achieved. What follows is not intended as complete or thorough. It is a general framework emphasizing a systems-based, non-market/non-monetary approach to economic calculation and management. An economic model can be thought of as representing component processes by a set of variables or functions, describing the logical relationships between them. Traditional or market-based economic models rely on contrived features such as price trends, utilitarian purchase patterns, inflation, labor cycles, currency fluctuations, and so forth. These are considered contrived since they relate to the market mode only and are irrelevant to the foundation of pure economics. By pure economics, I mean technical methods to optimize the economic process, satisfying in a conservative and sustainable way the needs of a population. Rarely, if ever, do modern economists focus on technical processes that underscore innovation, production, distribution, or regeneration, nor do they factor in actual relationships that directly improve public or ecological health. Rather, the market system functions as a proxy means. 1. 330. Based only on the act of exchange and exchange preferences. As a result, market economics is life-blind. It is decoupled from the actual science of life support and sustainability. True economic efficiency must first and foremost be thought of not in market-oriented terms but in terms of industrial or technical efficiency, in a systems approach. This considers interrelated input processes such as design proposals and demand assessment, along with what could be called sustainability and efficiency protocols. Before the rise of increased economic activity in the post-Malthusian period, sustainability and efficiency were mere afterthoughts in general economic behavior, since impact and technical knowledge was so minor compared to today. Such protocols are, in effect, the basic rules of economic activity that pursue optimized economic efficiency and sustainability. The model here is scalable, meaning the principles and protocols can be applied to small communities or to the entire world. Naturally, given the reality of our habitat as unified and synergic, the highest level of efficiency would arise from a global approach. Structure and processes. Figure 1 shows a linear schematic of the proposed model, moving from design to production to distribution to recycling. Figure 2 shows the same from a mathematical point of view, as a minimization or maximization of functions. Because we are talking about efficiency, we can consider the problem as a maximization of the production function Fp. Figure 3 on page 332 is a table of the symbols and descriptions that will be used in the explanations. Again, it is important to note the generalized nature of this. The purpose of this analysis is to give an overview of optimized economic calculation on the core, technical level, highlighting the most relevant, overarching needs or attributes. A more detailed and complete algorithmic calculation, taking into account all related sub-processes in real-life terms, along with democratic interaction, participatory economics, would require a great deal more expansion. It is not the scope of this appendix to extend that far. However, I will state. Economic Calculation and Broad System Conception 331. That this process would unfold in real terms by way of a software platform that has these measures, rules, and data streams built in, engaged by the user or organization as a critical interaction to ensure the most optimized outcomes possible at that given point in time. Design efficiency. Efficiency standards are standards by which a given design must conform to ensure optimal integrity. This can also be thought of as a filtering process. Proposed designs are filtered through a series of sustainability and efficiency protocols to optimize performance. This is the first stage of intelligent product creation. As expressed in Figure 4, design efficiency at design is a critical step affecting the overall efficiency of the manufacturing and distribution process. This design efficiency depends on several key factors, which can be called current efficiency standards (EI) design. Here the index I corresponds to some particular standard. Each standard will be generally explored as follows, expanding in certain cases with respect to the logic associated. A. Strategically maximized durability means to make the good as strong and lasting as relevant. The materials utilized, comparatively assuming possible substitutions due to levels of scarcity or other factors, would be dynamically calculated, likely automatically by the design system, to be most conducive to an optimized durability standard. This durability TD, D1, D2, D, maximization can be considered a local optimization issue. It can be analyzed by introducing the factor D, which affects it where Do1, Do2, Do-I are some optimal values of the factors. TD, D1, D2, D, rightward arrow max, TD equals to max, Do1, Do2, Do-I. B. Strategically maximized adaptability. A design means designing for the highest state of flexibility for replacing component parts. In the event a component part of a certain good becomes defective or out of date, the design facilitates easy replacement to maximize full product lifespan, always working to avoid replacing the good as a whole. C. Strategic standardization of genre components. GC1, GC2, GCI, GCNC. 334. Means all new designs either conform to or replace existing components, which are either already in existence or outdated due to a lack of comparative efficiency. This logic should apply not only to a given product, but also to the entire good genre, however possible. NC rightward arrow min. The aim is to minimize the total number of genre components NC. In other words, the standardization of the process will make it possible to lower the number NC to a possible minimum. D. Recycling conduciveness. CR means every design must conform to the current state of regenerative possibility. The breakdown of any good must be anticipated in the initial design and allowed for in the most optimized way. E. Strategic conduciveness. For labor automation means that the current state of optimized, automated production is also taken into account in an effort to refine the design to be most conducive to production with the least amount of complexity, human labor, or monitoring. Again, we seek to simplify the way materials and production means are used so that the maximum number of goods can be produced with the least variation of materials and production equipment. This is denoted by human labor HL and automated labor AL. The aim is to minimize the human interaction with the production process. This can be written as HL/HL plus AL, rightward arrow min. Using this equation, we could also write a simpler condition, HL, L1, Li, /AL, L1, Li, rightward arrow min. Li are factors that influence human and automatic labor. So, returning to figure 4, this optimized design efficiency function can be described as FDesign, where TD is durability, ADesign is adaptability, CR is recycling conduciveness, NC is the minimum number of genre components, and HL is human labor. Economic calculation and broad system conception. 335. Production efficiency. Dynamic feedback and monitoring of production factors are critical to integrity, especially in a world where extensive resource overshoot now occurs. Maintaining equilibrium with the Earth's regenerative processes while also working strategically to maximize the use of the most abundant materials, strategically minimizing any emerging scarcity, is critical to efficient production. The scope of this accounting is vast, hence only 3 issues will be discussed here. The first 2 deal with a. Scarcity and the degree of b. Labor complexity. A. Scarcity value could be assigned a numerical value, from 1 to 100. 1 would denote the most severe scarcity with respect to the current rate of use, and 100 would denote the least severe. 50 would be the steady state dividing line. The scarcity value of any given resource would exist at some value along this line, dynamically updated by whatever feedback systems are tracking such inventory. Figure 5 expresses this visually. For example, if the use of lumber passes below the steady state level of 50, which would mean consumption is currently surpassing the Earth's natural regeneration rate, this event would encourage a countermove of some kind, such as material substitution or finding a replacement for lumber in any future productions. In a market system, the price mechanism is used to decide which material is more cost efficient, assuming a given price will have already accounted for relevant technical information. This accounting is only weakly accurate. This new approach accounts for a direct given technical quality by a comparative quantification, rather than using price to assess value. In the case of scarcity concerns, it is best to organize genres or groups of similar use materials and then quantify, to the highest degree possible, their related properties and degrees of efficiency for any given purpose. Then, a general numerical value spectrum is applied to those relationships. This isn't done at all today. For example, there is a spectrum of metals with different efficiencies for electrical conductivity. These efficiencies can be physically quantified and then compared by value. So, if copper, a conductive metal, goes below the 50 value of equilibrium regarding its scarcity, calculations are triggered by the management program to compare the state of other conducive materials, their scarcity level and their efficiency level, preparing for substitution. This is only one example of many. This type of reasoning would get extremely complicated depending on the material and purpose posed, which is why computer calculation is required. This type of direct value calculation, based around purpose, conduciveness, and sustainability, dramatically eclipses the price mechanism when it comes to true resource awareness and intelligent resource consideration. B. Labor complexity is about estimating the difficulty of a given production, drawing a numerical value based upon the degree of complexity. In the context of an automation-focused industry, complexity can be quantified by defining and comparing the number of process stages. Any given good production can be foreshadowed as to how many stages of production processing it will take. It can then be compared to other good productions, ideally in the same good genre. In other words, the units of measurement are these stages. For example, a chair that can be molded from polymers in one process and in 3 minutes will have a lower labor complexity value than a chair that requires automated assembly across a more tedious process using mixed materials. Generally, the intent in this kind of pursuit of efficiency is to avoid increased complexity when possible. C. The final issue to note is how different degrees of complexity are organized through the network. We can think of this as a classification system based on difficulty. As stated in Chapter 5, the focus in this new economic model is generally on automating labor and economic calculation and broad system conception 337. Production, rather than on monetary remuneration and employment, which tend to interfere with efficiency when prioritized. Means of production in this way would likely evolve as automated factories, small and large, that are increasingly able to produce more with fewer material inputs and fewer machine configurations, that is, more with less. The number of production facilities would be strategically distributed topographically based on population statistics and concentrations. This is a proximity strategy. Parameters can change according to the nature of the facilities and how much machine variation in production, fixed automation versus flexible automation, is required at a given time. For the purpose of exemplification, 2 facility types will be distinguished, one for high demand or mass production, generally less complex, and one for low demand or short run, custom goods, generally more complex. Figure 6 expresses this based on these parameters. A simple class determination is made that splits DS, the destination facilities, based on the nature of production requirements. The high demand target assumes fixed automation AI, meaning unvaried production methods ideal for high demand/mass production. The low demand target uses flexible automation, DC, AI, which can do a variety of things but usually in shorter runs. T is time, DC, T, is the current demand value, AI are additional factors again. This scheme assumes only 2 types of facilities are needed. There could be many more facility types based upon production factors, generating more splitting conditions. This is just an example. However, if the design rules are respected, there shouldn't be too much variation over time as the intent is always to reduce complexity. Given current trends, it is not difficult to envision a single factor design that could produce 25% or more of all known good variation. Figure 6, stated in linear form, starts with product designs filtered by a demand class determination process. The demand class determination process filters based on the standards set for low demand or high demand. All low consumer demand product designs are to be manufactured by the flexible automation process. All high consumer demand product designs are to be manufactured by the fixed automation process. Also, both the manufacturing of low consumer demand and high consumer demand product designs will be regionally allocated as per the proximity strategy DP of the manufacturing facilities. Distribution efficiency. Distribution, given modern means, could either occur directly from the production facility, usually in the case of an on-demand, one-off type production, or be sent into a distribution system based upon access, not ownership, as denoted in Chapter 5. Generally, some goods will be conducive to low demand, custom production and some will not. Food is the easiest example of a mass production necessity, while a personally tailored piece of furniture would come directly from the manufacturing facility once created. It is worth reiterating that regardless of whether the good is classified to go to an access-based distribution system for rotational use or directly to a economic calculation and broad system conception 339. consumer, it is still an access system in principle. At any time, the user of the custom or mass-produced good can return the item for reprocessing or restocking. This non-market approach removes the incentive for resale as the accessed good was not bought to begin with. Similar to the production efficiency considerations, in the case of distribution efficiency et dist, for the low and high demand, the distribution process will be optimized in terms of the distance to the existing facilities. In this case, the facilities are strategically localized based on the level of demand in the given region. Proximity strategy (DP). Recycling efficiency. After distribution, the product goes through its life cycle. Once its life cycle ends, the product becomes void and moves to the fourth process noted in Figure 1, the optimized recycling efficiency process. In short, all voided products will follow a regenerative protocol (PREG). This protocol embraces the standards employed at that time to ensure the optimized reuse or reincorporation of any given good or component. Naturally, the sub-processes of this are extensive and subject to a great deal more technical specificity. Recycling facilities would likely exist as part of the production facility, allowing access to returned parts for updating and reprocessing. As noted in the design protocol, all goods have been pre-optimized for conducive recycling. The goal here is a zero-waste economic system. Whether it is a phone, a couch, a computer, a jacket, or a book, everything goes back to a recycling facility, likely the point of origin, which will directly reprocess any item as best it can. In conclusion, it should be restated that the outline presented here is necessarily limited and oversimplified to inspire further exploration of such a truly technical process of economic calculation. This kind of approach was not possible years ago, without the powerful calculation, sensory, and feedback capabilities of modern computers and technology. Once this kind of algorithmic process can be created and interacted within the course of industrial production, the logic of sustainable and efficient design and production becomes a natural order regulatory factor. In other words, these rules, imposed in recognition effectively of nature itself, transcend what has been a long period of highly subjective and ultimately irresponsible economic decision-making and industrial practice. Without connecting human industrial activity to the natural, regenerative process of our habitat, and without a newfound respect for the possibilities and limits inherent, our economic activity will continue to be life-blind and dangerous. In turn, not only must we adapt our industry to conform to the reality of this natural law, we must also adapt our culture and its beliefs.